What's up, everyone, and welcome to Update. Right now, in the Senate, they are debating the state of emergency. Now, I want to let people know, like, this, probably isn't going to go anywhere. I don't think anybody has any suspicion that they're going to vote it down. But either way, we're going to get over to that, and we are going to watch it. So let me just go to my screen shares here. I'm gonna take the sorry, I thought this was all set up, but anyways, if I take this, where's this? Okay, we'll take this right here, and we will bring this over to here, and we will watch the Senate live right now. So Senate sitting number 19. And this is at the Senate chamber, so.
We should count ourselves blessed that most of these would-be rebels were, in the end, so disorganized and confused. The fact that their plot didn't work
What's up, Diana?
says more about their incompetence than about our capacity to defend ourselves and our values. And next time we may not be so lucky. It's easy to write off alt-right hate groups as bullies who talk a big game but don't carry through, as cause-playing revolutionaries. So don't look at Ottawa. Look at Coots. Look how close we came to a massacre. We have to stop thinking it couldn't happen here, because it almost did. And yes, the RCMP and Coots made their arrests before the Emergencies Act came into place, but the blockade itself didn't fizzle out until the specter of the act was in the air. Yet while the Emergencies Act has worked in the short term, I'm deeply troubled by the precedent. I worry about a future government that might weaponize these powers against environmental protesters or Indigenous activists or strikers. More philosophically, though, I worry about an erosion not just of our civil liberties, but of our social contract.
Yeah, you should have heard her whole
Because
speech.
when Ottawa's block party from hell is finally over and cleaned up,
That's okay, Diana.
how many Canadians will have lost faith in their police, in their government, in their democracy, and worst of all, in each other? The lies are already spread. Fox News, for one example, repeatedly reported that a female protester had been trampled to death by a horse. And even after it retracted its outrageous story and kept metastasizing online. So many people have now embraced the false narrative that we have enacted martial law, robbed them of their civil liberties, frozen the bank accounts of people who bought T-shirts, upended democracy. I now fear confirmation of the act may poison our politics even further. And if we deem its confirmation is now a necessary evil, let's think hard about all the failures of public policy and political leadership that have led us to this place. My friends, I want to live again in a country where we treat doctors and nurses and teachers and journalists and scientists like the champions they are. I want to live again in a country where we don't make folk heroes out of people who throw rocks at ambulances or who go to schoolyards in the Okanagan to scream racist abuse at school children.
Now, keep in mind, the majority of the senators were appointed by
to fight this
Liberals.
deadly pandemic, which is
Good morning,
not over,
Agent 00.
which continues to kill Canadians, especially vulnerable Canadians, at an alarming rate, to kill so many that we now seem to be numb to the rising death toll, even as a new, more contagious, and perhaps, I hate to say it, a perhaps more dangerous variant, BA2, starts to infect our nation. My friends,
more variants.
Are we really going to allow ourselves to be manipulated by hate mongers and confidence tricksters, trolls and foreign actors into tearing our country, tearing our Canada apart? Or are we, as senators, going to help lead Canada back from the brink? We must do better, and we must be better. We must be the Canada we want to see in the world. Thank you, merci, and hi.
The Senate building looks a lot nicer than the House of
Senator
Commons.
Boyer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Senators, I rise today during this historic debate. And as I begin my speech, I would like to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you from the traditional and unceded territories of the Anishinaabe, Mississauga, and Algonquin nations. The people of these nations are the original stewards of the land, and it is important to show our respect for their stewardship by acknowledging them every time and every day.
I think the majority of the senators are liberal appointed.
What is at the core of our responsibility as senators? To act as a chamber of sober second thought and to bring the voices of those who are not heard or represented in government decision-making to the forefront. I support the government's decision to take these unprecedented steps and implement the Emergencies Act. We are in an unprecedented situation.
Like, I'll just explain everyone the Senate in Canada to everyone quickly here. So senators are appointed by prime ministers, right? And then they serve until they're 75. So you get so many, from like each prime minister. Now, the majority, I watched an old video on it last night, and the majority of them are appointed by Justin Trudeau, and that was an older video. So I assume the overwhelming majority was appointed by Justin Trudeau. So, like, I highly don't suspect them to change their mind or to strike it down here. It's just likely not going to happen, but we can see what happens just for sake of watching. I think it's at least interesting for people to see how the Senate in Canada works, because not a lot of people pay attention to the Senate, really.
And action must be swift and ongoing to restore order and end the violence and unlawful blockades across Canada. While I support this decision, I also support the great hesitation which was shown before enacting these powers.
Check. Okay.
And in that light, I caution this government and future governments about potential use of this act in the years to come, invoking powers that were held to be a last resort by the government, and it must always be that way. Freedom of speech and freedom of assembly are critical rights. They must always be upheld and defended in this country. But what we have seen over the last weeks is not this, and these actions must come to a complete stop. Honorable Senators, I would be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to acknowledge and shine a light on what is an undisputed fact in this country and across the world. The fact that Indigenous, Black, other people of color, and 2 SLGBTQ plus peoples are disproportionately targeted by law. They are also significantly more likely to have negative interactions with law enforcement, likely involving violence, and in the most tragic circumstances, death. And these are cold, hard truths. It is critical that at any time we have discussions around law enforcement matters, we must take the time to bring these perspectives into the conversation. There must be strong oversight to ensure a clear and concise anti-biased approach is considered and implemented during the use of these powers.
Sounds
As we move
interesting, Sailor
forward,
Girl.
we must have a profound discussion on human rights and peaceful protests, on the theft and destruction of lands, poisoning of waters and the environment, and how these peaceful protests by Indigenous peoples have been managed and contrasted in light of the 3 weeks of violence, destruction, and damage from the recent occupations and blockades. The blatant difference is horrifying and shocking. Within the Emergencies Act exists the provision for the Parliamentary Review Committee, which will examine the use of these powers after the fact. I not only believe it is critical that this committee examine the impact this invocation has had on Indigenous, Black, other people of color, and 2 SLGBTQ plus peoples.
Cool, Diana.
But it must also examine the oversight that was provided during these times so that these acts do not occur in the first place. I know that this Parliamentary Review Committee will have a monumental task ahead of it, but it is critical that these perspectives are not left to the side and ignored, as they so often have been. The composition of this committee must be diverse and include those who are
they're
able
dividing
to bring
people
Indigenous,
against
persons of color,
everybody.
to
Everybody's getting
SLGBTQ
divided.
plus perspectives to the deliberations. After the Emergencies Act was enacted in 1988, it took over 3 decades for it to be invoked. I truly hope, as I'm sure all senators do, that it will be the last time it is ever used. Let us use this experience we are witnessing to come together to build a fairer and more just Canada for everyone.
Yes,
Thank you.
we
Merci.
definitely have our
Merci,
climate
Miigwech.
change nut jobs for sure.
On debate, Senator Brazeau.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Let me just see if I can
The age
find
of
the official
15,
numbers
I
of
got my first summer
senators
job.
appointed by
It was for the
Trudeau
National
versus
Capital
other prime
Commission.
ministers.
I was hired to pick up garbage with a pick and a garbage bag, and I took care of the flower beds on Parliament Hill and the surrounding areas. Every day I got to come to work that summer, I felt privileged to work on Parliament Hill because I was in awe of the structure and what went on within those walls. It was also the summer of 1990 where we witnessed another crisis, the Oka crisis, where we had non-Indigenous men, investors, wanting to build a golf course on a traditional Mohawk burial site. This crisis of 1990 forced the Conservative government of the day to send in the military after a request from the provincial Quebec government. I have seen and participated in many peaceful protests and have witnessed many different protests in front of Parliament Hill over the years from people across the political spectrum. But what we have witnessed in the past weeks is anything but a protest. What seemed like a protest quickly became an occupation, which quickly became an illegal occupation. Paralyzing the city of Ottawa and its residents is something we have not seen before, not in Canada. We saw individuals posing as Indigenous peoples, including several organizers. Now, I do not know for a fact if these people are Indigenous or not, but what I do know is that many Indigenous peoples across the country and organizations have denounced the cultural appropriation being exercised by some of these individuals. We saw how reporters were harassed and in some cases not able to do their jobs, chanting fake news towards reporters who are part and parcel of our democracy, reporters being spat on. We have witnessed more interest in US media making absolute false statements about what is really happening in Canada. The amount of misinformation is pervasive because it affects us all. Other high-profile
I
individuals
think they're supposed to
throughout the world
vote
have
tonight.
associated Canada's Prime Minister to Hitler. How infantile can grown man be? This is where we are, and it's very scary. Are we moving forward or taking a few steps back? Well, time will tell. We have witnessed also the partisanship between different levels of government and the leaders of every political party throughout the country. We have witnessed jurisdictional wrangling between the federal, provincial, municipal governments and law enforcement. Now, as an Indigenous person, and I'm certain most Canadians have witnessed the complete and differential treatment
Inversion
of
is their
lawful,
game, says
peaceful
Traces of
Indigenous
Life.
protests versus what we have seen this past month in Ottawa and other parts of the country. Now, what message does this send? How do
So
you think 1.5
this
million
is like so just to explain to everyone quickly, this is the vote for the emergency act to see if the emergency act continues. You know, my prediction is the majority of these people are appointed by Justin Trudeau as of right now. So yes, it's probably going to continue. We're watching just to see, for shit's sake, but it's, you know, yeah, it's probably going to continue. The majority of them are liberal. You know, I have little hope that this is going to change anything tonight, but we'll see.
Indigenous people feel in this country after watching this unfold, after watching our CMP officers shake hands and hug with the non-Indigenous protesters? I've never seen that happen to any Indigenous person in Canada, and it's shameful. Individuals with racist behaviors, people spitting on reporters, anarchists, truckers, and people who just simply participated with the thought that they were taking part of history. I never thought I would see white nationalists and supremacists anywhere in the streets of Canada. I thought these were American problems. The United States has their share of problems and seem to want to permeate our country with their problems. I don't know about you, colleagues, but I have never seen so much US traffic and correspondence, emails, phone messages. And in fact, I've received more US related correspondence in 1 week than I have in the last 13 years here.
Is this not a good
And I
thing?
find that concerning.
Are we not supposed to be
Finally, I
like,
witnessed
you know,
politicians support this
like the
occupation.
United States is our bigger
Support
brother
the
or something?
truckers is what was said. Well, we all know that there were more than truckers, more than just vaccine mandates, more than unhappy people with the current government that was at play. It was an attempt to overthrow the government, and it should not matter what government is in power. When there is an attempt to overthrow the government, we should join together and put democracy in action. No liberal, no conservative, NDP or Green, or no independent should ever wish for this to occur in their country, regardless of who is in power. Because Canadians choose our leaders by way of elections. And we just had one 4 months ago. Canadians spoke. Unfortunately, the Emergencies Act has been invoked for the first time. The House of Commons and the Senate of Canada are asked to vote on whether the invocation of the Act was justified. It is difficult to know with certainty if this was necessary at this point. Fact is, no one knows with certainty exactly what happened because we do not have the facts before us. If there was foreign interference, financial or otherwise, what were the purposes of the occupation? If there was involvement by political parties, if the Ottawa police was perhaps compromised. After all, the Ottawa police chief had to step down as a consequence of the illegal occupation in Ottawa.
I
We are
wonder
not
why
aware of
he
the
really
potential
stepped down.
jurisdictional issues that may have hampered quicker action. With all these unanswered questions, one thing is certain, however. Under the Act, there will be answers to the many questions Canadians have with respect to why this occupation occurred and why it lasted so long. Until then, perhaps we should all stop trying to be experts and delving into the hypotheticals of why and how this occurred. I have faith in my country, and I have faith that we will all get the answers. And ultimately, as it always is the case, it will be Canadians who will learn the facts and decide for themselves if this invocation of the Act was necessary for our collective security, or if it was done so as a partisan abuse of power. So until we have all the facts, I invite you to take stock of what happened and to respect another aspect of our democracy, which is due process. And rather than creating further divide, let us take a step back and let justice do its work. Under the Act, and if passed, an investigation or inquiry must be undertook to seek all the facts and will have to be reported back to Canadians in about a year. So, colleagues, that's why I will be supporting the Act, but wish we were not at this point. The House adopted the Act by a vote of 185 in favor versus 151 against. Now, we are not here to rubber stamp anything, but I will be supporting the Act because by doing so, it will bring the checks and balances needed to try and get to the bottom of what occurred. And speaking for myself, justice, due process, and patience will shed light on facts in a non-partisan way. Partisanship is partisanship, but continuing to play partisan games at this time is not helpful for anyone. Let's come together as Canadians to support and defend our democracy. Even with all its failures and inaction by the federal government, and in particular, its treatment of Indigenous peoples throughout history, Canada is still the best country in the world. Respect is clearly lacking in today's politics.
I think every
Perhaps
country
social
thinks
media
they're
is
the
partly
best
to blame,
country in
but
the world.
Politics is becoming very divisive and full of smears. As parliamentarians, it is our job right now to put that partisanship aside and fight against any type of hate. Canadians have every right to see us working cooperatively to get facts, not hearsay. This is not time to take cheap shots or settle political scores. This is the time for this chamber to rise above petty political tricks and consider only the needs of Canadians without regard to political stripe. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to remind Canadians of who we are and of our collective values and convictions. We are a peaceful, strong, generous people. We work through our problems together in good faith and will. Life can be short.
This guy will
colleagues.
only eat the
We
left
have
of a
one life
chicken
to
wing.
live. Perhaps our time would be more useful trying to get along rather than creating divide. Those who have fueled, supported, participated, or used this as a political tool will not be on the right side of history. Choices in life come with consequences, and freedom always comes with a price. It is alarming but not surprising how some people support illegal occupations, but quickly condemn legal, peaceful, and rightful protests that have occurred in Canada. So I would like to take the time to thank all those involved that made Ottawa boring again and have given the citizens of Ottawa their city back. Because Ottawa is also my home, also the home of the Algonquin Nation. So in the end, I offer to you, colleagues, that the most powerful freedom fighter is democracy. Everyone has a job to do, so let's get to work and do our part. All my relations, Kichi Miigwech, merci.
So like pretty much everyone
Resuming
there is
debate.
clapping.
Senator Arnold, we have 3 minutes left. If you want to start your speech,
All right.
you can continue tomorrow morning.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I speak to you today from Saskatoon in the heart of Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. I speak in favor of the motion. Today, I'll speak about the rule of law, Canada's strong democratic institutions, and the role of education in maintaining and protecting our democracy. For more than 2 years, Canadians have faced a public health crisis unprecedented in living memory. Lives have been lost, families, jobs, futures have been altered, often with great personal, emotional, and financial cost. The cost of COVID-19 to individuals and to this country is staggering. It will require analysis and inquiry. The majority of Canadians have done their part. They have followed public health orders. They have understood the responsibility to keep others safe. It is important to bring some balance to this debate.
I know some people are online.
And I'd like to say
Some
that
people
approximately, as
appear
I
via-
understand
well, this
it,
guy's appearing
90%
via
of Canadian
Zoom, right?
truck drivers had followed the public health orders and have understood their responsibility to keep others safe. They stood with the majority of Canadians.
Bama
Indeed,
says,
truck transport is
I guess we can pause occasionally and talk about it. But Bama, because it sounds like I guess maybe they're not voting tonight. Maybe they're going to vote tomorrow. Maybe. But Bama says, what is considered a peaceful protest now? I guess, I was watching a Yagmeet Singh interview today. I was just trying to find it. But I guess a peaceful protest is now anything that they agree with. So.
a major component of the Canadian economy. There are approximately 225,000 truck drivers in Canada who generate $40 billion in revenue. They provide tremendous service to the people of Canada. Trucking works best when the flow of goods is predictable and consistent, and due to COVID-19, that has not been the way in the last 2 years. The industry has been stretched by supply chain inconsistencies, illness, and burnout.
You think the vote's
I
Friday?
say this to make
Million?
sure that truck drivers and the trucking industry in general is recognized for the critical role they're playing in our country's economy. In the last 3 weeks, however, Canada has faced another extraordinary threat. In this case, a most serious challenge to the rule of law. The rule of law binds us all. It supports our rights, our freedoms, and critically, the rule of law.
What? They just end them mid-speech like that? Okay, well, can we at least go back? Are they really ending him mid-speech like that? Is that how they do it? It's just adjourned? I'm curious if... Oh, you can't even watch... You can't even go back a bit and watch it? Oh, wow. Well, that's a shame. That is a shame. Let me see if I can just reload here and see if... Like, they just ended abruptly like that, I guess. Okay, it says it's adjourned. Yeah, I guess you can't even go back and watch it. Recordings. I wonder if it'll be there yet. So this is Senate sitting number 19. Let's just see, because I want to at least watch some of the days. Senate sitting number 19. Okay. No, you can't even. It's not even letting me go back and watch it. Can I watch ones that happened yesterday? It might take a little while for them to load up. Playback failed. Couldn't connect to server. Retry. Hold on, I'm just checking here. I have a funny Babylon B.
We must show our deep appreciation. Yes. I may need an extra 10 seconds now. Police and protection officers came together from different locations and backgrounds to enforce public order in as restrained a manner as they could, while ensuring the safety and security of Canadians and of emergency service personnel. To each officer, I say that your professionalism, vigilance, and demeanor set the tone in ensuring a successful and peaceful outcome to this operation. On behalf of the opposition in the Senate, and I believe on behalf of all of the Senate, I wish to say thank you. Thank you for ensuring the safety of all Canadians. Thank you for enforcing law and order in our country. And thank you for the essential role you played in de-escalating the situation. As you stood shoulder to shoulder with your colleagues in uniform, on the front lines of this crisis, please know
you
that we
have
stood
a product
behind
you're
you with
passionate
pride and gratefulness. I am humbled and saddened by the events that have taken place in our nation's capital and around the country. It is sad how frustrated and disillusioned so many people in our country have become. At the same time, I am reassured by the way each and every officer acted in order to resolve this political impasse. Eventually, there will come a time when we can analyze and review what took place on the streets of Ottawa. But for now, we must show our deep appreciation. And we must also be thankful for a peaceful outcome. Colleagues, may this situation be a reminder to all of us of the essential role police and protection officers play in our communities. I have the feeling that we are living through momentous times, and I believe it will be a long time before we fully realize all the implications of what is happening in our country. But today, I simply wish to tip my hat to all police and protection officers in this city and around the country. You have demonstrated exceptional professionalism, and for that, we are all very grateful. Thank you. God bless all of you, and God bless Canada.
What's that video, Sabi? What's that video? So I want to read this. I want to read this Babylon B video article here quickly, because I imagine it's gonna be funny. So, Ottawa. Oh, let me just resize it here a little bit for you, so you can all see. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Ottawa Senators changed name to Ottawa Dictators. So obviously the Ottawa Senators is a team in the NHL. Ottawa, the National Hockey League, announced on Tuesday that the Ottawa Senators, formally changing their name to the Ottawa Dictators to mark Canada's historic descent from being a democracy to being a dictatorship ruled by Trudeau. The People's Republic of Canada must shed the last vestiges of culture that celebrated freedom, said Supreme Emperor of the North Trudeau. Ottawa's beloved team will be renamed as a tribute to my magnificent greatness. At his words, an army of Royal Mounties shall hail Trudeau and performed the new Trudeau salute. In addition to the name change, the team will also adopt Trudeau as their official mascot. The mascot costume will come in two varieties, standard and blackface. Gerald Puckington, the team's owner, was excited to unveil the team's new name along with the NHL commissioner. We recognize that our old name was offensive because our fans couldn't identify with the idea of elected representation anymore. But Canadians really rally behind a dictator, eh? Despite Puckington's confidence, sources reveal a survey of hockey fans show they oppose the name change, saying it reminds them too much of the oppressive world they currently live in. I'm so tired of people... Oh, am I... Okay, here. I'm so tired of people getting into hockey, said longtime Senators fan Benjamin Kidadi. So much propaganda. I need time to forget about the world and watch Dangler stay around a hoser at a gong show, eh? The Ottawa dictators are expected to assassinate their opponents. The Ottawa dictators are expected to assassinate their opponents with athletic oppression and totalitarian body checks when they take to the ice this October. This woman, Wuxman, was pulled over for driving in the carpool lane, but she's got a sun-free way to get out of a ticket. Okay, that's another article, but I thought that was pretty funny. The Babylon Bee. Yeah, it's funny, but I also want to vomit. Yeah, no, I agree. It is vomitable. The Babylon Bee, at least does a good job at poking fun at these things. What was that link that you had sent there, Sabi? It's Rick's stream. I timestamped it where he shows a BLM riot. Okay, we'll go to what Sabi sent here. I think I gotta. I don't think it is timed. Oh, you know what? And it shows up in my chat window here, and I don't know why it does that. Oh man. Okay, I just messed up my. I think I have to copy the link or something. Okay, let's view. Oh, I figured out how to re-get my chat on the screen. Yeah, I don't know why it does that exactly, but yeah, it wasn't time stamped, and then it came up in my chat window as opposed to my browser window. So I'm not sure how to do that. I think I got to maybe copy and paste links. Anyways, I just want to go back and see if we can at least watch some of this. It might take a little bit of time for them to have it so you can actually watch the video. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. You would think they would have good internet in Ottawa. Audio only.
And physical force. These actions are beyond what adopted by extremist elements, a range of local days.
Okay, well, let's I have this Singh interview that I think is interesting. We'll put that on for now, and then maybe we can get back to the actual video portion of it. I kind of thought they were voting tonight, but I guess they adjourned right at 9 p.m. So anyways, we're gonna watch this video because I think it really speaks volumes. This is Jagmeet Singh talking.
Thank you for being here. I want to just express again that we are in a very difficult time for our nation. We believe very strongly that this has been a national crisis. We've seen the impacts on the residents of Ottawa, on small businesses, on people, and we've seen an attack on our democracy. We've seen the impact to workers who've faced lost days of wages. And we've seen a serious attack on our democracy by a group that was set on undermining the democratically elected system. And so given the serious crisis, what we've expressed from the beginning, we should have never got to this point. We should have never got here. And it is a failure of leadership, both federal, provincial, and in fact, municipal as well.
You say Wednesday night, MK
to take this threat seriously that brought us to this moment. And so in response to that failure of leadership to take this seriously, we believe now the measures put in place are taking this threat seriously and are helping to address the serious crisis. Our support from the beginning has always been reluctant. We're reluctant because it should have never got to this point. So we are reluctantly prepared to support the Emergencies Measures Act to protect our democracy, to protect workers, and to particularly target the financing of this very serious convoy, the occupation that has put a serious threat to Canadians, to the residents of Ottawa, and to our democracy. And for those reasons, we're prepared to support reluctantly. But I also want to be clear. We are prepared, and we've advised the Prime Minister that we are prepared to pull our support and to trigger a vote on the Emergency Measures Act as soon as we believe it is no longer necessary. And we're calling on the government and the Prime Minister to provide transparent, up-to-date information regarding its necessity. And as soon as that changes, as soon as it's no longer necessary, we are prepared to pull our support. We believe that the public inquiry that will follow has to address some serious problems here.
If they're saying 72%, at very least, you know, they bumped down from 90%. So we're moving in the right direction. Because before, when they were talking about all the, no, the vote hasn't happened, Horizon. It got cut off like directly at 9. A guy was still speaking. So some people are saying that it'll happen tomorrow. You know, we weren't expecting there to be too much debate because the majority of the Senate is like overwhelmingly liberal. So it's, you know, we're not really expecting much from the Senate. But just back to my point about the 90%, the 72%, when they were talking about people supporting the truckers or not supporting the truckers, you know, Trudeau's go-to talking point was just that 90% of people were vaccinated. Well, obviously, just because 90% of people are vaccinated, which isn't even the case. I think in Canada, it's something like 81 or 82% of eligible people have been vaccinated. But even with that, there's still a bunch of people who are vaccinated who disagree with the mandates or disagree with the booster, disagree with the vaccine being forced, right? So anyways, truckers versus rainbow unicorn. I actually have I have a unicorn, or I mean a rainbow today, but it's a Pink Floyd shirt. But I'm sporting a rainbow today. Blackface is Trudeau, says Joe Smo. Hey, that iconic cafe in Ottawa was ordered to shut down by the city police. They were open and busy serving truckers. They weren't losing money. Yeah, and there's actually a video. I'll have to try to find it. But there's a video about a guy who he was talking about how his business was about to close and he was behind on his bills and all this stuff. And then the Freedom Convoy came, and the Freedom Convoy came, and they basically, all the money and tourism and stuff that they brought in basically saved his business, right? So yeah, like in Ottawa, there's people who support, there's people who don't support. You know, I think anybody thinking that they have 100% of people agreeing with them on anything is obviously delusional. But, you know, did they really like to minimize the amount of people who agreed with the truckers? But we'll go back to this because I think he says some really interesting things in it. If it's the same interview I watched earlier today, it looks the same background, but I kind of thought he was wearing an orange head wrap rather than this one. But he's talking about it, so it probably is this. We'll see.
Serious problems with policing that allowed many police to not enforce laws, to allow lawlessness to occur, and deeply concerning trends around the fact that there was not just sympathy, but there were members of the military and the police that facilitated some of these occupiers. That is something that's deeply troubling.
The unvaxxed or the
we also want to be very clear
control group
that the application of the Emergencies Measures Act in this case should not at all be seen as a precedent. This is an unprecedented situation with a group that was targeting with the goal of undermining democracy. That was their goal. And in that light, this should not apply to community members that are raising their voice in legal protests, Indigenous community members fighting for their rights, environmental activists, workers that are fighting for fair collective deals. This should not apply to Canadians that use their voice to legally and peacefully protest.
Right. So you see what he's saying right now? He's saying this shouldn't apply to protesters that he agrees with. Other people have the right to protest, as long as they're protesting stuff that he agrees with. It's just when you're, protesting stuff that they don't agree with, that it's like, oh, this is dangerous. End of the world. Oh my God. Okay.
And raise their grievances. That is something that should be protected and should continue to moving forward. Donc, aujourd'hui, je veux dire que on reconnaît comme parti, comme des néo-démocrates qu'on était, et on est toujours dans une crise nationale.
Trudeau praised the Tiananmen
Il y a des gens
massacre.
qui veulent retourner à Ottawa et qui
You
attendent
can't trust someone later who is lying to
que
you
les
now,
mesures
right?
d'urgence arrêtent et ils vont retourner tout de suite. Donc, on est toujours dans une crise et notre appui depuis le début de cette crise était réticent et notre appui continue d'être réticent.
He talks about bank accounts here at some point. Here, let me I'll turn it down just while he's talking French here for a minute, because I don't think we have a lot of French people in our audience. We may. But no, he does get into bank accounts at one point, and he says, yeah, like anybody who just donated $50, they don't deserve to have their bank account frozen and this and that. So, but then he says he doesn't know of anybody who had their bank account frozen. Where I've at least heard of 2 people having their bank account frozen. A crazy thing came out too on Google. Here, I'll turn this down just slightly a little bit more until he's done with the French. But another thing came out on Google that it had a map, like literally doxing all the different people in Ontario, I know at least, who had donated. And you can go around on this map. You can see where people live. K. Paul says he's just repeating the same thing anyways. But you can literally go around on this Google map and you can click on different points on the map, and then it shows the person's first name, it shows their last name, it shows them what they wrote when they donated to the truckers, it showed them how much they donated, right? So you can literally see people's houses. Yeah, it's crazy, Irina? It's crazy. No, Backspace, he's a NDP. So he's the leader of the party who voted with the Liberals. Literally pins the maps. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. I don't want to share it with this because I don't want to be part of the whole doxing thing, but you can find it. The question is, how does Google allow it, right? Like, Google censors all kinds of stuff. How is something like that being allowed to be promoted on Google Maps? Yeah, it is insane, Jarvis. This whole thing's insane.
Merci. Thank you. With that, I'm ready for any questions you might have.
Okay, let's turn this back up.
Merci, Jagmeet. On va passer aux questions. Un petit rappel d'utiliser la fonction lever la main. Vous allez avoir une question puis un suivi. Well, thank you. We are now ready for questions. Reminder to use the raise your hand function. You will have a question and a follow-up. Première question, Christian Noël de Radio-Canada.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Bonjour, Monsieur Singh. Vous dites, ni plus ni moins, vous ne voulez pas donner un chèque en blanc aux libéraux. N'empêche, les mesures s'appliquent maintenant. Vous dites que vous êtes prête à retirer votre appui. Quelles sont vos conditions pour retirer l'appui et comment allez-vous le savoir?
Donc, on a quelques mécanismes qui va être mis en œuvre tout de suite. Un, c'est un comité qui est formé par des députés.
English translation.
Donc, le travail de ce comité, c'est
who is French here? Maybe you can translate.
Donc, si jamais le cas, le comité peut montrer qu'on n'a pas besoin des mesures. Ça, c'est un outil et c'est une façon avec laquelle on peut vérifier que oui, ce n'est pas...
Division is the goal, said PHK.
Deuxièmement, on va avoir des rencontres. Le Premier ministre va aviser la situation avec la transparence.
Right.
Et on va
Sabi says they're literally like wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Pour encore vérifier si les mesures sont nécessaires, sont toujours nécessaires. Donc, on va vérifier avec le comité et aussi avec l'information que le gouvernement nous donne. Et on va prendre une décision. Mais je peux encore...
I think he's saying it's a necessary decision.
Je peux encore répéter
something like
que
that.
Dans notre avis, ce n'est pas... dans ce cas, ce n'est pas nécessaire d'avoir ces pouvoirs pour toute la longue durée de 30 journées. et on va garder notre droit de retirer notre appui quand on pense
I
que
can
ce n'est pas
translate
nécessaire.
German. Well, maybe we'll have to watch some
Donc,
Hitler
je comprends
speeches.
que pour le moment, vous jugez que c'est nécessaire. Quand ce ne sera pas nécessaire, vous allez retirer votre appui. Qu'est-ce qui va vous faire dire que ce n'est pas nécessaire? Donnez-moi un exemple concret qui va vous faire dire, moi, au NPD, je ne peux pas continuer de supporter ça.
Un niveau fini. Donc, ça, c'est
I'll fast
so
forward.
that can't be the case. They need to be cleared out. Le primordial ou prioritaire, c'est vraiment le financement de ce mouvement.
Okay. The bridge stuff was federal. Ottawa protests were not a federal issue. Right. Right, real justice.
Yeah, I'm hoping you could just sort of go over that again a little bit in English and what you're
good. Thank
wanting
you.
to see from
Thank
the federal
you.
government over the next week. What would sort of precipitate you deciding that you're going to pull your support?
Well,
what
so
kind
some of the key elements of
let's ask Rick a question. What kind of question is that, Rick? Is this the same Rick that was here the other day? Seems I'm always talking to Ricks in here. No clot shots for me. Yeah, what are you talking about, Rick? Smallpox. Let us know. And did you subscribe? That's awesome if you did. Do you want polio back? No, we don't. Probably not. Does anybody?
Threat right now, we know that there are people that are waiting in the surrounding areas of Ottawa to return back to Ottawa. So that can't be the case. They need to be cleared out. We know there are people that are still hiding in Ottawa itself. There are many people that are supportive of this occupation that are still in Ottawa. And so the idea that there are funds being frozen for those folks that are participating in the convoy that are waiting to return, if it's clear that they've been moved out and that they're no longer able to return, that would be something that would indicate no support's no longer needed. We know that the financing in general, this is a group that was able to raise significant amounts of funds. We know just on 2 websites alone that close to 10 million on one and 5 million on another.
It's almost like a lot of people supported them.
Of funding that have funded this movement. And we know a large portion of that is foreign funding, particularly from the States. So we want to see that funding question has been addressed. We know there's been attempts made at numerous targets still, that bridges have been targeted, that there's been convoys that have been intercepted coming from different parts of Canada to Ottawa or to bridges. That's another area of concern. And also, when we talk about our continued support, we want to see a commitment from this government that this type of emergency.
No, the Senate vote didn't happen. I guess they're going back to debate tomorrow. I had heard, someone had told me that the vote was going to be at 9:00 tonight, but they cut off abruptly at 9:00. I assume they restart again tomorrow, so we'll have to watch tomorrow. But again, we're not expecting anything of any substance from the Senate. The majority of them are Liberal appointed by Justin Trudeau. You know, it's highly unlikely that they're going to vote it down. You know, I think if anything, maybe the Governor General, but I kind of doubt that too.
Doesn't apply to Canadians that are rightfully and legally raising their concerns. I'm talking about workers fighting for fair conditions at work, or Indigenous community members raising concerns about their rights and their land rights, or environmental groups, or any Canadian, frankly, that's legally protesting. We want
USA convoys on the way, says new normal.
This type of measure is not used ever towards legal and rightful protests and those type of organizing efforts, which are legitimate. This is a case without precedent, and I want it to be very clearly expressed that this is an attack on our democracy. This is a group of folks who are very clearly connected with the extreme right wing. The organizers clearly had a goal in mind of undermining democracy, and that's something that we cannot allow to continue. And so those are some of the things that we want to see, commitments that in the future this never be applied and never be used as a precedent for those other circumstances, and that those elements of concern are, once they're addressed, we'll be prepared to withdraw our support.
What about unvaccinated nurses there, Rick? You say, like, how do you know what unvaccinated people did and didn't do at the end of the day? You know, so I'm sure a bunch of them stayed home. You know, I know for a fact there was unvaccinated nurses. So I would assume they did a lot more than you did, but, you know, extreme right wing, Biden would crush the convoy. He is not as soft as Trudeau. let's get our facts straight. Biden isn't crushing anything. You know, maybe the United States will, but yeah.
I'm also curious, the Conservatives many times over the last few days of debate have accused the NDP of sort of breaking with your roots. They're talking about Tommy Douglas's opposition to using the War Measures Act in 1970. I'm just wondering what you say in response to that, but also how do you determine what's legitimate protest and what's not? How do you decide that this is not legitimate instead of it just being people saying things that you disagree with?
Good question.
Well, we can start with the legitimate protests. The protests that we've seen when people are fighting decisions of government, when they're targeted towards a law, a legislation, a decision of government specifically. It's very different, and the efforts in those cases are very different. They're targeting government decisions. They're targeting a piece of legislation. That's very different from what we've seen in this occupation, which targeted people, which targeted residents, which targeted families and children trying to go to school. The focus of the attention of the occupation has been on people, and that's wrong. And that's from the outset. That was an illegal use of resources. What we also know when it comes to the difference between the Emergencies Act and the War Measures Act, there are vast differences. I spoke with Ed Broadbent, as you all know, a leader, and he was a member of Parliament when the War Measures Act, when the Emergencies Act was brought in, when it was
Biden will crush a box of diapers.
The new act was brought forward, and he himself said that it's clearly different, a completely different scenario. That the Emergencies Act, it responded to the overly broad, serious concerns against the War Measures Act, and we voted against the War Measures Act because of its overly broad and dangerous use of powers. The Emergencies Act was a response to that, very different, very limited in scope, limited in duration, limited in power. It does not include the military whatsoever. So it's a very different scenario with a very different set of powers. It's something that having spoken with Ed Broadbent, something that he also supports as well. And something that we know that given this crisis, given the specific nature of it, these are specific powers to help us deal with this. It's very different.
I'm curious if this was the same Rick in our chat who was here the other night, or if we maybe need to get into bioethics again tonight. Let me just read a couple of these. Blackface is Trudeau. They also did a pandemic in 2020. NDP is wimpy opposition, says Hugh Salter. New normal says 1776, 1865, 2022. Yeah, and did you know today is actually it's a palindrome, and you know, depending on the font you use, it's actually an ambigram. So you know, when you write the date, you can actually write it the same frontwards and backwards. And then if you flip it upside down, it also looks the same. So it's kind of an interesting day today. NDP is the cringe fringe. Kate Paul says they've brainwashed or got the Q-tip lobotomy, right? CT, just because he is not sending the army doesn't mean he can't. Biden was actually the one who forced Trudeau to act against the blockers. U.S. born from flames of revolution, right? Whereas Canada, we kind of asked for our freedom, and we got it a little bit, but not quite. NDP sold out all Canadians. Damn, it's a special day, says Irina. Yeah, it is a special day.
Oui, bonjour, Monsieur Singh. Alors, je comprends que ce soir, les troupes du NPD vont appuyer le vote, vont voter en faveur du gouvernement. J'aimerais savoir dans quelle mesure la décision du gouvernement de faire du vote de ce soir un vote de confiance a pesé dans votre balance.
On a toujours reconnu que c'était un vote de confiance. Le fait que le gouvernement a invoqué la loi sur les mesures d'urgence, c'était toujours, dans notre avis, clairement une question de confiance, de démocratie. Et je comprends la frustration.
Vous aviez dit que si la situation était terminée.
La menace est toujours là.
Boris, je pense que c'est sur
Pardon, merci.
Pas plus. We consider this a very serious moment.
Next question, Catherine Lévesque with the National Post.
National Post does a good job.
Yes,
sometimes.
hi, Mr. Singh.
I like
afternoon.
the National Post.
I wanted to know if you're going to allow a free vote within your caucus tonight, and if not, why?
I mentioned this before that our team is very reluctant. We've been reluctant since the beginning. All of us are. We consider this a very serious moment, and that using these powers is very serious. Given the real threat of the extreme right-wing organizers, the amount of funds that they have, we've taken a decision as a team. We will be supporting this reluctantly.
Yeah, no vote yet. They finished debate.
Our team is
9.
Is going to support this, and we're supporting it because we understand how serious this is and the serious threat this poses to Canadians.
Okay, so my understanding is you're pretty confident all your MPs are going to be unanimous in voting for the continuation of this. And I just want to hear you on the confidence vote. You said in French that you weren't surprised that tonight was going to be a confidence vote, but given the seriousness of the situation, do you think it's appropriate right now that the Liberals are, in a way playing political games and kind of pressuring you in a sense to and saying that this is a confidence vote and that if it does not pass, then the government goes into an election?
Well, I want to be clear on this point. We've always known that since the beginning that this was a confidence vote. I mean, if we compare the invocation of the Emergencies Act versus the throne speech, I mean, this is pretty serious. This is a very serious decision. So we've always known that. And we've based our decision based on how serious the crisis is, how seriously we take the threat of extreme right-wing organizers, and the threat of the amount of money that they have and the threat to Canadians and our democracy. So we've always taken this very seriously. And our concern was that all levels of government failed to do so. They failed to take it seriously. And so our decision is based on the protection of Canadians. We've always known that this was an emergency vote, or this vote was a vote of confidence. That is something that we understood right away, that this would naturally be a vote of confidence. And we understood absolutely that we do not want to trigger an election. That would be the worst thing to do in this crisis, that this would somehow also trigger an election. We would never allow that to happen. That would never be acceptable in our opinion. But we know that this is serious, and we're making this decision based on the seriousness of the threat to Canadians and to our liberty, to our democracy. And we take that as something that requires, again, our reluctant, but our support.
Next question, Jacques Galland from the Toronto Star.
Hi, Mr. Singh. My first question is about, given the fact that you are supporting this and ensuring that it will pass in the House tonight, how can you be so confident that this act won't be invoked again, either by this government or any government in the future, to crack down on the circumstances that you mentioned earlier where Canadians are rightfully raising their...
Alpha Preacher says, at acting up, Canadians need to stand strong. What crisis, you clown? Right. Like the real question I have, if you want to be totally objective about it, you can make the argument that, maybe when people were blocking the borders, if we don't get food and all that, you could at least make an argument. Now that's saying, the Emergency Act is only supposed to be invoked when the other levels of government can't deal with it, which it's they could. But now you're looking at the situation that we're in now, and the trucks have been removed from the borders, right? Even the trucks have been removed from downtown Ottawa, which I wouldn't say that even constitutes an emergency. But if they did want to make that argument, they've been removed from there, So what is the emergency? I don't get it. It just gives them, overreaching powers. Anyways, I put this date thing up there. I do think it's cool. So 22/02/2022. The date on the 22nd of February 2022 is both a palindrome and an ambigram. The date reads the same left to right, from left to right, left and upside down. So if you turn this upside down, I'm not sure if I can rotate stuff on this program. I'll try that while Singh's talking and see if I can rotate it. But anyways, even if you're on a phone or whatever and you look at your screen and you turn it upside down, the number will read the same way, which is pretty cool. So it's not only a palindrome, which a palindrome, reads the same thing like frontwards to backwards, like race car, for example, is a palindrome. It's spelt the same way each way, but then it's also a ambigram that you can turn it upside down. Anyways, I just thought that was a cool thing. I'll take it off the screen.
Concerns.
We share those concerns. Those are legitimate concerns, and we want to be really clear. This is a situation without precedent, and it should not be in any way be used to infer that. The government should lay out specifically that this was extreme right-wing groups that were seeking to undermine our democracy. That is a very unique scenario. That is not something that we've seen before, and that's not something that is replicated when communities are raising their voices legitimately to fight government decisions that they think are going to hurt their communities. And that's something that we want to support. And that should never be inferred by this scenario.
I agree with you, Brandon.
By its very nature is very different. This is extreme right-wing organizers brazenly stating that their goal was to undermine democracy. They were clearly targeting and hurting residents. They were targeting families and
I agree with you too, Ray.
Businesses. They were not targeting the government. It's very different from when we see legitimate protests that target government decisions, government policies, and when communities come together to do that. It's a very different scenario, and there is no way this should be used similarly. There will be court challenges, and those court challenges will test the criteria used. And that's an important tool also in our democracy of challenging or testing when.
Yeah, I think if anything, the judicial branch of the government, like we have our executive branch, which is like the liberals and the cabinet. Then you have the legislative branch, which is like the House of Commons and the Senate. And then you have the judicial branch, which in this case would be the Supreme Court. Like the Supreme Court is the highest court of the judicial branch. I think if anything, the judicial branch would be really our best hope for any of this getting overturned. But it's like, what's the emergency at this point? I don't get it. Anyways, do you want a QR code on your right hand or your forehead? Says Jim. Baldy Gray says, imagine living in this false reality, right? Yeah, they have to do a lot of mental gymnastics, right? There's no proof because it didn't happen, said Nemesis. Sabi, Adric, Shelby, Japan literally stopped having vax mandates because they realized what was happening to individuals with underlying conditions and now give informed consent on myocarditis. Did the Senate vote yet? No, the Senate didn't vote. They're, I guess, reconvening tomorrow. I was told by someone that they were gonna vote tonight, so I figured I'd turn it on. But yeah, they cut directly at 9 o'clock. We're gonna go and watch some of the Senate stuff after this. I think their video is just loading in because they just finished the live, so I think it takes them a little bit to actually get the video portion of it up. So we're just watching this for right now to kill some time because I think he says some interesting things in this about what he considers a lawful protest and not a lawful protest. And he also speaks about bank accounts and how he's saying, he does say that it's not right that people who donated like $50 or something like that would get a bank account frozen, but he knows of no instances of this happening. He's apparently not got one email about it. So, if people know instances of that happening, maybe you would like to let Yagmeet know.
Act could be implemented, and I think that's an important part of our system that allows for a legal challenge and a legal test of the application of this law.
Last night was the House of Commons that we were watching.
Then, if you were Prime Minister, what would you have done? Would you have invoked the act, and would you have invoked it sooner?
Well, what we've said really clearly is, and what I've called on the Prime Minister a number of times is this.
And hi to you, Marianne. Yeah, no. So last night we were watching the House of Commons. So the way the Emergency Act works, just to give a brief explanation to everyone. So, and I do think some people do have this incorrect. So when they invoke the Emergencies Act, it is like enacted right away. Like it does happen right away. But then after they invoke it, they're supposed to go to like the first level of government, which is the House of Commons, to debate it, and the House of Commons can strike it down. Then they go to the Senate, and the Senate can strike it down. Then it goes to the Governor General, which is the representative for the Queen, and she could strike it down too, but that would be super rare if they did. It'll just probably get rubber stamped at that point. But then there's also, the whole judicial side of it, which I don't even know if we could watch the judicial side of it. That would be most interesting to me.
As soon as this convoy made its intentions clear, they didn't hide the fact that they were coming to Ottawa. They didn't hide the fact that their memorandum of understanding clearly stated their intention to overthrow democracy. As soon as that was made clear, we would have taken it seriously. I would have taken it seriously as Prime Minister. I remember during the emergencies debate that she called for, this was about 12, 13 days into the crisis, the occupation in Ottawa, the Prime Minister had not yet met with the mayor at that point in time. And it was only on the day of the emergency debate that meeting actually happened. I would have never allowed for a crisis of that nature to happen in the capital of our country without meeting with the local municipal authorities and providing every resource possible to deal with it. I would never let it go 2 weeks to get to that point in the first place. And we've seen other cities that took it seriously, responded quickly, and were able to prevent any serious outcomes. Quebec City and Toronto, for example, were able to stop the convoy from getting out of hand. And so that's something that Ottawa and the Prime Minister and the provincial government, frankly, all failed to take into consideration how serious this was. The bridge as well was something that we saw very clearly. This was an attempt to, again, undermine our democracy and hurt workers.
Yeah, I highly doubt he'll ever be PM too, especially with, like the NDP has just basically been a liberal lapdog for, the past, I'd say at least going on, 6 years now, if not more, at least 4 years that they've just voted, with the Liberals on pretty much everything. And, they do some little like backdoor deals in order to get some of their issues through with the Liberals, but they're often voting with the Liberals on stuff. A peaceful protest is not an occupation, as says William. Nemesis says the organizers of the convoy asked to meet with anyone from Parliament and got ignored. Right, Nemesis. Ray Brown, why does it got to be left and a right thing? Why can't it be a forward progression? I would totally agree with that. I think that's one of our biggest problems is that we make everything left and right. And people don't, and bodily autonomy, when we talk about bodily autonomy, which is really what we're talking about here, when we're talking about vaccine mandates, and I might have said this on another podcast, but I think about before COVID, like probably the most divisive issue that people could have talked about was abortion, right? And, what they weren't debating, as much as the left's moniker was my body, my choice, right? And the rights moniker was pro-life. They still fundamentally agreed on the same thing of bodily autonomy. Where they disagreed was, where does that bodily autonomy begin, right? Like, where does it at what point does life begin? Like, does life begin at inception or conception, I should say, not inception? Does life begin at conception? Does life begin when like a baby starts getting feelings, when it develops its brain? Does life begin when it's on the outside of the womb, right? So they all actually, like left and right, both alike, they agreed on bodily autonomy. But now at some point throughout this pandemic, that's become up for discussion with this particular medical treatment that they're trying to give people. So,
and hurt jobs, and should never have been allowed to happen. The group is clear, their intentions were clear, and as soon as we saw any of these indications, as Prime Minister, I would have immediately responded and ended it before it got to the point that it's so serious now.
Canadian version of Milo. I'm not sure who that is, Mike B.
Bonjour, Monsieur Singh.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Dans les premiers jours des blocages à Ottawa, vous avez dénoncé un mouvement mené par des suprémacistes. On peut comprendre que ça va dans une logique générale, montée de l'extrême droite au Canada. On peut voir ce mouvement-là partout dans le monde, en France, par exemple, avec Marine Le Pen, Éric Zemmour, une montée extraordinaire de l'extrême droite. Comment, selon...
Rick, you could have a contagious disease and not even know it. That's what being asymptomatic is. So I don't see how you think bodily autonomy is nil. Now, I don't know if you're the same Rick who was in here the other night. I know I was arguing with a Rick the other night about it, but go look at the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Bioethics. So bioethics particularly pertains to like science and medical and all that. I suggest you go look at it and see some of the stuff that it says in it, because it absolutely does not say that bodily autonomy is nil. Like, you have a severe misunderstanding of how this has worked for, past decades at very least, if not, centuries.
On prévient cette montée ici au Canada.
Je vous remercie infiniment pour la question, parce que c'est une question vraiment importante pour notre pays et pour les gens. Donc, premièrement, on a une réponse directe. Quand on a des signes...
I'll turn the French part down and read comments while he's doing that. At Acting Up, left and right existence is purely to cause a division. George Washington warned the American people against the negative impact opposing political parties could have on a country, right? I agree. COVID is not Ebola, Bill Gates. Look at Ebola. What about Ebola? I believe in choice. Yes. And you know what most people do when it comes down to their choice? Like, Rick, what if it, like, just put it in the opposite shoes and say we were mandating that no one could have a vaccine, right? That you're not allowed to have a vaccine. How would you feel about that? Would you be on the other side arguing, or would you just go with what the government is telling you? Arnold says, can you not say that these Canadians want to be heard? Right. Tatiana, I am not a god to impose my views on another. Let that be a personal decision. Correct. Last fan standing, the turban. I'm not going to read that comment. Sound advice. I make homemade food for my dog. Sometimes it comes out. Oh, man. Chat's rough today. Anyways, blackface with Trudeau. Yes, we've established that. Cheddar Wizzy, why in the House of Commons do they act like children and heckle over each other instead of letting each other get their point out? Yeah. Well, I think some of the stuff, it's just like the same talking points over and over again, and it's hard not to have some sort of reaction to it, right? Sabi says, I also feel in cases of fetuses that have been spotted with medical conditions. Rick, you are taking personal freedom way too far. No choice for the highly... But, so Rick, unvaccinated doesn't mean infectious. Like, now, if you talk about AIDS, for example, right? HIV. If you knowingly have HIV, and I agree with this, by the way, if you knowingly have HIV and then you go and you have intercourse with someone and you end up giving them HIV, I believe that's like an attempted murder or manslaughter charge or something like that. So there is already laws in place against that. So, I do agree with you on the stance, whether unvaccinated or not, if you have COVID and you're intentionally going out and then you infect someone and they die, yeah, like by all means, there should be some sort of reprimanding for that. But for being unvaccinated, like I think an issue that too many people have is they relate unvaccinated to infectious. They're not synonymous with each other. And, you know, the ridiculous thing is that we have people who are actually infectious. Like, we know the people who got the shot can still spread COVID, you know, whether you want to say it's reduced or not, you know, we know they can still spread COVID. So if they can still spread COVID, you know, like, they're being allowed to go to work well infected, whereas, you know, unvaccinated people who aren't infected are losing their jobs. You're right. Maybe we're all bots. Yeah, it's all a simulation. The NPC party.
Merci pour la question.
That's a great comment.
En général, et de toujours la diplomatie
to the possibility. I want to start off by asking you, how long do you foresee that the Emergencies Act will be invoked, or how long will it stay? And at what point, you know, do you decide that it's no longer necessary? Do you like rule out?
That's an interesting comment. I didn't even know this. But Brandon says Hitler used the excuse of lice and typhus to remove bodily autonomy of the Jewish population. Rick Shelley has a scary opinion. Yeah. I didn't even know that, but that is crazy. And, you know, Rick's opinion is scary, but I would rather have open opinion and, you know, hopefully show the other side how to communicate with each other rather than just, you know, wrenching Rick. But we don't have Ebola here in North America. Besides, it's your responsibility not to get it. The whole ducking planet. Enabling Act. Interesting. Yeah, that was Hitler's act,
the possibility
right?
of, you know, like you said, triggering a vote to, you know, say that you don't have support for it before it ends or expires.
I appreciate the question. So I want to be clear. I don't think it's going to be necessary to run the full 30 days. And we are prepared to withdraw support before the full 30 days are run. So as legislation states, it's a 30-day Emergencies Act. We are prepared to withdraw that support before the conclusion of the 30 days. So that's where we stand. And the criteria will be if it's no longer necessary. And we're going to be pushing for up-to-date updates, clear and transparent presentation of the evidence that substantiates its continued use. We will be using the committee that is a part of the legislation that is required to be instated. This committee we want to see up and running immediately. And we will use the committee as one of the tools to ensure that we're getting up-to-date information about whether it's required or not. As soon as we feel it's no longer needed, as soon as a crisis has been dealt with, we will be withdrawing our support. We are reluctantly supporting the vote today in the interest of national unity, in the interest of protecting Canadians, and in the recognition of this real threat. But we will be, and we are prepared to, and we've already told the government that we are prepared to withdraw our support before the conclusion of the 30 days, as soon as it is no longer required.
Thank you. Alberta is filing a court challenge to what Premier Jason Kenney calls the unjustified use of the Emergencies Act.
That'll be an interesting thing too. I'm interested to see where that goes. Alberta is suing Canada, or I guess filing a challenge, I guess you could say. Whether they're actually suing them, I'm not sure if there's any financial penalty on it, but you know, they're challenging all this. So I think that could be very interesting to see where that goes. That will obviously reach the Supreme Court, and you know, that could be very interesting. I wonder if we're even able to watch that. I hope we could. Someone made a great point here. The 800,000. Well, sorry, it wasn't a great point, but it was like a questionable point. So Rick Shelley says a healthy society will not tolerate disease. So my question to you, Rick, is at what point, like, what do you even mean by that? Because, like, you know, we could say obesity is a disease. So, like, do we mandate treadmills to everybody? Like, we even know, for example, that obese people are more likely to die from COVID. So do we start mandating, you know, treadmills and exercise to people? Do we start banning McDonald's? Do we start banning liquor for example. There's multiple things. Cigarettes could be another one. Are these all things that we start to ban in order to stop disease? Right? There's all sort of, once you start going down that road, it's a very slippery slope, I think. We don't need politicians to piss us off. We are doing a great job putting the hate right here.
Other provinces have stated that they are not in support of the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Ontario is in a state of emergency declared by Premier Ford that basically makes it illegal to block highways and other critical infrastructure. So do you think that it is necessary to keep the Emergencies Act, a federal state of emergency in place when provinces are saying that they don't need it, and Ontario, which Ottawa is located in, has already a provincial state of emergency?
Right. Mental illness is another good point, Brandon. And at what point do we define that mental illness, right? I'm sure a lot of people would be looking at our prime minister right now like he's mentally ill. So at what point does that stop? Rick is a spy. Oh, let him spy. It's fine. He makes for good discussion, I think. I enjoy debate. I would rather have a diverse chat room than just, everybody agreeing with me all the time. I think that's a little bit culty. If we have Rick here, and some other people, I think it makes for good discussion. No risk, no fun, fast die young. Lightbound had 2 due to hail Trudeau's to get back in the Liberal caucus. Oh, so you're saying that's why Lightbound voted with them, eh? Jim, interesting. Is that you, Justin? Could you imagine he's just sitting there? Oh, they'll never recognize me in my black face, and he's sitting and chatting. Wearing a
Appreciate
costume.
The question. Well, in Ontario, the Premier did indicate that he supported the Emergencies Act. And in Alberta, I find it a bit rich that Premier Kenney requested help to deal with the Coots crisis himself, and now is criticizing the invocation of the Emergencies Act. So it's a little hypocritical of the Premier to on one side say he needs help, and then when help comes to say that, it's not needed. This is very limited in duration. The government has to continue to provide reasons why it's needed as soon as it's
Wow, Mike's comments interesting too. Did I just watch a lady in Parliament refer to Hong Kong as, I won't say that. Do we really live in a society of clowns? Yeah, I think we do. The jesters are on the throne. I talked to Justin's brother on YouTube live chat. Pretty interesting. Yeah. What's his name? Kyle Kemper, I believe. I've watched a few interviews by him. I watched one on Press for Truth. For example, shout out to Dan Dix on Press for Truth. Yeah, no, Kyle Kemper is a very interesting individual for sure. I know he's a big crypto fan, as am I. Yeah, shout out to him. I know he's not happy with his brother, but he thinks his brother, as far as I can tell from his interviews, he thinks his brother kind of is being a puppet and having his strings pulled. So, David, own nothing and be happy, Agenda 2030. Great reset because it didn't require that extreme. I don't put a Band-Aid on a cut that has healed. Yeah, that's a good point too, Mucho Taco. And I feel that's what we're doing with all this. It's like everything's already done. The emergency's over. What are you all talking about? I think they just want to freeze people's bank accounts and enact more silly stuff. Like we just, it's like we were just getting out of all the COVID state of emergencies, and now all of a sudden we have another one. He says his brother's being a puppet. Yeah, right. I feel like if pictures of the surface of me wearing blackface and being racist, I would lose my job. So why is Justin allowed to run the country? That is a great question. And, beyond that, beyond the blackface stuff, which is, horrible, but you could make the argument that, whether it be 20 years ago or 30 years ago or whenever he did it, that it was a different time. I still don't think that justifies it. I think we did lots of, shitty things in our history, you know, whether like our treatment of natives, or whether like in Canada, a lot of people don't know that we had, you know, Chinese people as slaves building our railroads, right? But, you know, like there is different things that go on at different time periods. But like Justin Trudeau, while he's been in office, he's had I believe 4 different ethics violations, you know? So to me, like that's like happening while he's in office. To me, that should be completely unacceptable. And it's happened 4 times, and they already had a vote of confidence, and freaking, you know, like NDP here, Yagmeet and all his people went with Trudeau because they were scared of getting into an election at the time because they weren't prepared. I say this as if I ever lived in Canada. I agree. I heard someone refer to vaccines as Fauci. Ouchie. Maybe we'll start using that.
Us that it's no longer needed, we will withdraw. One of the things, though, is absolutely clear is that there's national funding from across Canada that has gone towards this convoy, that has gone towards the occupation. And so having the ability to freeze accounts of those participating in the convoy, those that are organizers of this convoy, is essential.
Was it the tail end black pill? And really, does it matter? Does it matter if we had slaves build 10% or 100% or 90%? Like, you know, I think that's kind of irrelevant. Like either way, we had slaves building railroads in Canada. I think that's something that we at least have to acknowledge as, you know, part of our history. Mike Lawson, Sully, my great grandfather is furious in his grave right now.
Make that remark. I also know that there have been some concerns raised. If there's any concern about anyone who's inappropriately been impacted by the freezing of accounts, that is what this committee is there for. Those examples should be raised in committee and immediately addressed. No one should have their accounts frozen in any way that is not participating in or involved in the convoy. And we want to make sure that that is clear. The police are the ones that are making decisions around advising who is involved and freezing.
And I think on a more important point, just while we're touching on slavery for a minute, you know, we still arguably have slaves in Canada now, right? Like people in the prison system who are working for freaking chocolate bars each week, like they'll work, you know, 6 or 8 hours a day for a couple chocolate bars a week. You know, we do have human trafficking still, whether, you know, through prostitution or whether, you know, other forms of human trafficking. And then beyond that, we outsource slavery to other countries who, you know, do have things like child labor and exploitive labor and all these other different policies, right? So it's, you know, I think that's another thing that we need to acknowledge is that, you know, just because it's not as visible now, it still exists, yeah, all over the world, as Ted said. Wonder says, every third commercial on TV seems to be some class action lawsuit against Big Pharma for some drug that harmed people in spite of passing trials and following the science. So why trust the Fauci? Ouchie. Yeah, Alpha Preacher, slavery is nothing new. It has happened for thousands of years, from wealthy and powerful to the poor and weak. It has nothing to do with race. It has to do with power. You know, I agree with that to an extent. I think the reason why race got brought into it is because it, you know, it's an easily identifiable, like it's a way to easily identify people. But, you know, like, yeah, there were, you know, some black slave owners, you know, historically in the United States. Like, that is also a fact, right? You know, Irish people were slaves. There were indentured servitude. Like, it's quite, you know, the very first slave, like where the word stems from is from Slav, like Slavic people, right? Which are also white people. So, yeah, yeah, slavery is still very much an ongoing thing.
Accounts. So that should be done with great care, and our committee will be a part of the mechanism to ensure that it's been done appropriately to stop the convoy, to stop the organizers,
right, human
to stop
trafficking,
the occupation, and stop the threat to our democracy.
Just going to give a quick moment to see if there are any other raised hands. I think we're good. This concludes our press conference. Jagmeet, if you had any closing remarks.
Certainly. Thank you very much. I thank everybody for being here. Merci encore d'être ici. Je pense que c'est vraiment un moment important pour notre pays. C'est un moment sérieux et on prend au sérieux la décision de voter pour ces mesures. On le fait avec réticence et ce n'est pas un chèque en blanc. On est prêt de retirer notre appui si jamais le cas. This is a very serious moment for our country. We take this vote very seriously. We reluctantly will be supporting the Emergencies Act, but that's not a blank check. We were prepared to pull our support as soon as it's needed, as soon as the act is no longer needed. Thank you. Merci.
Yeah, so they said they're reluctantly supporting. It certainly didn't seem very reluctant. And then the other big question is like, why is it we are supporting? Why can't the NDP, like the individual members of the NDP, vote for themselves? You know, to me, that's just in a way like almost another form of slavery, really, is that they all have to do what they're told by their certain leader. They're just higher paid. It is no longer needed, says P. Lee J. Shut down Canada now, or shut down now. Ambassador Bridge is owned by one family, the Morons. Look it up. 2 countries affected by one bridge. Interesting. I will have to look that up. I don't know if I've never heard of the Morons. I don't know if you're just saying morons and being funny, or if I'm taking you seriously and maybe shouldn't be, but no, I will look that up. Anyways, let's see if they got actual video of this yet. Oh yeah, okay. So here we can watch some of this Senate debate that happened at least. It's no longer live, but we'll get to the start of it. Tailored. Because I am interesting to see it.
Institutions can always.
Okay. So the Senate, you'll notice, is a lot nicer than.
Let me just. Pursuant to the order made yesterday, the Senate will proceed to consideration of government motion.
Resize this here for everybody.
Senator Gold.
Honorable Senators, I move the motion standing in my name.
Moved by the Honourable Senator Gold, seconded by the Honourable Senator Laboucan Benson, that pursuant to Section 58 of the May I Dispense? On debate, Senator Gold.
Thank you, Your Honor. Honourable Senators, it's with a profound sense of responsibility that I rise today to speak to the motion before us. For the first time since it was passed in 1988, on Monday, February 14th, 2022, the Government of Canada invoked the Emergencies Act to proclaim the existence of a public order emergency in Canada. Last night, our elected colleagues in the other place approved the government's decision, thereby maintaining the additional authorities under the Act. I might add, because I believe it is material.
It is cognitive dissonance. You're right.
The other place's consent was given with the support of the New Democratic Party. As government representative in the Senate, it is my responsibility to explain to the Senate why the government has invoked the Act and to seek the Senate's confirmation so that the Act can continue to apply.
Alex Morris says hot tub tonight. Okay, Alex Morris, you made your point, bro. You made your point. Stop repeating, or you will be wrenched.
The coming days under our supervision. I do so with humility, but I also do so with the firm conviction, confirmed by the events of the past 7 days, that the government had reasonable grounds to invoke the Act. As we begin our debate, I would like to start by thanking the law enforcement professionals who have been working day and night to bring peace back to the streets of Ottawa and to thwart emerging plans for new blockades, ensuring that blockades of critical infrastructure stop metastasizing across our country. And as we stand on unceded Algonquin Anishinaabe territory, I also want to pay tribute to all who call Ottawa home, citizens who have been besieged for weeks by folks who have not respected the rule of law or the democratic institutions that our national capital represent. As senators, the people of Ottawa host us every week. They lodge us in hotels around the Hill. They feed us in restaurants, at the Senate cafeteria, or even the Rideau Centre. They staff our offices. They do the hard work of ensuring that our democratic institutions can always function, even in a pandemic, even in a blockade. They keep us safe. And no one should fear coming to work in this place. People of Ottawa deserve their freedom to live their lives, free from assault, free from fear, free from harassment, free from crime, free from chaos.
What about the people of Canada?
I know that the citizens of Ottawa have our backs.
All of them? All of them? Because I know not all of them do.
Having been in place for a little over 1 week, we in the Senate are now called upon to concur with our elected colleagues and accept the government's initial decision to invoke the Emergencies Act. Should we do so, we will then bear the weighty responsibility, together with our House colleagues, to act as a check, to monitor, to supervise, and to adjudicate the uses of the Act. As parliamentarians, we are now called upon to determine whether the government has satisfied the terms of the Act, such that the measures taken pursuant to it may remain in effect until they are no longer
It might be hard
required.
to get it on the exact point. Oh, we'll try.
Today,
We'll try.
however, we have the benefit.
Did he actually say it? Say plandemic?
Today, however, we have the benefit.
It's going to be hard to get to the exact.
Today, however, we have the benefit, the luxury, the benefit of hindsight. We take our decisions during an unprecedented and multifaceted law enforcement operation in which the tools created.
It'll be hard to get it to the exact point. It's a huge, long video.
To bring this emergency to a successful end as quickly, but as peaceably as possible. As we have seen, the impact of the Act has been pivotal.
All right, if everybody says he said it, we'll rewind it to the start and just watch it again and see if he actually said it. I'm interested to see if he said it too. Oh, it's the music that's going to kill me. Okay.
The Honourable Senator Gold, seconded by the Honourable Senator Laboucan-Benson, that pursuant to Section 58 of the May I Dispense, on debate, Senator Gold.
Thank you, Your Honour. Honourable Senators, it's with a profound sense of responsibility that I rise today to speak to the motion before us. For the first time since it was passed in 1988, on Monday, February 14th, 2022, the Government of Canada invoked the Emergencies Act to proclaim the existence of a public order emergency in Canada. Last night, our elected colleagues in the other place approved the government's decision, thereby maintaining the additional authorities under the Act. I might add, because I believe it is material to the decision before us, that the other place's consent was given with the support of the New Democratic Party. As government representative in the Senate, it is my responsibility to explain to the Senate why the government has invoked the Act and to seek the Senate's confirmation so that the Act can continue to apply in the coming days under our supervision. I do so with humility, but I also do so with the firm conviction, confirmed by the events of the past 7 days, that the government had reasonable grounds to invoke the Act. As we begin our debate, I would like to start by thanking the law enforcement professionals who have been working day and night to bring peace back to the streets of Ottawa and to thwart emerging plans for new blockades, ensuring that blockades of critical infrastructure stop metastasizing across our country. And as we stand on unceded Algonquin Anishinaabe territory, I also want to pay tribute to all who call Ottawa home.
Good point,
Citizens
Chris.
who have been besieged for weeks by folks who have not respected the rule of law or the democratic institutions that our national capital represent. As senators, the people of Ottawa host us every week. They lodge us in hotels around the Hill. They feed us in restaurants, at the Senate cafeteria, or even the Rideau Centre. They staff our offices. They do the hard work of ensuring that our democratic institutions can always function, even in a pandemic, even in a
He did say it. He did freaking say it. Oh my God.
No one should fear coming to work.
Yo, he did say it.
People of Ottawa.
Oh, wow. Hold on. We got to rewind it again. Sorry for everyone who just wants to watch, but he did totally say pandemic. I did hear it.
Senator Gold.
Honorable Senators, I move the motion standing in my name.
Moved by the Honourable Senator Gold,
Wow.
seconded by the Honourable Senator Labucan-Benson, that pursuant to Section 58 of the May I Dispense
Right?
on debate, Senator Gold.
Wow.
Thank you, Your Honor. Honorable Senators, it's with a profound sense of responsibility that I rise today to speak to the motion before us. For the first time since it was passed
Here, I'll give
in
you guys
1988,
I'll give you guys the link
14th,
to it,
2022,
and someone else
the
can
government of
clip
Canada
it.
invoked the Emergencies Act to proclaim the existence of a public order emergency in Canada.
Let me give you guys the link. Hold on.
Last night, our elected colleagues in the other place approved the government's decision, thereby maintaining the additional authorities under the Act. I might add, because I believe it is material to the decision before us, that the other place's consent was given with the support of the New Democratic Party. As government representative in the Senate, it's my responsibility to explain to the Senate why the government has invoked the Act and to seek the Senate's confirmation so that the Act can continue to apply in the coming days under our supervision. I do so with humility, but I also do so with the firm conviction, confirmed by the events of the past 7 days, that the government had reasonable grounds to invoke the Act. As we begin our debate, I would like to start by thanking the law enforcement professionals who have been working day and night to bring peace back to the streets of Ottawa and to thwart emerging plans for new blockades, ensuring that blockades of critical infrastructure stop metastasizing across our country. And as we stand on unceded Algonquin-Anishinaabe territory, I also want to pay tribute to all who call Ottawa home, citizens who have been besieged for weeks by folks who have not respected the rule of law or the democratic institutions that our national capital represent. As senators, the people of Ottawa host us every week. They lodge us in hotels around the Hill. They feed us in restaurants, at the Senate cafeteria, or even the Rideau Centre. They staff our offices. They do the hard work of ensuring that our democratic institutions can always function, even in a pandemic, even in a blockade. They keep us safe.
Wow.
No one should fear coming to work in this place.
Freudian
People of Ottawa
slip,
deserve
Brandon
their
says.
freedom to live their lives, free from assault, free from fear, free from harassment, free from crime, free from chaos. I know that the citizens of Ottawa have our backs. With extraordinary measures having been in place for little over 1 week, we in the Senate are now called upon to concur with our elected
Good catch.
colleagues
I didn't even
and
notice
accept
it
the
at
government's
first.
initial decision to invoke the Emergencies Act. Should we do so, we will then bear the weighty responsibility, together with our House colleagues, to act as a check, to monitor, to supervise, and to adjudicate the uses of the Act. As parliamentarians, we are now called upon to determine whether the government has satisfied the terms of the Act, such that the measures taken pursuant to it may remain in effect until they are no longer required.
No, you're right. Okay, so just to give everyone, who's in here just a little, like a brief thing. So, we're starting this over. We're probably not going to sit here for 9 hours and watch the whole thing, but we can at least watch some of it. But yes, this is the Senate. Yes, they're not elected; they are appointed. They're debating the Emergencies Act. The way the Senate works in Canada is senators are appointed until they're 75. So after they're 75, they can no longer serve as senators anymore. So then they get replaced by other prime ministers, right? So right now, the majority of the Senate was appointed by Justin Trudeau. So we absolutely, we don't expect this to go, for them to strike down the Emergency Act or anything like that. It's just going to be listening to liberal talking points probably for however long, unfortunately. I'll just read a couple comments quick before we get into it. You heard it. I did too. Plandemic. Yeah. No, they definitely said it. They totally said it. He's wearing a mask because he's vaccinated. Free from dictatorship. Use trash because all the branches of this corruption, everyone gets paid to play make-believe. It's their paycheck and they know it. You know, I am at least slightly hopeful in the judicial branch because I do think, you know, justice, it has to act on precedent. It has to act on past laws and case laws and, you know, laws that are in existence and stuff and logic. Ideally, you know, like there's, you know, to become a Supreme Court judge, even to become a lawyer, you know, you have to meet that bar. Like there's a high standard of logic. It's one of the places where they actually test you on logic. So there is like even a fairly high standard to become a lawyer, but then there's a higher standard to become a judge, and then, you know, a Supreme or Superior Court judge, and then a Supreme Court judge, right? So, you know, I do think good people get into that position. Now, the thing is, the Supreme Court is also appointed. So they do, you know, pick people who lean towards them, but like surprises do happen in the Supreme Court sometimes. Didn't they give themselves 3 raises in 2 years? That absolutely wouldn't surprise me. They want unlimited power. That's what I see. At Acting Up, I would like to see the rest of the chain this goes through live. Yeah, well, yeah, no, like this isn't, they'll be reconvening tomorrow. So this isn't live right now. It's done right now. Yeah, I'm back. Holy shit. People were not born yesterday. Acting Up. Notice how people have stopped talking about lifting restrictions, only talking about protest. Yeah, I know. That's the new emergency now. It's the new thing, right? It's crazy.
Today, however, we have the benefit, the luxury, the benefit of hindsight. We take our decisions during an unprecedented and multifaceted law enforcement operation.
What's up, Soren?
In which the tools created under the Act are being used effectively to bring this emergency to a successful end as quickly but as peaceably as possible. As we have seen, the impact of the Act has been pivotal.
Yeah.
We know it is making the difference.
We confirmed he definitely said plandemic. We watched it, I think, 3 times. Twice at least, but yeah, no, it was definitely there. It's right at the start of this video. I put the link in the chat there for everyone. So if you want to go watch it and clip it or whatever, you know, feel free to.
Because those implementing the operation are telling us so and are asking us to keep it in place so that we do not squander the progress that has been made. In many ways, we are deciding whether our government and our law enforcement agencies across Canada can continue to use the tools that, so far at least, have turned the tide and shifted momentum back into the camp of law and order.
Sorry, what's your question, might be? I don't quite understand.
Allow these measures to continue so that Canadians can effectively put this chapter behind us and begin a process of healing. Honorable Senator.
Honorable Senators, the government has declared a state of emergency. Once the declaration is made, special temporary measures can be implemented to respond to the emergency. Any measures taken under the Act must be exercised in accordance with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and must be carefully tailored to limit any impact on Charter rights to what is reasonable and proportionate.
His name should pop up here at some point, I think.
In order to support senators and ensure that they are well informed, our office organized 2 technical briefings, made ministers available to answer senators' questions,
Gould,
and circulated and tabled all documents required under Section 58 of the Emergency Measures Act. It is essential that the Act also provide for rigorous parliamentary oversight and review at every stage of the process, a matter to which I will return later.
We outline the temporary measures that have been put in place to date, both under the Emergencies Act and the regulations promulgated thereunder. These measures were carefully chosen and designed to respond to the situation, to fill gaps in provincial and local authorities and capacity. I would summarize these measures as follows. Measures to temporarily regulate and prohibit public assemblies that lead to a breach of the peace and go beyond lawful protest. Measures to temporarily designate and secure places where blockades are to be prohibited. This could include borders, approaches to borders, other critical infrastructure, the parliamentary precinct in Ottawa, or other places where there is evidence of an imminent unlawful assembly. Measures to temporarily authorize or direct any person to render essential services to relieve impacts of blockades on Canada's public and economic safety, and for those persons to be fairly compensated for that work. Colleagues, this has made it possible to remove many of the large trucks that have blocked access to the parliamentary precinct and have imposed unacceptable hardships on the residents in the area. Measures to temporarily limit financial support for unlawful assemblies.
Oh, no, you're right. No,
notably through the temporary cessation of service from financial institutions and the application of reporting requirements to crowdfunding platforms. Measures to temporarily enable the RCMP to enforce municipal bylaws and provincial offences where required, and the imposition of fines or imprisonment for contravention of certain orders or regulations made under Section 19 of the Emergencies Act.
We have a super chat. Kevin Lavoie, thank you for that. Thank you for sharing the most boring yet important content on the internet. Right? Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. I'm surprised people want to, sit here and listen to me mumble to myself for, this long at a time and then watch all these people speaking. But I do think it's interesting at least seeing how it all works. I've never really cared about the Senate. I don't know much about the Senate, but I do think it's interesting seeing how the whole process of everything works. So, much love to you and thank you for that super chat. I'm glad you find my content boring.
All these measures have been used effectively and in a responsible and respectful manner, as we have seen and are seeing in Ottawa. Let me turn now to the provisions of the Act setting out the criteria for invoking a public order emergency. The government is firmly of the view that it has met the legal threshold outlined in the Act. To lawfully invoke the Act, the legislation requires that the government have reasonable grounds that a public order emergency exists. Based on all the facts and evidence at its disposal, the government believes that it has such reasonable grounds, and that is why the Act has been invoked. Allow me to outline for the Chamber the relevant provisions of the Act, which, as you will see, point to a highly fact-driven analysis. And I will subsequently elaborate on the facts, contexts, and circumstances that can be disclosed that have led the government to the conclusion that the Act had to be invoked. Section 17 of the Act is the most crucial. It provides as follows, and I'm quoting, "When the Governor and Council believes on reasonable grounds that a public order emergency exists and necessitates the taking of special temporary measures for dealing with the emergency, the Governor and Council, after such consultation as is required by Section 25, may by proclamation so declare." The criteria defining what constitutes a public order emergency under the Act are highly contextual.
He can't even breathe.
Section 16 of the Act defines a public order emergency as,
it's falling off slowly.
An emergency that arises from threats to the security of Canada
Mask is
and
coming
that is
off.
so serious as to be a national emergency. Close quote. The Act therefore requires the government to have a belief rooted in reasonable grounds that there exists an emergency arising from, again I quote from the Act, threats to the security of Canada, and that
so
considers
Black Pill's Black Pill makes an interesting point here. He says Pravda has a better grasp on facts. So for people who don't know, Pravda is the Russian state news or whatever. But I find it interesting, and it's really with everything that the Conservatives, for example, when they're not in power, they do a great job of, talking the truth about the Liberals. And when the Liberals aren't in power, they do a good job of talking the truth about the Conservatives. And, if you want If you watch Russian news, they'll give you a better grasp of what's going on in Canada or in the United States. But if you watch Canadian news, they'll give you a better idea of what's going on in Russia, right? So, nobody wants to really sit there and point out their own faults. Did the stream shut down, or is my data bad? I don't know. I think we're good. I'm still seeing chats, so hopefully we're still good here. I paused it, the video.
Again, on the basis of reasonable grounds that those threats amount to a, quote, national emergency. Now, the concept of threats to the security of Canada is defined in Section 2 of the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act.
Okay, we'll read this comment too, and then I'll shut up for a bit. But Brandon makes a good comment. Brandon makes lots of good comments, actually. At Acton, they keep saying temporary. Nothing is so permanent as a temporary government program, right? Yeah, it's still just 2 weeks to flatten the curve, right? We're still waiting for that. Brother D says the blatant lies these politicians spew is shocking. Can't watch anymore. It just makes me sick. The dishonesty of these people. I understand that, Brother D. And Mom of 5 says criminals and bandits are proponents of wearing masks.
The following activities under Section 2B. Foreign influenced activities within or relating to Canada that are detrimental to the interests of Canada and are clandestine or deceptive or involve a threat to any person. Section 2C, activities within or relating to Canada directed toward or in support of the threat or use of acts of serious violence against persons or property for the purposes of achieving a political, religious, or ideological objective within Canada or a foreign state. And Section 2D, activities directed towards undermining by covert, unlawful acts or directed towards or intended ultimately to lead to the destruction or overthrow by violence of the constitutionally established system of government in Canada. Meanwhile, the concept of national emergency is defined in the Emergencies Act as, and I quote, an urgent and critical situation of a temporary nature that, A, seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians, and is of such proportions or nature as to exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it, or seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial of Canada, and that cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law of Canada. Based on all the facts at its disposal, the government has reasonable grounds to believe that over the course of the past few weeks, the threats posed by the convoy movement has amounted to this. I would underscore in passing that some provinces requested assistance or explicitly expressed that the situation went beyond their capacity to deal with it, including Ontario and Alberta. In fact, over the course of the past weeks, a range of local authorities, from municipalities to police chiefs to provincial premiers, stated that they did not have sufficient capacity to act at various points in time. In invoking the Emergencies Act, the federal government is responding to the assessments of those levels of authority. I, for one, would be astounded, if not indeed flummoxed, if a court ever deemed that, despite all of the public statements and requests for assistance we have seen, that the local authorities had the capacity to deal with the situation in an effective manner. I would also note that while one may argue that the situation could have been dealt with, with other laws, one would be hard.
So Alpha says, at Acting Up, he just said they can legally resist a violent attempt to overthrow the current government by any resistance force if it was to take back your rights. That's wild. No one heard of that. He clearly said pandemic. We're still on a bit. What did he say it again too? We won't rewind again, but it did. Does he keep repeating it? I definitely heard it at the start. I like your attitude. Thank you. Use trash. Studio delays. Yeah. Okay. He clearly said it. Do these people get paid for this? Oh, they definitely get paid for the circus. Yes, they are paid quite well. Boofing on black pills, kind of amusing. Walking into the banks with a mask, though. You know, the interesting thing about the mask, I'm pro-choice. I'm pro-choice with any of the stuff. You know, do what you want. I do think, you know, at least I think some of the masks are kind of stupid, and some of it, like, it's bad. Like, you'll see, for example, you know, when they're giving speeches from podiums, right? They'll come up to the podium, they'll take off their mask. They'll put it on the podium, right? Then they'll grab their papers from the podium. Then they'll start reading their papers. Then another person will come up to answer a question, like another MP or cabinet or something. And so then, you know, like whoever was the first person, say Trudeau and Freeland. So Trudeau will like grab his mask off the podium. He'll put it back on, and then he'll grab his papers, and then he'll go. And then Freeland, she'll take her mask off, put it on the podium where Trudeau just put his, right? Grab her papers from the podium and then put it back on. So it's like, at the end of the day, you know, you're just all touching the same stuff. Like, it is very much virtue signaling. If anything, you're making things worse. You know, the other thing I find interesting about masks, do you remember when it used to be the opposite? They did like an interesting flip of the script where it used to be the opposite, that people who were protesting, like, you would show up to a protest in like a V for Vendetta mask or something like that, right? A bunch of people wearing masks at protests. Now it's like the exact opposite, where all the protesters are all the ones like, oh no, fuck this, I'm not wearing a mask. So Canadian, I'm outraged. I say we protest by wearing ski masks everywhere. Right? The mask wearing is disgusting. That's a biohazard. Robin Ball, how much do you want to bet the GG, the Governor General, is on Justin Trudeau's communist regime, or she's been psychologically manipulated or paid off by JT like he's done many times before? Yeah, no, that wouldn't surprise me. I took my mask off 1,000 times a day at work, growing out my beard to make it look as gross as possible. Brandon, can we all agree that Acting Up's live stream have a super chill vibe? Hey, thank you for that, Brandon. You got some awesome comments there, Brandon. Everyone chant "Let's go, Brandon" in the chat.
Pressed to make the case that the situation could have been dealt with effectively, which is what the Act talks about. Here, the benefit of hindsight is very helpful. We now have seen how ineffectively the situation was managed without the Emergencies Act, and how effectively the situation has improved since it has been invoked a week ago. We also have every reason to believe that the Emergencies Act remains necessary for Canada to be able to respond to ongoing threats to re-establish blockades of critical infrastructure or border crossings. Law enforcement agencies are currently relying on the Act to set up secured areas in downtown Ottawa and at border crossings, preventing foreign money from continuing to fund illegal blockades, and ensuring that our borders remain open. Yes, the Windsor Bridge and the Coutts border crossing were eventually cleared, but at what cost? And as the discovery of weapons and body armor reveals, at what risk to law enforcement and the public? And indeed, the Emergencies Act has played a crucial role in ensuring that the situation is brought under control, avoiding a renewed spread of blockades by occupiers and their sponsors.
Right, Sabi. What just happened? What just happened? Is it still playing? What happened? Just stop. What time are we at? 9:14:21. Okay, I don't know what just happened. We'll try to go back into it. 9. We'll go here.
Agencies are currently relying on the Act to set up secured areas in downtown Ottawa and at border crossings, preventing foreign money from continuing to fund illegal blockades, and ensuring
Freeland.
that our borders remain open. Yes.
I love the Guy
Windsor
Fawkes
Bridge and
mask.
the Coutts border crossing were eventually cleared, but at what cost? And as the discovery of weapons and body armor reveals, at what risk to law enforcement and the public? And indeed, the Emergencies Act has played a crucial role in ensuring that the situation is brought under control, avoiding a renewed spread of blockades by occupiers and their sponsors looking for a new target. I will now endeavor to provide senators with further context and factors that have led the government to conclude that there are sufficiently reasonable grounds to believe there is a public order emergency, that is, an emergency arising from threats to
they had to change pandemic to pandemic really quickly.
National emergency.
Like, shit, take out the L.
This is a highly factual and contextual question which necessarily relies upon information that may not be shared in the context of our debates. In that regard, I think the government is owed a certain degree of deference vis-a-vis the security assessment it has made. I would also note that the position of the government is elaborated in one of the documents tabled in the Senate Monday and shared with all senators last week, entitled February 14th, 2022 Declaration of Public Order Emergency, Explanation Pursuant to Section 58(1) of the Emergencies Act.
We got into that a little bit too, Feathers, if you rewind a bit.
The Freedom Convoy 2022 was the first manifestation of this growing movement.
No, B, I don't think we should all do that. Probably not a good idea.
The COVID-19 pandemic. Trucker convoys began their journey from various points in the country, and the movement arrived in Ottawa on Friday, January 28, 2022. Since then, the movement has only continued to gain momentum across the country, with significant increase in numbers in Ottawa, as well as protests and blockages spreading to different locations, including strategic points of entry, example, Ambassador Bridge, Ontario, Coutts, Alberta, and Emerson, Manitoba. And later on, the document continues, and I quote, "The movement has moved beyond a peaceful protest, and there
Feel
is
free to
significant
face it,
evidence that
Trudeau.
illegal activity is under
Teabag him after."
Colleagues, the ongoing occupation of downtown Ottawa by the so-called Freedom Convoy held the city and its residents hostage for 3 weeks.
Wow.
Far from being peaceful, they caused considerable harm to the city and its residents.
Trudeau mask is
evidence
acceptable.
Of destructive, racist, and violent behavior.
That might be more
businesses
racist, though.
endured illegal obstruction of their neighborhoods and harassment of their patrons and staff. The convoy's rhetoric was toxic, dangerous, and at times hateful. Swastikas, Confederate flags, and other odious symbols of anti-Semitism and white supremacy are disgraceful and unacceptable, yet they also played a role. The calls to topple our democratically elected government and its institutions by relying upon a show of force in our nation's capital were evident.
We have been held
and
hostage for
encouraged
2
by the
years,
extremist
Aline the
entities.
Queen.
There were incidents of threats, an attempt to set fire to an apartment building, and the need for police protection for a brave young woman who sought and won an injunction against constant noise in the downtown core.
It's not a bad excuse, Wonder Bucket. Still not advised.
Borders in multiple provinces harmed our economy and endangered public safety. For example, near Morden, Manitoba, because of a convoy blocking traffic, it took over an hour for a woman in her 80s suffering from chest pains to get to the hospital. After the federal government
Why was she
announced its
suffering from
intention to
chest
invoke the
pains?
Emergencies Act, and in the days
Myocarditis,
since, many
you think?
of these blockades
Maybe?
resolved. But the situation across Canada remains volatile and unpredictable, and the possibility of further blockages and other illegal activities has not disappeared, as is evidenced in Quebec City and in Surrey, BC this past weekend.
It is doublespeak. What apartment fire, Sabi?
The economic impact of all these activities cannot be overstated. Cities, especially on Ottawa, have spent millions of taxpayer dollars battling the situation. More broadly, these occupations and blockades had and continue to have adverse effects on the Canadian economy, an economy that's still recovering from the impacts of the pandemic. Critical supply chains have been disrupted, and this is hurting many Canadians, including workers who rely on cross-border trade for their livelihood. The blockades have adversely affected Canada's relationship with our trading partners, particularly the United States. There have been breakdowns in the distribution and
I'm not sure what you're
availability of
talking about,
essential
Jim.
goods, services, and resources to Canadians. These demonstrations have raised the levels of unrest and violence in our country to unacceptable levels, threatening our safety and security.
I don't think I'd want to be PM.
There is clear evidence that some participants
I'd maybe
in these
be the
activities
queen.
are prepared to use violent means
I'm
to
just
achieve
messing
their
around.
goals. We have heard reports of threats of force to oppose removal of the blockades. The recent seizure by the RCMP of a cache of firearms with a large quantity of ammunition in Coutts, Alberta, and evidence that some protesters are alleged to have
I'm kind of, just to get into my politics, just briefly, like idealistically, and this is idealistically, not realistically, right? But idealistically, I would probably consider myself, an anarchist. But I think and anarchy just means without leaders. I think we all need to be our own leader. But in order to properly have that, everybody kind of needs to be a self-monarch. You need to be a monarch of yourself, which I think a lot of people, aren't ready for that. A lot of people don't have knowledge of self, and they don't, they're a lot of people unfortunately need leaders, but I think we need to breed more leaders within people, so realistically, I don't know what type of, I do think we probably need some form of government. I think we need inalienable rights and charter of rights and stuff like that. Personally, that's my personal belief. You're certainly better looking than old Liz, so thanks for that. Coots borders Alberta, Montana. Act like a regal baron. How far is the Coots border? Acting up. You need to pay attention to what he is saying right now. He's trying to protest your ability to have use fire. Defend your rights if you need be. Right. You will be an independent. Well, I play with myself. Is that monarchy enough?
Conspired to murder RCMP officers are troubling examples of this fact. Demonstrators across the country, emboldened by the blockades and the occupation of our nation's capital, have made clear that their objective is to force the government to remove all COVID-related measures or to overthrow our democratically elected government,
multiple monitors,
potentially by force. Colleagues, what began as a protest against vaccine mandates for truckers at the border morphed into a joining of forces of all those opposing the mandates, really all public health measures by all levels of government, and those wanting to destabilize the government through outside foreign influence, and those angry about the results of the last election and who are determined to overturn.
So I heard something, and I can't confirm whether it's true or not, but I had heard if they are seeing trucks or vehicles with Canadian flags on them in Ottawa, right, our nation's capital, that they're, going in them and, they have the right to search the vehicle and remove the vehicle and stuff like that. Now, I can't confirm or deny that, but I did hear that from a source whom I believe, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Maybe the chat knows more about that than I do. I literally just heard that slightly before the stream, and I never had a chance to actually go look into it yet. So, but if that's the case, that's insane that Canadian flags aren't allowed in our nation's capital.
The memorandum of understanding put forward by Canada Unity called for our duly elected government to be replaced. And I quote from the memorandum of understanding. In this case, it reads, the parties are the people of Canada, the Senate of Canada, and the Governor-General of Canada, the highest authorities representing the federal government. The matter to be discussed and agreed upon is this. The Senate of Canada and the Governor-General, combined, referred to as the federal government.
Well, if CBC said it's fake news, then it must be fake.
Human rights laws that are clearly laid out in the MOU, or resign their lawful positions of authority immediately. Close quote. The founders of Canada Unity are the same people who have also called for charges.
Hi, Canada needs help. What's up?
Prime Minister. And they are some of the first organizers of the convoy to Ottawa. Another organizer and folk hero of the convoy has stated publicly that COVID-19 is a man-made bioweapon and warned of a, quote, endgame to depopulate the Anglo-Saxon race, close quote. In December, while talking of public health measures on his live stream, he said, and I quote, the only way this is going to be solved is with bullets, close quote.
They always take Pat King.
It's 2020 report.
Listen, they go to the same talking points over and over and over again, whether it be some shit that Pat King said, whether it be the swastika, like the one Nazi flag that was there, whether it be the rebel flags. And then the Trump sign is occasionally what they go to too. I saw one Trump sign when I was in Ottawa, and that's like the same talking points that they keep going through over and over and over again. Literally who. Ellen the Queen says lies. Happy Miles, one doesn't move into a home next to an airport and not expect to have noise, right? Duh. Yeah. Brandon can't write. He can't even teleprompter well. He can't walk upstairs. Man-made bioweapons in a pandemic. Brandon, Ottawa police are questioning and removing Canadians just walking around if don't live or work in Ottawa. Yeah. No, it's insane. It's absolutely insane what's going on.
CSIS states the following, quote, some violent extremists view COVID-19 as a real but welcome crisis that could hasten the collapse of Western society, close quote. CSIS is so concerned about these groups that it has elevated ideological violent extremism to the highest threat to Canada, ahead of religious extremism and groups like Al-Qaeda. The crowdfunding site Give, Send, Go was hacked, and a list of donors was made public. Of those who donated to the illegal protest in Ottawa, there are reports that more than 300 donations came from the Oath Keepers, the group that participated in the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol. In Coutts, Alberta, along with the seized firearms and ammunition, there was body armor with the insignia of a group called Diagolon. According to Candice Kelschel, an expert from the Justice Institute of British Columbia, Diagolon's purpose is to, and I quote, incite a race war. This weekend, there were reports that members of Diagolon posted on social media the names of police officers who have been helping give the residents their city back. And let's remember that the charges laid in Coutts include conspiracy to murder police officers. These are but a few examples of the threats that Canada faces, not only in Ottawa, but wherever a regrouping may be planned via social media. Honourable Senators, even if the initial intent of the convoy was to come to Canada and express displeasure about border vaccine mandates, these efforts were co-opted by extremist elements who used good faith protesters as a Trojan horse to advance their nefarious intentions. It is a matter of public record that there have been threats of serious violence against persons or property, including critical infrastructure, for the purpose of achieving a political or ideological objective within Canada. This alone satisfies the definition of a threat to the security of Canada, which is a key element of a public order emergency as defined by Section 16 of the Act. The other element is that this threat to our security must rise to the level of a national emergency as defined in Section 3 of the Act. As I've already outlined, it is clear that the convoys and blockades pose a serious danger to Canadians. And as become evident over 3 long weeks, as blockades became entrenched and started spreading across the country, provincial and municipal law enforcement were unable to effectively enforce the law in their jurisdictions within a reasonable time frame. For example, despite invoking provincial emergency measures, Ontario did not have the ability to compel service from towing companies, which was one of the main challenges both in Ottawa and on the Ambassador Bridge. In Windsor, tow trucks from Michigan came north to help out.
Could you imagine, like, I don't remember, I don't know if, everyone in chat is old enough to remember 9/11 and how that all happened with Al-Qaeda and them targeting caves. But could you imagine just the same rhetoric, but you replace caves with bouncy castles? Like, we have the terrorists hiding out in their bouncy castles. We're gonna target them with bouncy castle penetrating missiles. Anyways, sorry.
But that's not an option elsewhere or everywhere. Under the Emergencies Act, the federal government enacted measures to overcome this challenge. Also, no province or territory acting alone could effectively cut off financial support for the blockades. Some provincial service providers are provincially regulated, but each province can only regulate its own, and banks are federally regulated.
It was Canada Day in Ottawa for 3 weeks.
Under the Emergencies Act, the federal government has been able to target the funding that was paying for the food and the fuel sustaining the blockades. But that is not all. As outlined in the document tabled yesterday, the blockades and protests threaten the security of Canada's borders, with the potential to endanger the ability of Canada to manage the flow of goods and people across the border and the safety of CBSA officers, and to undermine the trust and coordination between CBSA officials and their American partners. Additional blockades are anticipated.
Patriot Act is your bouncy
This has
castle.
been a national crisis beyond the capacity of any single province or territory to address. And while after this weekend we hope we're turning
The
the corner,
hot tubs of mass
we are by no means out of the
disruption.
woods. For this reason, the federal government has stepped in and used the legal tools at its disposal to address this unique situation. This unprecedented step of invoking the Emergencies Act is being taken in response to an unprecedented state of affairs. These measures are necessary to bring an end to the illegal activities and blockades and to deter their repetition. As stated by our colleague Senator Vern White and former Cabinet Minister Peter MacKay in their joint article for the National Post, from which I quote, "What we have seen in the occupation of Ottawa and..."
Like Bill says, need to put bouncy castles on a no-travel list. It is an essential measure to restore order.
Blockages at border crossings is not the right of protest enshrined in our Constitution, but illegal activity that represents a national security and economic threat to Canada, close quote. Law enforcement professionals, from Senator White to the Canadian Police Association and the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, have been clear in recent days that the emergency orders have been a key factor in the progress we've seen in Ottawa. And Michael Kempa, Associate Professor of Criminology at the University of Ottawa, has made clear that, and I quote, "Once the protests took possession of downtown space, once rights for others were infringed by the illegal protests and illegal protesters, once it expanded to include border crossings affecting the economy, it became a national emergency when it threatened the stability of the economy and rights of others. Municipal, provincial governments did not have the power or the resources," close quote. Chers collègues,
Dear colleagues,
no one even helps him, eh?
took the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act seriously. This decision was made following a careful assessment of the situation across the country. Ongoing engagement with public servants and law enforcement across the country, and extensive discussions during 3 meetings of the Cabinet Incident Response Group.
Oh my gosh.
On February 10th, 12th, and 13th.
Who this? My best friend is in the bouncy castle business. He's a terrorist. Could you imagine them supplying bouncy castles? The people supplying these bouncy castles, these weapons of mass happiness to the people. Oh man, they sure did threaten it though. Worse than bouncy castles were the lethal porta potties.
2022. Prior to invoking the Act, the government also consulted with the provincial and territorial premiers as required under Section 25 of the Emergencies Act. Several premiers, including Premier Doug Ford,
Yeah, I bet Clyde
expressed their inability to manage blockades and occupations and called on the government to act and support the decision. Other premiers felt they had the tools to manage the situation in their province. A report of these consultations, as well as a summary of commitments between the government and other provincial and municipal officials, was tabled in the Senate on Monday and distributed to all senators last week. The
like really
of the Emergency Measures Act was.
If I'm saying you're right, Titania, I agree with you to an extent. You know, they shouldn't have, like, you know, in my opinion, they shouldn't have put him in office. But like when you are a public, in a public position, you know, people are going to say shit about you. I get shit all the time, you know, whether through here or through my other stuff I do, you know, people are going to say stuff all the time. So they probably shouldn't have put him in that office. Canada needs help. Thank you so much for the super chat. Keep spreading the truth, my friend. Thank you so much for that. Much love. Don Cherry, LOL, Mr. Honey and Milk.
Deemed necessary.
Thank you for that. Canada needs help.
Tools to law enforcement and other institutions to respond to the emergency. And they are still needed even though the situation in Ottawa seems to have greatly improved.
As interim Ottawa Police Chief Steve Bell stated during his news conference of February 18th, and I quote, "The three levels of government have come together to support our efforts in this, have led us to be able to have the success we're starting to see right now.
I probably will laugh. I can't help it.
The Provincial Emergency Act, as well as the City of Ottawa emergency and injunction that have been provided, have created the ability for us to use powers and use new and existing powers to be able to properly deal with the demonstration, to ultimately bring it to an end. Without the authorities that have been provided to us through these pieces of legislation, we wouldn't be able to do the work we are doing today." Close quote. Colleagues, the blockades and assemblies are not isolated incidents, nor are they spontaneous. There is evidence of coordination between the various convoys and blockades. There's also evidence of significant funding and other support being provided by those connected to far-right extremist groups, both in Canada and elsewhere. The measures authorized under the Emergencies Act are required to stabilize the situation and to ensure that further illegal activities and
right, Roosevelt. Yeah, no, they're not going to vote it down for sure. I would bet the farm on that.
Let me turn to several issues and questions that have been raised about the Act and the measures that have been authorized by it. The first concerns the application of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The Charter applies to the Emergencies Act and to all actions taken pursuant to the Act. There is no temporary suspension of rights or freedoms as there was under the old War Measures Act. Furthermore, all acts must be consistent with our international human rights obligations. But don't take it from me. Take it from Ed Broadbent, the former leader of the New Democratic Party, who yesterday said that, and I quote,
"Why would I take it from him?
Compared to the War Measures Act, the Emergency Act has reduced powers, added significant parliamentary review, and was created in part to support and uphold the Charter. And this is one of the key reasons," he says, "that the Emergency Act is different. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms is not suspended. There is parliamentary oversight, and the Act would expire in its application after 30 days. Close quote. Along these lines, Professor Kempa explains as follows, and I quote, "The Emergencies Act is simply not the War Measures Act. The War Measures Act, you flip a switch on and off, on or off, and when you turn it on, it suspends everybody's civil liberties across Canada. The Emergencies Act does not work that way. It is an incremental act that works within the Charter, and the government takes existing laws, puts them together, and amps them up for a period of time, and it has only been applied to people who are either directly involved in the illegal protest."
You know, talking about Romania, I saw Romania mentioned in the chat there, so it just brought a thought to my head. But I've met quite a few people now from either Romania or Hungary who they fled communist countries, who they are vehemently opposed to what is going on in Canada right now because they see how much it mirrors what was going on, in like the Soviet Union and what was going on with communism there. And that's the type of stuff that they fled their country to, like the old Soviet Union to come to Canada. And now they're seeing the exact same stuff, or what even some of them had said is actually worse, happening here. Acting Up, you guys have an even worse act that can be used against you. You guys have an even worse act that can be used against you. What the fuck? Yeah. Oh yeah. I know. We're yeah. The from my understanding, the Emergencies Act actually came from the War Measures Act. So I'm not sure why they're talking about it like it's two separate things. Now, Trudeau Sr., Pierre Trudeau, Justin Trudeau, our current prime minister's father, he actually was the only prime minister to enact the War Measures Act. And now his son is coincidentally the only one to enact the Emergencies Act. Inflated half or more of the cabinets, including JT, like what? Let's see Romeo from Romania with his honking Canada geese. Remember when they said no singing in church? Right. Yeah, no singing in church, no singing in bars. Like, yeah, just try to take away happiness. I think that's one of the main things is they're just against happiness. And it was like, one of the speeches that really got me, it's like, how dare these people like, be out there in their bouncy castles and dancing in the street and, in hot tubs and having fun. And it's like, what's wrong about what you just said there? Stepfather and it's stepfather. My apologies. Yeah, we can't confirm or deny who's the real father. They should have a Dr. Phil show. That would be interesting. A Dr. Phil show. That would be an interesting skit if someone ever did it. Maybe the Babylon Bee or something. Is it Dr. Phil who does that? That you are the father or you are not the father? I think it was Dr. Phil. Anyways, I'm getting off track.
Or are supporting the illegal process. It has not otherwise affected Canadians across the country. A much better law than the old-fashioned War Measures Act, close quote. Now, because the proclamation is not legislative in nature, no charter statement.
Do you have a clip of that, B?
Nevertheless, let me say the following.
I'd like to see that.
The Charter guarantees rights and freedoms subject to reasonable limits that are prescribed by law and can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic
Royal
society.
Canadian Fun Police, right?
There is no doubt.
Oh, Maury, yeah, Maury,
that's
what it was.
Expression are fundamental to Canada's democratic society. And in particular, freedom of expression and freedom of peaceful assembly ensure that Canadians of diverse experience, perspective, and opinion have an opportunity to make themselves heard and to contribute to public discourse.
Castro,
nothing in
you
these
are
measures
the father.
negates this opportunity. Section 2 of the Emergency Measures Regulations provides specificity on illegal public assemblies that may lead to breach of the peace. This narrow limitation is measured and limited in time.
Thank you, Two Feathers.
Canadians have expressed their freedom to assemble peacefully during the pandemic,
Alvaro.
whether to support or oppose public health measures or to take positions on other causes as they continue to have that freedom. However, these illegal occupations and blockages have been intimidating, harassing, and pose an ongoing threat to Canada's security and Canada's economy.
That's a good
They
comment.
do not aim to contribute to a public debate, but rather to dominate it through intimidation and physical force.
No, so just a quick update. I thought the vote was going to be tonight. The vote isn't tonight. They could be debating it slightly longer. Is that the clip, Sabi, of the Hong Kong Kyle? You know what? If it is, we can. I'll click on that. Clip B was talking about. Okay, thanks, Sabi. I'll get that set up and we'll watch that in a second. Hold on, let me set that up.
These actions are beyond what any free and democratic society should be expected to tolerate. It bears repeating. The Emergencies Act cannot be invoked to respond to peaceful protest, which is protected by our charter, nor even to respond to unlawful protests that
Okay. What did she just say? Okay. Hold on.
How many guns need to be seized? How much vitriol do we have to see of honk honk, which is an acronym for Hail Hitler? How many guns need to be seized? How much vitriol do we have to see of honk honk, which is an acronym for Hail Hitler?
Oh my God.
Do we need to see by these protesters on social media?
Maybe that's how they get rid of cars. Maybe that's how they get rid of cars and go to autonomous vehicles. It's cars are racist. They have horns. We can't be using cars anymore. We need autonomous vehicles without horns so nobody never needs to use their horn again. Wow. Oh man, that is some shit. Holy. Oh, let's watch it once more. Holy.
How many guns need to be seized? How much vitriol do we have to see of honk honk, which is an acronym for Hail Hitler? How many guns?
She almost cries when she says it. Oh my God. That's horrible.
Can, in the ordinary course, be controlled by provincial or local authority. But the organized occupations and
name's
blockages in
Chris.
multiple places across our country in recent weeks bear no resemblance to peaceful protests and go well beyond the kinds of civil disobedience that we've seen in other contexts. The emergency measures are carefully tailored to the underlying objective of responding to the national emergency.
Canada needs help, says. I thought geese were Canadian. Didn't they honk first? Great point. Great point. Yes, geese will be racist. This woman is nuts. Trudeau, new king of Canada. Roosevelt, yes, I've noticed my car has been clicking its heels lately. What the fuck is wrong with it? Wow. Wow, that was a good laugh. That was better than the Biden.
And restoring public order. Well, some of these measures, notably those set out in the second regulation promulgated pursuant to the Declaration, may engage privacy rights under the Charter. And I should add that the terms of the Privacy Act still apply. The measures are designed to strike a reasonable balance between privacy and the objective of addressing the public order emergency. And finally, the Act does not oust the jurisdiction or limit the jurisdiction of the court to address claims that rights and freedoms were infringed. Indeed, as we know, there already are proceedings that have been initiated to that effect. La deuxième question.
The second issue I wish to raise concerns the geographic scope of the proclamation and the measures, and the fact that several provincial premiers are opposed to the application of the Act in their province. The Act is federal legislation. Therefore, it has a legal application across the country. However, the government has been very clear that not all of the measures available under the Act will be used, and that the measures that are used will only be used when they are needed.
Canadians in towns, cities, and provinces where there are no ongoing blockades or occupations will likely see nothing arising from the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Even in places where there are ongoing occupations, if municipal and provincial law enforcement do not require federal assistance, or the additional tools provided under the Emergencies Act to restore order, they need not use them. The ultimate goal for the government is to end all the illegal occupations and blockades. Local and provincial authorities were unable to resolve these incidents in the weeks leading up to the declaration of a public order emergency.
Okay, so as far as I know, a bunch of the people who were arrested weren't even actually taken to a prison. They were driven around, they were dropped off, in some random location. As for the, I'm not sure about the leaders of it yet. I know they've gotten some very bunk charges. I'm not sure about them yet, but yeah, no, a lot of the people were just dropped off at another location and told not to come back, more or less. Let's go, Brando, says Miss Please. The president is a pawn of the medical mafia. Yes, that's another lie she told about the... I noticed they made the protest about the truckers' ultimate and request. Did it pass the Senate? The Senate didn't get to the vote yet. Maybe tomorrow. I thought it was gonna happen tonight. The Senate all for the most part agrees. Anyways, it's not. It's going to pass the Senate. I would bet. A house on it.
Since the intention to declare a public order emergency was announced, many situations have been successfully resolved, both in Ottawa, where police use the emergency powers explicitly and effectively, and elsewhere, where perhaps the invocation of the Emergencies Act sent a message to some participants that it was time to go home. This is good.
Yes, Chad. That's very much what they're making it. It is the exactly that.
The third issue concerns the measures surrounding the funding of unlawful activities. Temporary measures under the Emergencies Act direct...
See, I've heard today vote, I've heard Friday vote, I've heard today vote, I've heard Wednesday vote, now I've heard Thursday vote, and I've heard Friday vote. So, don't quote me on that. we'll keep following it until they do vote. And then we'll see if we can at least follow what the judicial branch of government does, the Supreme Court.
Canadian financial institutions to review their relationships with anyone actively participating or actively supporting the illegal occupations and blockades.
Yes, I did see what happened to Druthers. That's crazy,
too. A financial
too.
service provider can immediately freeze or suspend an account without a court order. In so doing, they are protected against civil liability for actions taken in good faith. And this order covers both personal and corporate accounts. To quote Michael Kempa again, quote, "The freezing of accounts motivated a huge number of people to leave, and it couldn't be done without the Emergencies Act," close quote. The actions in Ottawa may be the best example, but it is by no means the only example of the need for funding in order to continue and maintain a blockade.
I'd believe Viva if anyone.
Incursion. Those individuals or businesses that contribute to illegal occupations and prolong the illegality will and should suffer the consequences.
Yeah, I'd vote Viva for PM, for sure.
Crowdfunding payment service providers being used to raise funds for the protest must register with the Financial Transactions and Reports Analysis Centre, FINTRAC, Canada's main monitor for money laundering and terrorist financing, and they must report large and suspicious transactions. While this is a temporary measure, the government has signaled that it intends to introduce legislation to apply FINTRAC reporting requirements to crowdfunding platforms on a permanent basis. Also, under the emergency orders, federal government institutions may share relevant information about persons and entities participating and supporting unlawful assemblies with banks and other financial service providers where it will help stop the funding of illegal activities under the regulations. Following the money is an important step that will help put an end to these illegal blockades.
You know, Nanya makes a good point here, I think. And maybe you can expand on that, Nanya, in the chat. But she says, worked in a bank before. You don't need Emergencies Act to freeze accounts. So, yeah, no, that would be... So, and maybe expand, on some of the reasons why you could freeze accounts and what would be some of the, could the government call and, tell you to freeze an account because people were, committing terrorism in bouncy castles? Could that be an acceptable reason to freeze an account? Viva will have to cut his hair to run for PM. Nah, man. Viva's hair is good. Look at Trudeau's hair sometimes. Viva is good. America Convoy starts heading to DC tomorrow morning. Yes, good luck to you guys, Duffy. Ricardo Moore, yes, Canada, USA, Mexico. What's that other flag? Is that Poland? Is that a Poland flag? Maybe, I think. I could be wrong.
How these measures will be applied and what protections or safeguards exist to protect Canadians who have had their bank accounts frozen or their insurance suspended. The order requires financial service providers to review on an ongoing basis whether their customers are participating in or funding unlawful assemblies. The intent is that if you stop participating in the protest, the bank unfreezes your account. This is meant to incentivize people to stop making contributions or to drive their truck away from a blockade and go home.
I imagine that's a maximum.
As such, it is in the government's interest,
which maybe they do with this. That's crazy, though.
Unfrozen quickly. Colleagues, these
temporary
financial measures are not being applied indiscriminately. Let me quote the February 21st, 2022 RCMP statement on the freezing of financial accounts. Quote,
Hey, Duffy.
Emergency economic measures.
Duffy, no racist stuff in the chat, okay? Okay, we can't have you saying that word in here. we let's just watch this one more time.
How many guns need to be seized? How much vitriol do we have to see of honk honk, which is an acronym for Hail Hitler? How many guns need to be seized? How much vitriol do we have to see of honk honk, which is an acronym for Hail Hitler? Do we need to see by these protesters on social media.
Oh, these protesters. They're bouncy castles.
Order, Emergencies Act. The list that was provided to financial institutions included identities of individuals who were influencers in the illegal protest in Canada and owners and or drivers of vehicles who did not want to leave the area.
I was obviously joking with Duffy
no
if nobody was paying
did we provide
attention.
a list of donors to financial institutions. We are now working with the banks to build a process to address the accounts that were frozen. Close quote. Now, if someone feels that a mistake has been made or believes they are being treated unjustly, there are a number of steps that they can take. First, they can reach out directly to their bank or to police to demonstrate that they're no...
Alvaro, and I think this is an important message too. Alvaro says, I'm from Venezuela and my country started the same way. So people open your eyes, please. Yeah. I've heard it from lots of people in lots of countries who left their countries to go to other countries because their country was going down this road. I don't think a lot of people here get it because they've never lived through it. Unfortunately.
Longer participating in a blockade. And this alone should be enough to have their account unfrozen. If there's an exceptional case...
I wonder if beep beep is acceptable. That's a good question.
The person can make a complaint to the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada. And ultimately, Canadians have recourse to the courts. But it's highly unlikely that this will be necessary. The purpose of this short-term emergency order is for people to have their accounts frozen while they're actively participating in the blockades, and to have them unfrozen as soon as their participation stops. Importantly, these measures related to bank accounts do not apply retroactively. Let me be clear. This order...
Yeah, Trudeau said some very Hitler-esque stuff that, like, I'll find some of the quotes, actually.
This order does not apply to people who made donations or who participated in the blockades before February 15th. It's worth noting, colleagues, that as of Sunday, some 200 bank accounts have been frozen out of tens of thousands of donors and participants. So it certainly does not appear that this measure is being overused. Finally, let me address the concern that the invocation of the Emergency Act sets a dangerous precedent for future governments who might be tempted to use it to shut down Indigenous protests or protests by environmental activists. The Emergency Act has been on the books since 1988, and this is the first time it has been invoked. As the Prime Minister has said many times this past week, it is not a tool of first resort or second, it's a tool of last resort. Of course, there is no way to predict what a future government might do in the face of a perceived national emergency. But if the Act is invoked, all actions must be consistent with the constitutionally protected rights guaranteed by the Charter, and the courts will be there to protect those whose rights and freedoms may be infringed. Equally importantly, the Act requires rigorous
I'll read it, even though, hopefully somebody doesn't clip this and take it out of context. But see where we are heading at. So Hitler had said, why do we tolerate these people? They are taking up space. We need a final solution. And Justin Trudeau said, why do we tolerate these people? They're taking up space. They're racist, misogynists, who don't believe in science or progress. So very, very similar rhetoric from each of them.
Democratic oversight if it is invoked, and ongoing oversight and review even after the temporary measures that authorized are no longer in effect. And it is to these democratic mechanisms that I now turn. A distinguishing feature of the Emergency Act is the comprehensive way in which it contemplates and structures parliamentary oversight and review of all stages in the process once a government declares the existence of a national emergency. first step is the one with which we are seized. Under Section 58 of the Act, both the Senate and the House of Commons must begin debate on a motion to confirm the declaration within 7 days after its issuance. And as stated at the outset, the legal test is whether the government had reasonable grounds to believe that a public order emergency exists, necessitating the imposition of special temporary measures for dealing with the emergency, if either the House or the Senate emergency. If either the House or the Senate votes not to confirm the declaration is revoked effective that day, and all the measures previously authorized cease to be in force. But that is not all. The Act also provides parliamentarians the tools to move that a declaration of emergency be revoked. Even
Lefty liberal, I'm not going to read your comment, but that is hilarious.
At any time after the declaration of a national emergency, a motion seeking the revocation of the declaration of emergency if signed by 10 senators or 20 members of the House may be filed with the Speaker. And that motion must be taken up and considered within 3 days after the motion is filed. Colleagues, this provides parliamentarians the ability to challenge the continuation of the emergency measures if they deem the emergency to have passed. A similar power is granted with respect to orders or regulations made pursuant to a declaration. With the exception of those orders or regulations exempt from publication in the Canada Gazette by regulations made under the Statutory Instruments Act, all orders and regulations must be made before each House of Parliament within 2 sitting days after they're promulgated. Section 61 of the Act provides a process whereby a motion to revoke or amend a regulation or order must be filed with the Speaker and taken up within 3 sitting days.
Right, yeah.
In these ways,
let's read this one. Let's read this comment. Bonesman loudly silence. Is this still about health and safety? Because you can't really tell anymore. But most definitely those police were not 6 feet apart when they beat people. JS, the Koof scam is dead. Game's over. They scared 1 million people will come drag them out there. Right, Wonder Bucket. What did Wonder Bucket say? Ironic that Trudeau is cracking down on illegal fundraising when he was the one who was tangled up with the weed charity scandal. Great point. Great point. No investigation on corrupt politicians, says Andre. No, he's like his father, who's a commie. Pierre attended commie meetings in Stalin's Soviet Union and met with Mao in China before becoming PM and was buddies with Fidel. No, he said cluck cluck. Or did Pierre say cuck cuck? That's the question. Sorry.
Provides further recourse for parliamentarians to reconsider whether the emergency measures should continue and to vote to terminate them even before the 30-day period elapses. Furthermore, if the government wishes to extend the state of emergency beyond the 30-day limit prescribed in the Act,
Free Tamara Leach, Kane said.
The extension must be confirmed by both the Senate and the House in the same manner and within the same time frames as when it was invoked initially. But there's even more. Section 63 of the Act also provides for the establishment of a parliamentary review committee of both houses of Parliament to review the declaration of emergency and to report back to both houses of Parliament. This committee has the responsibility to report the results of its review at least once every 60 days while the declaration of emergency is in force. However, in cases where there is a motion for the revocation of the declaration, it must report to Parliament within 3 days. Where a proclamation continuing the declaration is issued, or where a declaration has expired or been revoked.
Hey, Rick Shelley, I just have a question for you. Did you make sure you like and subscribe to the channel? I hope you did. We enjoy you here, Rick.
The committee must report within 7 sitting days. The review and reporting functions of this committee are crucial to enhance democratic accountability. This will allow senators and our colleagues in the House to stay apprised of how decisions were made, to assess what worked and what didn't,
I'm also
to
zero
reflect upon the
black
lessons
pills.
learned, and to inform future actions.
Right? This is like the longest speech
and
ever.
Responsibilities of this
He's got
committee
a
also provide
frickin' book
ongoing
there.
oversight of the measures taken pursuant to the declaration. For example, where a regulation or order is exempted from publication in the Canada Gazette, that order or regulation shall be referred to the committee within 2 days after it is made, or if the committee has not yet been constituted, within the first 2 sitting days after it is designated.
That's honestly, that's what I should just call the whole freaking podcast here rather than update. I should just call it allegedly, so that everything we can talk about anything, but anything that we're talking about happening is allegedly. That would be a great name for a podcast, actually. Lefty liberal. Just call it allegedly.
Or established. Should this be the case, the committee will have 30 days to amend or revoke them. Amend or revoke them. This is another mechanism to ensure ongoing democratic review and oversight of the measures taken under a declaration of emergency. And I wish at this time to advise this chamber that there currently are no orders or regulations expected to be made that would be referred to that committee, meaning that have not been deposited or would be deposited publicly before both houses of Parliament.
He's not worried about opposition in here, man.
The Act is silent as to when the Parliamentary Review Committee is to be established. That said, the establishment of the committee would follow the usual rules for standing up joint committees.
Yeah, that is the one good thing they did, Justin.
If the declaration of emergency is confirmed, I will be working with my counterpart in the House to move as quickly as possible to get the committee constituted.
Rick Shelley says, I'm so left, I can't do anything right. That was good.
Now,
that was
regarding
good.
membership on the committee, the Act is silent as to its size, nor does it say how many members should be senators and how many members should be members of the House of Commons. Section 62(1) provides only that the committee shall include, quote, at least one member of the House of Commons from each party that has a recognized membership of 12 or more persons in that House, and at least one senator from each party in the Senate that is represented on the committee by a member of the House of Commons, close quote. It does not preclude the naming of additional categories of members, whether from the House or the Senate. After the expiration, without extension, or the revocation of the Act, Section 63(1) states, and I quote, the Governor and Council shall, within 60 days
I think
after
one thing to keep in mind, Charles Cooper, is, not necessarily everyone here has, English as a first language, right? Everybody, gets different knowledge and stuff. And I know for sure some of the people in our chat don't have English as a first language, so...
expiration or revocation of a declaration of emergency, cause an inquiry to be held into the circumstances that led to the declaration being issued and the measures taken for dealing with the emergency. Close quote. Colleagues, the questions and the concerns leading up to the invocation of the Emergencies Act are far too numerous to list, and many are not even yet known. But
yes, we know,
Shimbro. Will allow a committee to thoroughly investigate the how, the who, the what, the when, and the why leading up to the decision. How did this movement begin and gain momentum? Who coordinated and organized the protest? What was the catalyst for its inception? When did the anger explode? And why was the illegal response of blockades and occupations considered the remedy? The actions of governments at all levels, as well as the actions or inactions of law enforcement, will also need review.
He'll still be reading his speech a year from now.
Within 60 days of the termination of the order, and a report must be tabled within 360 days after study begins. The Emergencies Act was passed in 1988, long before the composition of the Senate changed. It is the position of the government that all recognized parliamentary groups in the Senate should have at least one member on the Parliamentary Review Committee.
No, this is not a loop.
As a matter of course, the expectation is that the committee will generally conduct its meetings in public. This committee, like all committees, can meet in private, but would usually only do so to consider draft reports or if confidential information is involved. The committee is only required to meet in private if it is considering orders or regulations that cannot be published.
2 years to flatten the Canadians, says Andre.
Let me turn to my closing remarks. Canada is a country founded on the principles of peace, order, and good government, Canadians expect governments to protect our economy, the rule of law, our values.
He's bounced too many
most
times in the bouncy house.
Importantly, the safety and security of our people. We
30 days to flatten the opposition.
Senators, every senator who wishes to speak to this matter will have an opportunity to do so. If while a senator is speaking, there's a matter comes up that you want to question or you disagree with, please just take note of it, and when the opportunity arises, you can ask a question or you can speak to it yourself. Otherwise, please show some courtesy to senators who have the floor. Senator Gold.
Thank you, Your Honor. We select our government through democratic elections, not through threats or use of force. We respect individual rights and freedoms. We protect each other, as we have done throughout these last 2 challenging years. And when we disagree, we say so, loudly, boisterously, sometimes angrily. We march, we chant, we wave
right.
banners,
I agree, Richard.
we vote.
I agree 100%.
Sometimes we push the bounds of the law, and we know that there may be consequences for that. Allow me to quote the Prime Minister, who yesterday said the following, and I quote, "In a democracy, you can protest and you can share your opinion at the top of your lungs. You can disagree with elected officials, and you can definitely disagree with me. But you can't harass your fellow Canadians who disagree with you.
And you can't honk your horn.
City hostage. You can't block a critical trade corridor and deprive people of their jobs. You can't attack journalists for reporting, which is essential to our democracy. What you can do is vote. What you can do is
I saw some police
office.
attack some journalists.
That's how change happens in a democracy." Close quote.
Good night, Tampa. Much love to you.
Listen to each other, and without a doubt, we could all resolve to listen more and listen better. But on that point, though, this weekend, as police were advancing, one of the demonstrators was saying on TV that he only came to Ottawa to engage in dialogue. If only someone would have dialogued with him. Well, perhaps that individual did come here in good faith. But on the whole, to the question of whether this could have been de-escalated through discussion, when you show up waving banners, directing profanity at the Prime Minister,
and you cannot bounce in a bouncy castle,
and explicitly demanding the overthrow of a democratically elected government, that is a curious way to signal interest in constructive conversation. Organized activities designed to destabilize our democracy have been underway across this country for weeks. They are coordinated, well-funded, and persistent. Many participants have been prepared to use unlawful means and violence to achieve their ends.
Must be easier to lie with a mask.
There is no reason to assume that those behind this movement have abandoned their plans to disrupt and destabilize our country. We cannot let this continue. The temporary measures put in place under the Emergency Act have already made a material difference in restoring order. While the use of the Act is extraordinary, the measures themselves are not extreme. They have been designed and used in a focused and proportionate manner.
James, I didn't see anybody attack journalists. I saw journalists, being harassed, arguably, with people shouting fake news at them and stuff, but that's freedom of speech. But other than police attacking people, who were live streaming or arresting people who were live streaming, I never saw anybody get attacked by a protester.
Have been effective.
Or any journalist or whatever.
But even though calm is being returned to the streets of Ottawa, the need for these temporary measures remains. We need to let police and other authorities finish the work that these measures have allowed them to undertake. And you get the feeling that the people of Ottawa understand this all too well. On Sunday, for the first time in almost a month, the residents and workers of downtown,
he might be. His last name's
when we come here to the Senate,
possibly.
were able to walk around their neighborhoods feeling.
Dan Dix got hit with a club or whatever.
Not quite feeling safe.
He was mentioning that on his Facebook.
On Friday, Ottawa's emergency lines were deliberately jammed once again. On Saturday, the Ottawa hospital went into lockdown because of a bomb threat. And a number of demonstrators have regrouped down the highway and are vowing to return, as one man told La Presse.
Right. I saw that, Bonesman.
C'est pas fini.
And I quote, "It isn't over. As soon as we can, we'll go back."
Obviously, the emergency measures we're debating are temporary. They'll have.
Yeah, and of course they're extreme. Who said that? Yeah, no, of course this has never happened before in Canada's history, right? Like there was the War Measures Act, you know, as we already talked about, but yeah, this is you know, like specifically the first time for this specific act, and arguably maybe the second time in our history that it's been enacted. Yeah, Rebel News reporter was assaulted. So was Dan Dix. Yeah, I also saw, you know, a live streamer. I you know, Zot got arrested. Other live streamers got arrested. Alexa with Rebel News got shot point blank twice. I saw it happen on live stream. Isn't over. Oh my God, extremism. Police are blocking the roads now. Wake up. Right. Yeah, they were blocking the roads while I was there. They were the ones, you know, the truckers had a lane open. You know, they were semi-blocking the roads, but like they kept a lane open. I was going on my Segway down the road, and I actually had a protester, like, you know, come up to me and say, "Hey, can you like keep off the road? We're trying to keep this lane open for traffic," right? So, you know, I went on the sidewalk, or I went in between the trucks, but then, you know, you would go up and like the police had the whole area blocked off with the concrete like barricades and the metal fences and stuff. Temporary, he says, once despots get power, they never relinquish it, right? And you had a police officer shoot tear gas. Yeah, we mentioned that, the female reporter from Rebel News. Will Trudeau crack down on the environmental terrorism too, like the recent attack on those loggers up? Yeah, you're not even really hearing much about that, eh? As one man told Das Lügenpresse, what?
To end before long. But it's only been a couple of days since a phalanx of police officers from across the country were required to uproot a siege in this city. Police are saying that they need a bit more time to consolidate the work they did this weekend, and I think we should give it to them. Honourable colleagues, I humbly ask for your support to confirm the declaration of emergency that is put before you. Thank you for your kind attention.
Senator Gold, there are a number of senators who wish to ask questions. Are you prepared to take some questions?
Of course.
Hey, Senator Platt.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I have a number of questions, so I'll ask one or two as you allow, and then ask to be put back on the list for questions later. Senator Gold, you said the government had been very clear. The government has been anything but very clear.
No, this isn't live. This happened earlier today. It ended at 9 p.m.
Question in question period about invoking the Emergencies Act. Instead of answering the question yesterday, you said you look forward to answering it during Tuesday's debate. So here's my second attempt, Senator Gold. When the Prime Minister invoked the Emergencies Act, he claimed it would be geographically targeted. In the other place on Saturday, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice confirmed that the legislation applies to all of Canada.
Can you expand on that, Alpha? They're trying to make it permanent.
What guidelines did the Trudeau government use before making the call to declare a historic national emergency throughout our entire country? Do you have an answer to that question directly today, Senator Gold?
Well, thank you for your question. I did indeed address all the circumstances underlying the government's decision to declare this a national emergency affecting the whole country in my speech, and I'm glad for the opportunity to reinforce a number of points. It is not simply that there were activities in many provinces of the country
I'll look into that, Roosevelt.
Serious harm to our economy and represented threats to people and security, and I will not repeat what those were. The activities took place with the participation of individuals and groups from across this country. They were funded by individual and groups not only across this country, but beyond, elsewhere in other countries. These measures and the ongoing threats for them to continue affected our borders whether in border crossings in Surrey, border crossings in Alberta, border crossings in Manitoba, threat and indications of possible border crossing protests or border protests for Saskatchewan. Clearly, we know what happened here in Ottawa, concerns about border crossings. Frankly, it is clear that all the country is potentially affected by this movement that has hijacked legitimate and understandable concerns and frustrations with the impact of the pandemic. Moreover, and this is really critical, if you examine exactly how these measures are being applied in the last week, they are being applied only where they're needed, only where the local authorities have said, we need these additional tools, whether it's the police in particular jurisdictions, or in some cases, premiers who've asked for assistance. That's where you see the actions being taken on the ground, nowhere else. And so in that regard...
So this was on February 14th, the news article
applying to the whole country, because the whole country is at risk from the events that gave rise to the blockades on the bridges, that gave rise to the occupation and siege of Ottawa, is an incontrovertible fact, and the government had reasonable grounds to believe that that was the case. And at the same time, using the targeted, focused measures contemplated by the Emergencies Act, being true to the letter and spirit of the Emergencies Act, only actions taken where they're absolutely needed in coordination with local authorities, whether governmental or police, are being taken, and no other actions will be taken.
Yes, one supplementary, if I could, Speaker, and then, as I said earlier, there are a lot of people that want to ask questions, so I'll go on a list for a little later. Senator Gold, you'll excuse some of us if we just simply don't believe the rhetoric that we are being given by the government, both in the other place and here. On Saturday, the Minister of Public Safety said at least 76 bank accounts had been frozen under the Emergencies Act. This action took place before the House of Commons and the Senate, before the House of Commons and the Senate had the opportunity to weigh in whether this instance of invoking the Emergency Act is necessary. Yesterday afternoon, David Aiken reported new information he received from Public Safety Canada that 208 financial products have been frozen. Senator Gold, you referred to that in your speech as well, and you seem to think that is not real significant, and that people can somehow get this unfrozen in due course. We all know that this could take weeks and even months to get this done, and somebody cannot move, somebody cannot operate. Leader, what are the specific guidelines, the very specific guidelines, Leader, not the government thinking somebody may have done something nefarious? What are the specific guidelines are being used to determine if a bank account should be frozen? When we freeze the mafia's bank account, we have to get a court order. You can't freeze their bank account.
What about Jeffrey Epstein's bank account?
Out on bail, you don't freeze their bank account. We have people that are avoiding taxes. You don't freeze their bank accounts without court orders. So what are the specific guidelines or criteria that are being used to determine if a bank account should be frozen, as well as what guidelines or criteria are being used to determine which type of accounts or financial products can be seized?
Senator Gold.
Well, thank you. There are a number of questions that you've asked.
That guy did a good job.
With regard to the very first, the Act is enforced the minute it's proclaimed. But unlike the War Measures Act, Parliament is required to confirm within the time, and that's what we're seizing.
Good question, Shadow.
The nature of an emergency is such that you have to respond to the emergency. The unique and appropriate measures set out in the Emergencies Act passed in 1988 by the Mulroney government is such that it provides, unlike the War Measures Act, for democratic oversight and judicial review. With regard
See the okay hand symbol, I think you're kind of screwed if you do that either way, because if you do this, you know, the left thinks you're white supremacists, and then like, you know, like conspiracy theorists will think you're like a Satan worshiper or whatever. So you kind of, you know, you get stuff from everywhere if you do that. Yeah, I don't know.
To your comments about the number of bank accounts, again, as I mentioned in my speech, and I was trying
that guy
to be as
had
up to date as possible.
Had coach vibes.
Yes, there have been 200 or so accounts frozen. I don't take any of them lightly, but they do represent a tiny proportion of the number of donations.
So you see what he just admitted though? He just admitted that they had 200 bank accounts frozen. Now, when we watched that video earlier in the podcast of Jagmeet Singh, who was just speaking yesterday, he said he wasn't aware of any bank accounts being frozen. He was talking about it like it was a myth and like the conservatives were making it all up or whatever. So, you know, what's actually going on? Does Jagmeet Singh just get horrible information? I got to pull myself in here and readjust a little bit. There we go. All right. Back to it.
Potential bank accounts that have been implicated. And as I will repeat, the focus is
just use the middle finger.
Those who are actively, continually participating, or who are actively participated and continuing to participate in either in the funding and support of illegal activities as of February 15th. So the criteria and the banks and the police authorities are entitled to share information. The banks, as they do in other have done in other circumstances, are required to review their accounts to ensure that the monies that are there are not being used to fund and support illegal activities proscribed or prohibited under the Act. The difference between this situation, colleagues, and any others is that we're dealing with a national emergency where the security of Canada is at risk, where funds, whether Canadian or American,
congratulations to you, me,
and to support and maintain
we'll give you a round of
movement
applause.
That, as I've tried to done my best to explain, and as the government explained in the declaration that was a document that was tabled yesterday, that undermine the security of Canada, the security of Canadians in our economy, and that cannot otherwise be dealt with in ordinary means, and require temporary measures to address the emergency.
Senator Housakis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the government leader take a question? Government leader, I think you will agree that the country has never been at a lower stage in our history than we have been over the last few weeks.
You're welcome.
I listened to your speech very attentively, and my questions are as follows. Would you not agree that we've had many,
if I make you the mod father?
This country, many protests that weren't at the
Let's see your comments a little bit more, Ben Franklin. I like your name. I like your name.
Yet we've never seen
I'll keep you in my sight for a little bit and check your comments, and we'll see.
Frustrated Canadian citizens, Canadian taxpayers.
I like the name mod father, though.
Instead of speaking to them, he spoke down to them. Will you also agree that it's the responsibility of the Prime Minister to be measured when you have frustrated mobs out in the streets who are not happy with their government?
Every time he stutters.
Not to call them names, not to stoke the flames of division, as he seems to do on a regular basis. We've been around politics for a long time. I've been around politics for a long time.
Yeah. Let's read Canada Needs
issues.
Help comment here. She did make a great comment. And how come we know the names of the convoy donors, but not the names in Epstein Maxwell's little black book? Yes, right. Good point. Canada Needs Help. Nanya, this guy, he's really good. If the Senate was elected, I'd vote for this guy. Okay, we'll listen. We'll listen to this guy. Boofing on black pills. We cherish the right to protest, but we're going to invoke emergencies. Darlene, they have not proved anybody did anything illegal. Just because they say it don't, you have a justice system. What if they decide they don't want you donating to a dog shelter? Right, exactly. No, or anything, right? To anything. Like, you have to think about it. You know, like right now the Liberals are in power, but then what happens when the Conservatives are in power? The PPC is in power, right? And, you know, maybe they would be less likely to do this stuff. But if they did, you know, they could be freezing freezing bank accounts of people who are like enjoy trampolines rather than bouncy castles, or you know, people who are rather than being in hot tubs are in cold swimming pools or ice dipping. They could get their accounts frozen. Like, you have to think about it when the shoe's on the other foot, right?
But I've never in my life, in my 37 years of active politics, seen a prime minister double down, triple down, go to any limits rather than to calm the situation. At the end of the day, and I saw it in your speech today, we've seen the prime minister on a couple of occasions call protesters in this country,
what's a bow tie, Ben
Canadian
Franklin?
citizens, marchers with the swastika, defenders of Nazism. He's used those terms. He sat up in the House of Commons and he actually proclaimed to a child of Holocaust survivors, a member of Parliament duly elected.
I'll give you a wrench there, Ben Franklin. But like, my rule for people with wrench, like, the only thing, we don't allow spam in the room. I allow freedom of speech. I like people, you know, I like to have a diverse discussion. I could care less what anybody's opinions are. Just you know, only block people who are spamming, which tonight it doesn't seem to be so bad for. Knock on wood. But let's read a couple comments. 10 million was more money than the Libs raised during the election. But Ben Franklin, you have to hit the bell notification too. That's on the table as well. Yeah, you have to also do the notification thing, or it's no deal. Earth-based one. This is one of the few times the Senate can prove they are useful for anything. I'll also give you a wrench too. Canada needs help if you want it.
That she's a defender of the swastika. He said that in the House of Commons.
Mayor Leach may become our Nelson Mandela. Yeah, I was thinking about that watching her speech.
I'm allowed in debate, as you know, Senator, down to make my
the Godfather.
And I did get up on a question, and you're not the speaker last I checked. So the question here is very simple, government leader. It's very simple. Do you agree with Prime Minister Trudeau that any parliamentarian and anybody who took the time to listen to these protesters, to take their calls, to meet with them, that we're Nazis, we're supporters of the swastika? Is that a view you share, a view that the Prime Minister has expressed publicly and refuses to apologize?
Become our
Senator Gold.
Well, thank you for your comments and for the question. I did not say, and I'm not asserting, that anything of the sort. The fact is, and it is a matter of public record, that not only at the beginning of this protest in Ottawa, but indeed towards even through the course of it, there were representations by people with an expression. It is a matter of public record, if I may.
Spit it out, Junior.
What the beginning and even to the end, there were the display of signs that were intimidating, harassing, racist, ugly, and unacceptable. To your question, I do not agree with your characterizations of the Prime Minister's actions. I will not. I'm really trying hard, colleagues, to be factual and clear, and not to get drawn into what is clearly an anger at the Prime Minister, a
Bell or no deal,
Ben,
Ben.
and legitimately partisan rhetoric
Yo, Mark Bravo.
from others. So I'm not going to talk about what it must feel like to a father to be looking at signs, and I won't repeat the ugliness of some of the signs, but calling for him or describing him That's not what I want to say. I simply want to say that the Prime Minister and the government took very seriously its obligations under the law, long and hard about whether or not this crisis could be managed without invoking the Emergencies Act. Consulted, reviewed, took advice from intelligence and police officers, and reluctantly
Roosevelt,
came
you
to
can
the
get a
decision
wrench too,
that
brother.
there was no other way to resolve
I
this
got
crisis.
you. If you want
And with
one.
regard to your question about the tone or measured, actions speak louder than words, colleagues. The actions on the ground in Ottawa, the intimidation of healthcare workers, of people of color, of people wearing masks, the need to provide police protection for ordinary citizens of Canada is not a measured response to COVID-19 restrictions or mandates. But the measures put in place on the ground, not in the abstract,
with the
but on the
drinking
ground
game.
by the government of Canada to address this were measured, proportionate, and we saw this with our own eyes here in Ottawa.
Yeah, he's
So
going
to your
to pass
question,
out here. He's
honourable
about to
colleague,
pass out.
No, I do not agree with your characterization of the Prime Minister's actions, and the Government of Canada stands convinced that the measures that it took reluctantly were necessary.
I
to
stutter as
secure,
well, but
the peace, order,
not
and good
like
government
this.
Of Canada.
And I don't speak all day.
Senator
in a
Gold, I would
Senate.
appreciate it if you stop always belittling questions from the opposition as partisan. We
Yes.
have as much right to partisan questions as you have the right to partisan answers.
Right.
That's what we do in Parliament. So can we cut this nonsense about what we do is more partisan and somehow what you do is God's work here? It has to stop at some point. There has to be some respect. No, you made an inference that somehow my questions are partisan in tone, and you do that constantly. Well, your answers are partisan in tone, Senator Gold. Excuse me, but I'm entitled to that opinion. Furthermore, I'm also entitled to my opinion that these protesters have been, and every single time we've had protests in this country, you have a group of extremists that try to tag along. And this is what has happened particularly in this case. But again, for a Prime Minister to smear everybody with one brush and call these protesters, millions across Canada, Nazis, which he did, and people who march with swastikas, again, is categorically false. And I don't agree with your premise, because I took the time last week to walk up and down and speak to protesters.
Bada bing,
They went
bada
out of their
bang,
way
bada
to
boom.
be measured in their protest. But my next question, Senator Gold, has to do with your speech where you said that the Measures Act only affects these particular protesters, doesn't
Trudeau
affect
does.
all other Canadians. Last I checked in the last 2 days, to get past military-style checkpoints
You need to
here in
agree to the
Ottawa,
bell,
get
Ben
to
Franklin. You
my
gave the
job
ultimatum. I
had
raised
to
it.
provide ID, and I had to provide proof of exclusion to the police.
Give it to him.
Determines
What does the
who's
chat
given
think?
that
Give him
list
the
to
wrench.
police
Give him
and
the
those
wrench.
checkpoints of who have the right to that exclusion to enter the downtown
I do like his
Ottawa
name.
area.
And he does
remind
make good
everybody,
comments.
The downtown Ottawa area includes
Brandon deserves one
and maybe
too.
it's gone absent to parliamentarians here, but this is the first time in the history of this country that the Parliament Hill
All
of
right.
Canada has been closed to Canadian
You can have your
citizens.
wrench, Ben.
Never before. When Parliament was under attack a few years ago, under attack, where we had a violent attack,
Use
the
it
speakers
wisely.
at the time refused to shut down Parliament Hill with all kinds of pressure from the RCMP. We said it's a fundamental right for Canadians. So don't say in your speech that the measures only affect the protesters. It affects every citizen. Anybody who wants to come to Parliament Hill today to speak to the parliamentarians about what's happening in the Ukraine or anywhere else in the country, they can't. So don't say in your speech it only affects the protesters. It affects each and every Canadian that wants to come here to protest on
I
Parliament
think this is the first day I saw you, SS TAC.
Sorry, Senator Housakis.
I think this is the first day I saw you,
This is for all
bro.
senators who wish to ask questions.
I got to get to know you a little more.
Senators
Show
are
up in some more
obviously
chats.
aware that you can only
We'll
speak to this matter
discuss.
once. So when you're asking questions, please don't use that as a platform to get in a second or a third speech.
Yes. Yes.
Of course, they're important issues, and that's why we're debating them. And just for the record, I did not say you didn't have the right to be partisan in your questions. I said that it was challenging to respond to serious questions on serious matters. May I continue? I said what I said in my speech, and I stand by what I said. Of course, the fact that the police have had to continue to for the time being, to set up checkpoints are clearly designed to make sure that those who haven't expressed their intention to return when they can, as I quoted in my speech.
They're ideally supposed to be more sensible than the House of Commons, but Trudeau did appoint them all. So
from my apartment in Centertown to here.
Well, not all of them, sorry.
So I am
a good chunk of them.
This is a proportional and an acceptable limit on my otherwise ability to continue to walk with my hands in my pockets, as compared. Well, and if I may finish the sentence, and then I will continue my answer. As compared to the impossibility of residents of Centertown, however old, young, single, or with families, to leave their houses out of fear of being assaulted, harassed, intimidated, and slurred by those occupying the streets. There was one last point that I might ask you to interrupt me so that I can answer that last question, Senator Housakis. There was some last point, but if it comes to me, I will say it after.
Senator Patterson.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Gold, my question is to you, and there is a certain amount of trust us in the government's justification for these extreme measures we are debating today. But this comes at a time when trust in governments at all levels clearly is eroding on the part of many citizens.
A mass touch counter.
I know that this order is based on
I actually have a counter here on my
Canada. But yesterday in a briefing for senators, Public Safety Minister Mendicino referred to matters within his knowledge which could not be shared.
I just knocked over my
You've told us today that the review committee could meet in private if confidential information is required. So my question is
Thank you, SS Tech.
Will the review committee have access to unredacted security information required to do their job of, as you put it, seriously investigating the justification for this order?
Gold.
Well, that's a very good question. I think the short answer is no. The Parliamentary Review Committee will not be required to have the level of security clearance.
Count it. I'm doing so much at once.
To review confidential security information.
Oh, there's one.
We have an institution, NCCOP, where the members are cleared and do have access to such information, and that is where information of that kind, where on an as-need basis, is shared with those members. I was referring, Senator Patterson, to those regulations that by law are not to be published in the Gazette, but to make sure that all regulations, even those under the Statutory Instruments Act that are exempted from publication, are nonetheless reviewed by this committee, which will be, if I recall, has to take an oath of secrecy, but does not otherwise have the security clearance that would be required for intelligence information to be shared. I hope that answers your question.
Senator Patterson, do you have a supplementary?
That was 4 touches in that one statement.
Mr. Speaker, Senator Gold, thank you for a clear answer to my question, but it does concern me. You said that the review committee set up under Section 63(1) will
you guys do the counting.
Seriously investigate the justification for this order. And yet you've just said that the committee will not have access to unredacted security information. So I wonder how you can say that the review committee will have the power to seriously investigate, that those were your words, when you've just said that certain matters will not be available to the committee.
Brandon gets a wrench too.
No, well, let me thank you for the question. Let me be clear. There are a number of processes in place under the Emergency Act, both to review on an ongoing basis and to report after the fact. And that's the review committee. And it'll have certain powers appropriate for the task, largely to consider whether the emergency or the regulations promulgated under it should be revoked or regulations amended. And that is the important task, as well as reporting back to Parliament on a regular basis if the emergency carries on. There's also an inquiry contemplated in the Act as well to do dare I say, a post-mortem on the situation and report back.
The wrench bench.
But colleagues,
I like that.
We know very well, and this is not a feature of the Emergencies Act, that we accept that in a democratic society, there is nonetheless categories of information that cannot be made public and should not be made
I think we're getting close to as many views as CPAC on this shit when they do.
The sharing of intelligence information between agencies, whether it's CSIS, the RCMP, or the communications establishment. Information shared between governments. It has always been the case, and we have very well-established laws, National Defense Act, the Evidence Act, that provide a structure for when these matters may be shared or not shared, and indeed even legal processes and administrative processes for fine-tuning decisions and challenging decisions when information is being withheld on national security grounds. There's nothing new here. And I will also remind this House, if you search the Hansard and all of the public statements of this government has not stood up and said, hey, trust us, but we can't tell you anything that's going on. The declaration that was filed in this place, the statements of, and in my speech, outline sufficient number of publicly known facts on the public record, that in the opinion of the government, more than clearly satisfied the legal test that the government had reasonable grounds to believe that a national emergency was such that these measures needed to be.
Wait.
Once there was a girl who wanted
He can't even read.
to
cut it out, dude. You're gonna get us in trouble.
Today, Junior.
Sorry, I'm an asshole. I'm sorry.
The act needed to be invoked and these measures put in place.
Senator Batters.
Thank you. Senator Gold, Section 62 of the Emergencies Act sets up the, quote, Parliamentary Review Committee. This will be an important accountability mechanism to review how these unprecedented powers have been used.
Right,
and
unprecedented.
It is a joint parliamentary committee, and its membership is set out at Section 62.2 of the Act, as you read out in your speech, and indicates that at least one senator from each party in the Senate that is represented on the committee by a member of the House of Commons. Well, Senator Gold, I guess the fake nomenclature in the Prime Minister's independent Senate has come home to roost, because right now the only senators who will be able to be members of that committee prescribed by the Emergencies Act are Conservative Party of Canada senators. So I guess my Conservative Senate caucus colleagues and I will have to fill this committee with only Conservative senators. And that's because we don't have any Liberal senators, NDP senators, or Bloc Québécois senators. Senator Gold, your party and your government, I should say, has been in power for 6.5 years. your attempt to amend the Parliament of Canada Act, first introduced almost a year ago here as Bill S4, now just starting in the House of Commons as Bill C7, has not yet been passed. And according to Section 62(6) of the Emergency Act, this Parliamentary Review Committee is supposed to report to Parliament at least every 60 days.
What's up,
while
Wills?
the declaration of emergency is in effect. We've already been more than 1 week into that. So, Senator Gold, who other than Conservative senators will sit on this crucial committee? And quite frankly, Senator Gold, your government's poor planning and procrastination does not constitute our Emergencies Act escape hatch.
Senator Gold.
Well, thank you for your question. Lawyer to lawyer.
Why is it always this guy freaking talking, man?
The Act and the membership set out does not limit the number of members, whether of the House or the Senate, to the minimum requirements that are set out in terms of representatives of parties. This is standard statutory interpretation doctrine. The government's position is clear that a proper, a literal and contextual reading of this act does not preclude the naming of senators or indeed members of the House that do not otherwise fall within the minimum set out. And it is for that reason that the position of the government is that the act, as it is written, even though it was written in 1988, does not preclude the appointment of at least one member of every recognized group in the Senate.
Senator Batters.
Senator Gold, as we speak, Ukraine is at severe risk of invasion by Putin's Russia. There are 1.4 million of my fellow Canadians who are of Ukrainian descent, as I am, and we're gravely concerned. Given the invocation of the Emergencies Act and the fact that illegal public assemblies are prohibited and that Parliament Hill is designated as a protected and secure place under the Act's regulations, will Ukrainian Canadians be allowed to come to Parliament Hill this week to express their grave concerns about Russia's aggression towards Ukraine?
Senator Gold.
As the descendant of someone from the Ukraine, and I know I speak for all of us, we stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. For so long as these measures exist,
the whole time we hit it or not,
Emergencies Act remains in force.
If you want to partake in Master Farce's
one of the tools
poll there,
is to designate
you're welcome
areas
to.
as off limits for those
I'll have to get another look.
Who are working or residing in the area. We've already seen that the areas have been adjusted, I think notably around the Byward Market. So I cannot predict, Senator Batters, that on Tuesday, what the situation will be around the Parliament precinct on Friday or Saturday. What I can say is that all those Canadians, whether of Ukrainian origin or other, should use whatever means they have, the telephone, social media, and indeed the ability to come and protest peacefully in Ottawa. But for so long as the measures are in place to protect the parliamentary precinct from the return of illegal protests, all Canadian citizens
Steve G.
comply.
Steve G. I was looking at the woman behind him too. It's hilarious, yeah, with the way she's looking. I was gonna point that out, but yeah, no, good point.
The legal requirements that are in place now, and that I hope will be confirmed in this chamber, but we all hope will not last for a second longer than are necessary.
Senator Deakin, Ontario.
Thank you.
Senator Batters, the list again. Senator Deakin, Ontario.
Thank you.
I'll look that up, PHK.
This question, just before I ask it, I just wanted to share that earlier this morning I had a chance to have breakfast with many of our police officers to thank them. And their information, their insight, they were in this journey, and that has really been quite enlightening for the debate that we are going to have today, I must say. And what I'd like to do is dig a little bit back up, take a breath, and go a little bit back to maybe 7 days ago. And what I'd like to try to do is dig a little deeper into...
When did this happen, PHK? Because I'm looking for it on YouTube right now, and I see. Well, I can show you guys what I'm looking at. Like I see this here with John Ukraine. Oh, that's just saying is a gas station. Maybe if I do a filter as to today, I'll show you gas station Ukraine. I'm not seeing anything specifically on it. Let us know more about it in the chat there.
The early stages that built us to recommendation of the EMA Act. So, to our government representative, are you aware of which levels
this isn't
of our
live.
national security
This was earlier
apparatus
today,
or
Love
others
Diesel.
that were consulted and listened to when the government was considering the invocation of the Emergencies Act? In other words, what sectors were at the early table before it became premiers and ministers?
I'm live, but this isn't live.
Well, thank you for your question. And you'll permit me to pause for a second as I consult the documents that the government has already provided.
Oh, maybe.
As the government has stated on a number of occasions, honourable colleagues,
maybe this is
the
it.
decision was not to invoke the act was not taken lightly, and it was taken after.
Okay, we'll look at that for a second. So we have Ukraine rocked by bomb blasts as war looms, and we also have massive explosion at Ukraine ammunition depot. That one's 4 years ago though, but this one's 4 days ago. So let's see what this says.
Hi, content creators. Go to artlist.io and get the best music and sound effects for your videos with a license.
Вот мы семья. Сейчас, ребят, давайте посмотрим. Сейчас мы посмотрим, что схема автобуса платит всем.
We have reason to believe the Russian forces are planning to and intend to attack Ukraine in the coming week, in the coming days. We believe that they will target Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, a city of 2.8 million innocent people. Wow. Russia has a choice between war and all the suffering it will bring, or diplomacy that will make a future safer for everyone.
Oh, man.
Series of engagements, both with law enforcement, with intelligence community.
Oh, here, this just popped on right after too, actually. Hold on, my bad. Let me go back to this. So this power station, it says a power station.
Патриотизм поразвивать ребенку.
За останні кілька днів ворог активізував свою активність. Внутрь! Зараз напишеться. А? Може бути.
Пакети градом, здається, відставляли, не точно. Це було по-русски.
And these poor people, man.
Не только 3 дня у нас. Да, не 3 дня, сейчас просто не заканчивается.
Выход какой-то, да? Ну и что это?
The cat was just chilling. Man, that's crazy. So that was on Radio Free Europe, Radio Library, or Radio Liberty, sorry. Yeah, shit, man. Yeah, like prayers for everybody in freaking Ukraine and Russia. Like, I don't know, man. I think war is so pointless at this time. By WH. Cat is unfazed. Well, I don't know. That footage says February 22nd, 2022, if I'm not mistaken. Like, that's what it says. I don't know. It might be old footage.
As well as with municipal and provincial authorities. Furthermore, it was considered and
does seem very
debated
cinematic.
Seriously in 3 separate meetings of a special cabinet committee focusing exclusively on crisis issues such as we're facing. So without being able to divulge, because I don't know the specific information that a specific agency would have shared, it wasn't shared with me because I don't have the clearance to receive that kind of information.
Yeah, it could be a false flag.
It is nonetheless the case that the government was informed by all of the law enforcement and intelligence services upon which it relies in matters like this, and combined with its own consultations with political instances, came to that conclusion that there were reasonable grounds to believe these measures were necessary.
Thank God you did a mass count, not a stutter count.
Senator Deakin, Ontario.
Thank you for that. I'm really, really trying to understand those early stages, so I appreciate that. Then as we move and progress forward, is the government and will the government be relying strictly on advice from local law enforcement when deciding to revoke the EMA? Or are these national security and intelligence agencies becoming increasingly involved as this crisis drags on?
Senator Gold.
Well, again, Senator, thank you for your question. I think the fairest way that I can answer it, and the most transparent way I can answer it, is that I am assured, and I can advise this House, this chamber, that the government is monitoring the situation and consulting with all of the institutions and organizations that it has been consulting with, literally on an hourly basis. The objective of the government at this stage of the emergency, 7 days into it, is to determine when it is safe and prudent to revoke the Emergency Act. We have been told, the government has been advised, and some of this is on the public record, from police and police chiefs and associations, that it is not the time yet. That the government has been advised that more time is needed for law enforcement to complete the work that it's done to make sure that there is not a return, whether it's to blockages of our borders, sieges of our cities, and the like. But as the government has said on many, many, many occasions, as soon as it is possible as soon as the government concludes that the emergency no longer exists that require these measures, they will be lifted.
Senator Marshall.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Senator Gold, thank you very much for your opening remarks. You were saying in your opening remarks that government's responsible for the security of the nation.
Did you all in the chat see the Kyle Rittenhouse interview on Tucker Carlson last night? It was absolutely horrible. Let me know if you saw that, but I thought it was like the worst interview. They should have prepared better. You know, Tucker did what Tucker always does. He did fine, but yeah, Kyle's part of it was just absolutely horrible. I'll find it and we'll put it on. See, I stutter too. I just don't do it, you know, consecutively over.
But, you know, they went from tolerating the protesters over a 3-week period to invoking the act. Like, it was a big step. They went from doing practically nothing, or what seems to be doing nothing, to invoking the act. And, you know, we all knew that the protesters were coming. We started to track them, I think, back probably mid-January. We were aware that they were coming to Ottawa, and there was no...
You're going to need a smaller
nothing
cabin.
done, really. So these threats that you talked about in your opening remarks, that you said they were too numerous to mention, they didn't happen overnight. You even said yourself in your opening remarks, they were underway for weeks. But nothing was, it seems like nothing was done. So my question is, you know, we've received general explanations.
Yeah, no vote tonight. I thought there might have been a vote tonight. The vote is, you know, well, we have some people saying it's on Wednesday. Viva says it's Thursday, so I imagine Viva is probably right. You know, some people said it's on Friday. We'll see how long it takes them to debate it. You know, we imagine that it's not going to get voted down anyways. The Senate is largely Trudeau appointed senators. So, oh my God, she does have a stash. Why do these people seem more stunned than the House of Commons? I don't know. I think some of them have actually done better than the House of Commons. It really depends who you're listening to. I think Biden is using Ukraine as a distraction against other issues. Vote for what now? She's got a mustache. He does stutter pretty bad. Yeah. Okay. Here, we'll just watch this super quickly here. 1 second. This interview.
These people lie in order to imprison a kid for the rest of his life. Who's going to hold the liars accountable? Kyle Rittenhouse, understandably, has thought a lot about this. He joins us tonight to explain his plan going forward. Kyle, thanks so much for coming on tonight. I can't think of many people who've been at the receiving end of this much sinister lying from so-called news organizations as you have. How are you going to respond?
Well, Tucker, thank you for having me.
Of course.
Me and my team have decided to launch the Media Accountability Project as a tool to help fundraise and hold the media accountable for the lies they said and deal with them in court.
Interesting. So the idea is, maybe like the Covington Catholic kids, you will be suing news organizations that maliciously lie about people who are in the news? Is that the plan?
Yes, sir. We're going to be holding them accountable, Tucker.
He just keeps repeating the same thing. Tucker tries so hard.
Question, but, you know, why isn't there a group like this that exists already?
Yeah,
Since
he's
the
a
media
kid,
so
for
often
sure.
are not observers,
Fair enough.
they're players, they're participants in the news. Why hasn't someone done this before?
That's a good question, Tucker, and I'm not sure, to be honest, but I don't want to see anybody else have to deal with what I went through, so I want to hold them accountable for what they did to me, because I don't want to see anybody have to go through what I went through.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to imprison you for the rest of your life. It wasn't coverage, it was advocacy. You have a lot of potential targets to sue yourself. Will you be suing any of these news organizations, and if so, when?
Well, right now we're looking at quite a few politicians, celebrities, athletes. Whoopi Goldberg's on the list. She called me a murderer after I was acquitted by a jury of my peers. She went on to
He does
still
make a
say
good
that.
point there.
And there's others. Don't forget about Sank from the Young Turks. He called me a murderer before verdict and continues to call me a murderer.
Interesting.
Those are good
And what
points.
about the people who called you groundlessly a white supremacist, which makes it pretty hard to get a job for the rest of your life if you're a white supremacist? Will you be responding to them?
Absolutely. We are going to hold everybody who's lied about me accountable, such as everybody who's lied, called me a white supremacist.
Yeah.
they're all going to be held accountable, and we're going to handle them in a courtroom.
Kyle Rittenhouse, I appreciate your announcing that tonight, the Media Accountability Project, and of course we're rooting for justice as we always are.
Tucker's like, I just gotta get this over with.
Thank you, Tucker. And if anybody wants to help join us in this battle, they can donate at tmap.org.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. I saw that. Like, he does raise a couple good points that, like, yeah, people were calling him a murderer after he was acquitted and all that. I just thought it was funny, like, how many times they said accountable in the particular interview. Like, we're starting the Media Accountability Project to hold the media accountable. Oh, so what's the point of this project? Well, we're going to hold the media accountable. Like, yeah, anyways, I'll shut up. We'll go back to this.
That went into invoking the act. But, you know, this is a serious step that we're contemplating here today. What exactly happened that the government decided to invoke the act? Was it something like, well, it seemed like a good idea at the time, or did something specific happen? Like, what happened? Because it seemed like for 3 or 4 weeks there was nothing. There was just tolerating it, and even in interviews, ministers were saying, "Oh, we want the protesters to go home." So what?
I thought the wardrobe was fine. I thought the wardrobe
I know
looked
you're
okay.
giving us generalities, and I think somebody was saying earlier, trust us.
He did get straight to the point, Sabby. Fair enough. Fair enough.
The government decided to invoke the Emergency Act.
Senator Gold.
Well, thank you for your question. It gives me the opportunity, I think, to, and I won't belabor the point, to repeat some
Sounds
of the
like
things
the
that I
media
said.
is going to be held accountable, right?
We live in a federal country. The city of Ottawa is under the jurisdiction, as far as Wellington Street, of the municipality. And in terms of the highways, it's the province of Ontario. In terms of and the federal government, it has jurisdiction. What happened was, and what happened was a series of events that led to a situation of out of control, a situation where local authorities, and that includes the
What's the mass count at?
were simply incapable of responding effectively. There will be time in the processes set out in this act to look more comprehensively
25.
at what could have been done differently, how the police might have acted differently, how the province might have acted differently, how the federal government might have acted differently.
What are you talking
But 3
about, like
weeks
Captain
ago,
Jack?
The federal government, Parliament of Canada.
What is that?
did
I don't
not
even know
have
what
the
that is.
tools, Did not have the tools to assist local police to get the job done. And the Emergencies Act provided tools that no level of government would have been able to do, whether it's broadening the requirements of reporting to FinTrack vis-a-vis the funding, and certainly and providing other tools like directing tow truck operators to clear the streets, which
Put some crazy glue on that mask,
measures
says
which were
David
not
Mudry.
invoked by any other level of government, but yet the result of which was to keep this city at siege. So, as I've tried to explain, the federal government was in regular consultation all the way through the beginnings of this protest, and tried to do its best to support, and did in fact provide support through the RCMP and others to local police. But unfortunately, it reached a situation that had gotten simply impossible for local authorities using the tools that they had at their disposal or that were provided at their disposal by their provincial governments to manage the situation. So that's why the government acted. It wasn't doing nothing. It was providing ongoing support. It was providing it was an ongoing dialogue with all the relevant instances, but it reached the point where
Alvaro, thank you.
And that's
Much
the role
love
of
to
the
you.
federal
Thank you for
government to
joining
step in
us.
under those circumstances.
Senator Marshall, did you have a supplementary?
This is the
tools.
Senate, Mia Dean. So Pierre Poilievre is MP in the House of Commons. These are all the senators who are discussing. So there's no Pierre here. Oh, he'll hit 50, I believe him. We didn't start counting from the very beginning. I'm sure we're well over 50, to be fair. You know, we were blown away by the plandemic comment when he said plandemic. That was
that I was concerned about with regard to having the police come in and provide assistance. What I'm focused on is the intelligence that the convoy started out January 20th or January 23rd. Why didn't the government know there were threats then? If there are threats, why didn't they know then? Why did it take until middle of February to know that there were threats serious enough that they have to invoke the Emergency Act? That is the question I'd like to have answered. And since it took them so long to figure it out, how much confidence can we have with regard to now, with regard to them invoking the act and also deciding when it should come to an end? Those are the concerns that I have. Could you just
Man, I would get
address that
wasted if we
issue
made a
with
drinking
regard
game
to,
about mass counts.
the assessment, the intelligence,
That could go really
the assessment
wrong.
of the threat, and why government was so late, what appears to be so late in assessing this monumental threat that they're talking about.
There
or
is no
numerous
intelligence,
threats.
says Patricia.
For the question, but there's an assumption with respect, Senator Marshall, that is not correct. It is not correct to assume the government was not aware of the threats or made aware of the threats. Nor is it correct to assume that the government didn't share its concerns about the threats. What is clear, and it's equally clear, as we all know, and as I stated in response to an earlier question, that I cannot share, and the government cannot share and should not share the intelligence that it may have received that informed, that helped inform their decision. I mean, that goes without saying. Again, all of the circumstances, all of the successes, failures, or actions taken that led us to this unfortunate place will be reviewed, must be reviewed, and will be reviewed under the terms of the Act, as is appropriate in a democratic country such as Canada.
Senator Lankin.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And my question is to the government
Coffee
representative.
filter.
I appreciate your speech. Thank you very much. And I appreciate the questions that have been raised here. Senator Patterson and Senator Batters both
Like she has
in
like
their
a
questions
petite
touched
mask,
on
eh?
the issue of the review committee. I've read the documents. I thought I completely understood it. In between the questions and the answers, I might have some confusion.
Colostomy
My
bag.
first question is to ask you to be very clear about the scope and the powers of the parliamentary committee versus the inquiry that will be held within 350 days.
Senator Gold.
Sure. Thank you for your question. The Parliamentary Review Committee has a general reporting function, a
Right,
review
K.
function,
Wills.
and
Thong
reporting.
mask.
It also has what I would call an oversight function, because it has the ability to consider at the request of whether senators or House
Her mask is an eye patch.
or members of the House, the revocation of regulations or the revocation or the amendment of regulations. So it has both a review and a reporting
Child
function,
mask.
as I tried to set out in my speech. I hope that answers your question.
You didn't touch on the inquiry, but
I'm sorry.
That's fine. As I understand it, then, the parliamentary committee, as you said, has part of its role that is more akin to oversight than review. And I would just point out that in the context of Canada, not other countries,
Yes,
that's quite
Maya Dean.
extraordinary
We'll
that
give
there
you-
is actually
We'll give you claps, Maya Dean.
sensitive information, not necessarily classified, oversight. So I imagined that to be one where, as actions continue and as we hear reporting of things that have happened or that powers, more to the point, under this act are reviewed and determined by that committee to be necessary or to be an overreach. For example, if there was an allegation of a charter violation, that there's an oversight function. It occurs to me that this is extraordinarily important, And we are a week or so or more into the application or the declaration of the emergency, and we do not have a committee in place and we do not have names.
What are you talking about, Bogey? Or women
in
genitalia?
The other place is working on that and is responsible, but it seems to me at the very least, I would have thought it would be up now.
I guess I
up and running
understand,
now.
maybe.
But at the very least,
Who said
when
that?
we come to our vote tomorrow or Thursday, whenever that vote takes place, there should be a ready announcement made so that this parliamentary
This
committee
lady definitely
can
owns
immediately.
pigeons.
If this is an emergency, if this committee is to oversee that it's being applied, the measures are being applied appropriately, that they're not in contradiction of the Charter, then that committee should be up and running. Would you tell us, please, when to expect that?
Senator Gould. Well, thank you. It's an important question dealing with an important democratic instrument in this act. My understanding is that the constitution of the committee will require a motion in both houses of Parliament, as is the case for the standing up of special joint committees. My understanding further is that there are discussions have. I am in touch regularly with my counterpart. Obviously, the discussions I'm not going to share. But my understanding is that my counterpart, Minister Holland, is in discussions with his counterparts in the House vis-a-vis the composition and process for this. It was only last night that
I'd like to motion for a vape
that
break.
The House voted to confirm, and I am not aware that yet that an understanding has been reached in the minority House between all the parties in the House as to how their representation would be constituted. I have shared with this House, with this chamber, the government's position vis-a-vis the Senate, at least in terms of who should have at least one seat on that. But the discussions are ongoing, and I, like you, and the government, frankly, wants to get this up and running as quickly as possible. It's an important institution to ensure democratic accountability. And as soon as I know more, I will report it.
Shout out to the unvaccinated in the chat, and shout out to the vaccinated in the chat. You know, much love for anybody in the chat and not in the chat. You know, we're about freedom of choice here. Watch the channel, don't watch the channel. Get the shot, don't get the shot. It's all good. You don't need to announce. We don't ask for health passports here. You don't need to tell us. It's all good.
Senator Carignan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an enormous number of questions, in fact. I'll start with the first one. Mr. Leader, the law is quite clear when it comes to enforcing this act. The emergency situation must come from a crisis of emergency and temporary nature, that it is not possible to use the existing system of Canadian laws to address, and that puts in danger the health, the safety, and security of Canadians, and is not under provincial power to address.
That's
so I'm
good,
trying
Ben.
to understand
You can Hong Kong or not Hong
be
Kong.
confirming to us that municipal, provincial, and Canadian laws that are currently in force did not make it possible to stop people on Wellington Street, to arrest them for mischief, and not just for that, but for the whole list of accusations.
I'll have to look
that
that
have
up,
been put
Danielle.
forward.
Interesting.
These are all provisions that exist, that are easy to enforce, and an officer of the peace is obligated to intervene on these provisions when the act in question has been committed. So I find it difficult to understand which Canadian provincial or municipal law was not capable of removing the protesters or towing trucks on Wellington Street?
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question. The question is not just if, in the face of this Ottawa crisis, an act or a law exists or if the measures can be rolled out. The question is, can it be done effectively? Notwithstanding the fact that the City of Ottawa declared a state of emergency, notwithstanding the fact that the province of Ontario did the same, the facts on the ground were that
we can all hear, Carrie.
forces,
I don't know why you can't hear.
even with reinforcements, were not capable of managing the situation. They were unable. And the measures that were put in place after the declaration of an emergency, including measures regarding funding and freezing funds, and including the ability to outline secured zones, and also including
Yeah, you're right, Nanya. You're totally right. Oh, that was
I'm looking for the word in French.
What?
The tow trucks.
Okay.
And including the right, which did not exist, to allow tow trucks to come and tow these vehicles. All of these measures were necessary. Why? Because on the ground, authorities at the municipal and provincial level, nor the police, were able to effectively manage the situation, notwithstanding their authorities. And this does fall under the criteria of this act, and the federal government
50. We made it.
Deemed it necessary to invoke.
We made it to 50 mass touch.
Mr. Carignan, do you have another question? Can you put me on the second, third, fourth, and fifth list for asking questions, please?
No, next goal is 100.
Senator
We get a clap
Carignan.
at 100.
I'm surprised by your
Moonshot to
answer
100.
when you say that these authorities were not capable. Let's take Ambassador Bridge, which was open a few days before the Emergencies Act was invoked. And the situation there was...
It's funny, most YouTubers are out there trying to, get like goals. We're in here trying to get mass touches. I just find that an interesting contrast. Back to the video.
just about identical. There were truckers and a truck blockade. There was a call from our American neighbors asking if the bridge could be opened. Maybe that's what it would have taken here in Ottawa, too. But other than that, what is the difference? The difference between the solutions that police used for Ambassador Bridge, but that they couldn't use on Wellington Street. Senator Gold.
I know that, Ben.
There are a few different aspects to my answer. First of all, as I said in my speech and when answering questions, there were powers that neither the Canadian government or the Ontarian government had to remove the trucks that were part of the blockade.
What's the mass
to reopen
count?
the bridge.
53, I believe.
It took tow trucks from Michigan to do so. What is also important is the following. It is true that the government of Ontario took action
We could do that, Wonder.
On that issue, but we shouldn't speculate about discussions on that issue because discussions went on for some time. We don't want to speculate, and I insist that we do not speculate.
It's because we're living in a synchronicity, Maya Dean. It's all synchronicity. We're in the Matrix.
Regarding Ambassador Bridge and the invocation of the Emergencies Act. But it is undeniable that the province of Ontario did not take much action to assist the local police to help them to act. And as I said, once again, tools were deployed, and we saw them here in Ottawa. These tools did not exist in the municipal or in the provincial laws, but those tools, those measures were indeed necessary to put an end to that, to blockade that illegal occupation. Senator Richards.
Yeah, excessive blinking is supposedly a sign of lying. So I'm told, at least.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you for your talk, Senator Gold. And thanks to the police. I have 7 police officers in my family. And I have 3 in my caucus who I respect a lot. It's funny, though, that the support for this legislation comes in good part from a party who, up until 2 years ago, many of their members wanted to defund the police. But I'm going to ask a question about your statement that the Indigenous wouldn't be subject to this legislation. Are these always to be considered a legitimate protest? And can an Indigenous protest become violent? And if not, what would constitute a violent protest? If the attempted derailing of trains and burning of police cars are never considered so. I think that reaches a level of violence. I'd just like you to comment on this, Senator Gold, please.
Sir Gold. Well, thank you for your question. I'll go right to the question, not the comment on
we went through
who
Klaus
supported it.
a lot the other day, Maya.
All I said was, in my speech, Senator, was that people may be preoccupied and worried that future uses of the Emergency Act may target other groups.
A retired Homer Simpson.
And I mentioned Aboriginal protests or environmental activists. Fact remains that if violent actions threatening the security of Canada cannot be dealt with effectively by existing laws or institutions, then and only then would at least one aspect of the underlying rationales for the Emergency Act be invoked. So if, in fact, a situation arose, regardless of who were committing the violent acts, and it met the criteria of the Act, again, not simply that it was unlawful. We have laws against crime. Not simply that it was violent. We have laws against violent crime. But such actions that cannot be effectively addressed by the jurisdictions
like bouncy castles,
by the laws in the jurisdictions that apply, then and only then.
We've never had to deal with bouncy castles before.
To consider whether or not Emergencies Act could be applied, and if it had reasonable grounds, as the government does in this case, believes it has in this case, then and only then would the Emergencies Act an emergency be proclaimed, and then it would trigger the same kind of democratic process that we're engaged in right now. I hope that.
Senator Richards, you have a supplementary?
Yeah, I do very quickly, and I'll just preface it by saying that a few days ago, one of our reporters waded into the crowd in Wellington Street, and I'm glad the crowd was taken care of by the police. I'm not saying that I wanted them to continue this forever, but those at the network were appalled when he was called a Nazi. They said that someone called a Nazi maligning a person's character was appalling and horrendous. And I agree that it is appalling and horrendous to call people bigots and racists and misogynists. It's almost like calling, it's like calling a person a demon in Salem in 1640. There's no coming back from that. So I want to ask, are they right in saying the word Nazi and misogynist is an odious and sickening appellations when given with such whimsy to fellow Canadians? And does the easy stigmatization of so many people show a lack of moral fiber and a moral weakness in our government?
Senator Gold.
He did a big mass touch there. That should count as 2.
It is unacceptable to tar an individual or a person with a hurtful racial epithet. We would all agree. The fact remains that evidence of hateful symbols appeared and continue to appear not only here in Ottawa, but in other respects. It is not the case that it is not the position of the government that all protesters are Nazis or white supremacists. It's never been the position of the government. It is the position of the government, however, that this convoy, however well-intentioned it might be, and however well-intentioned many of the participants might have been, was nonetheless hijacked by extremist elements, and that's on the public record, of the white extremist groups funding it both in Canada and elsewhere, at the heart of organizing and mobilizing the convoys from the beginning. These are facts we cannot escape. They're uncomfortable facts.
They're not facts.
It is not to tar those who came with those attitudes. But it is, nonetheless, to affirm that once it was the act was proclaimed, and once a state of emergency was declared, and once activities were publicized as being unacceptable, that each and every person, whatever their particular views,
69 mass touches,
should have in fact left.
69. You get a half clap.
And obeyed the law. And it is regrettable that it took the invocation of the Emergencies Act and the strong presence of police officers from across the country to force that to happen.
I can guarantee this guy sucks at poker. Right.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Would Senator Gold accept another question? Yes. Senator Gold.
They need to pump oxygen in there.
Laws, the Emergency Act.
There isn't any, Audra. There's not. There
comes in the wake of the War Measures Act that was only used 3 times in history. The 2 first times were not surprising, the First and Second World War, but the third time I lived through very closely the October crisis of 1971. I was part of a university student association. You'll recall that in Quebec at the time, from the beginning of the 1960s, there were police operations that were intended to, or not police organizations, but an organization was intended to destabilize the Quebec government. They put bombs into mailboxes, and they participated in kidnappings, particularly that of the kidnapping of the diplomat, Mr. Cross, and the deputy premier of Quebec, Pierre Laporte, who we know was killed. And despite these terrible facts,
I'll be right back, everyone.
Trudeau Sr. had decided to invade Quebec with the Canadian Army, and the police weren't left to deal with these odious crimes. And that's no wonder why, that is no wonder why Prime Minister Mulroney changed this act so that it could be used in exceptional circumstances in consultation with the provinces and with the agreement of parliamentarians. And we know that with the current act, those two criteria are not there. The majority of the provinces did not want it invoked on their territory. And we saw in the other place, two opposition parties oppose the use of this legislation. So there was not unanimity. So in my opinion, the current context is very different from the previous situation in 1970. And to invoke this act, it has to be followed with a justification. So my question is very simple. What is the current threat that justifies the invocation of the Emergencies Act? Did the RCMP have information that might be in the hands of these protesters? And how many of these protesters belong to terrorist groups? Thank you for the question. I was in Montreal, and I saw the army in the streets at the time. I had friends who were arrested. And as you clearly stated, the Emergencies Act has nothing to do with the old act, the old bill, and the actions taken on the ground that we saw here in Ottawa have nothing to do with it either. I attempted to explain all of the reasons why the government took the decision it did, and that it was reasonable. It was reasonable to believe that the declaration of a state of emergency under the Act was necessary. And the only thing I'd add to that, as I've said several times, is that I am not in a position to share here information either from our police forces
What are we at with the mass
or
count?
from our intelligence services of their opinion that or
Thank
the
you,
opinion
my
they may
dean.
have
Much
provided
love to
the
you.
government. There are so many things that are already public that demonstrate that there were people not only on the margins of what was happening, but at the very
71.
heart of it.
He only
who
did
are
2
ready
when I was
to use
gone that
violence.
time.
They are prepared to encourage others to come to Ottawa to destabilize, if not topple our elected government, democratically elected.
Good point, Laurel.
There are weapons. There are people who belong to racist groups, to extremist groups, and all of this is in the public record. So that's all that I can say. Once again, that according to the information that is public and that everyone is aware of, there was clearly enough evidence that the government had reasonable grounds to invoke the Emergencies Act. Senator Buebner. Thank you very much, Senator Gold. You used a word that, in my opinion, is contrary to
When in
this
doubt,
Emergencies
blame
Act. You said it was
racism.
necessary, whereas the term is that you should have used was that it would be mandatory, because in the current context, during the 24 days, no criminal acts were committed.
It is quite the twist, Leandro.
I didn't see any criminal charges laid during those 24 days. And also, as my last question, what did the government do during those 24 days to dislodge these people? What physical, legal challenge did they put to these people other than having thought about it and taken the decision indeed to do nothing at the time? Senator Gold. Well, perhaps I misunderstood the question, but I'll try to answer it. First of all, in a democratic country such as Canada, it's not the government or the parliament.
Yeah, I guess makeup would.
It's not up to them to direct
Be
police
Raw
forces,
Fabra.
first of all. all government levels of government must act within with respect for their jurisdiction. But I'd like to mention something you mentioned beforehand. The act is very clear. It's not necessary for all of the provinces or premiers to be in agreement. The text is very clear. There is a path for consultation, but if there's a crisis that's not limited to a single province, there's simply an obligation to consult. And it's only in the case where there might be an emergency that must be managed in a manner outside of the normal powers that a province might have. It's only in those circumstances.
Yeah, this debate was earlier today.
That
Mike.
there be the agreement of the government affected. So, for 3 weeks, the government remained within its area of jurisdiction compared to the jurisdiction of the police, municipal, and provincial areas.
You know, I have to give this guy credit at least. He's been talking for like a good freaking, what? Like 2 hours at least in that mask. That must be freaking exhausting. He must just be gasping for air right now. Let's just read a couple chats. How long before he mentions the racist and extremists in the crowd again? Yeah, that would be a good count maybe for our next one. See how many times they mention racism. Wow, the masks don't even fit his face. Who got the ropes and makes the we go to work do now and gallow to build the gallow? Thanks. It's better than Parliament. I think the votes were 180. Yeah. We definitely lost in Parliament. If you want to break free from your parents and go on your own. His mask is huge. Oxygen deprivation. I hope he didn't have lunch before that. Is Sen Gold the only one defending that? He seems to be the only one talking. I don't know if they have to go through every single senator individually and every other senator questions them. If so, that'll take forever if it goes as long as this one. They'll be debating this till next year. Nabu called, they want their coffee filter back.
Which are exclusive and apart. So it's not to say that they did nothing, quite the contrary. They were protecting information. They were giving opinions. They created a consultation amongst various levels of government. And I would add that, unfortunately, there were several meetings, and the Premier of Ontario didn't even attend. So it's not true to say that the government did nothing. And it's also, how could I say this?
I'm looking at New Mexico, Dr. K. I'm looking at it.
It's not necessarily, and I say this with all due respect, it's not necessarily the real issue. What did the government do at the outset or in the second week or
now, correct me if I'm wrong. I might be wrong about this, but wasn't Canada doing a similar thing? Didn't we start offering asylum from the USA, or at least talking about it when Trump was in office? Like, we were going to allow people to come here from the United States. It's crazy to even think about that either of our countries would offer each other asylum. But correct me if I'm wrong about that. I might be wrong, but I seem to recall that.
The government did what it could do within its area of jurisdiction and with the tools that they properly had as the government of Canada, as compared to the tools that other authorities would have, whether it's at municipal or the provincial level.
Will Senator Gold take another question? Of course. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Gold. My question is related to agriculture, which it's no surprise to you or my colleagues here in the chamber.
Is that a barcode on his mouth?
Refers to the use of the term critical infrastructure under Section 2(1)(b).
He just puts his QR code right there.
Public Assembly, which does not confer upon the Minister of Public Safety to designate additional places similar to the designation of protected places per 6F of the regulation.
My phone did ding.
The Emergency Measures Regulation provides a definition of critical infrastructure which is not reflective of the importance of agricultural supply chains here in Canada and to the world. For example, the definition does not include agricultural processing and distribution facilities like the food terminal in Toronto or processing plants across the country, most of which are located on private land and not on federal or provincial property. This means that the regulation which prohibits assembly that interfere with the functioning of critical infrastructure.
Mark, I'm sorry, could we need to pause because we have a technical issue on the Zoom? Not receiving the sound on the Zoom.
We need to all adjust our masks. No one's even on Zoom. Oh, geez. We have a bunch of boomers trying to figure out computers. This is going to take forever. They're all like, they better call another emergency for the Zoom.
If they are getting sound.
State of emergency. Our Zoom's not working.
Chamber, and so the technical people can indicate to us if we. Okay, so I am speaking in the Senate chamber, and if we can know if we are getting the sound in the Senate chamber.
Oh, no, don't get me with the copyright strikes. Hold on.
Processing food.
Okay.
Enormous infrastructure, which is not reflective of the importance that agricultural supply chains are to Canada and the world. For example, the definition does not include agricultural processing and distribution facilities like the food terminal in Toronto or processing plants across the country, most of which are located on private property and not on federal.
The computer is racist.
This means that the regulation which prohibits assemblies that interfere with the functioning of critical infrastructure does not include many of these agricultural supply chain vulnerabilities. Further, it means that the Emergency Economic Measures Order does not cover financial activities designated to disrupt agricultural processing and distribution facilities. By contrast, other essential services like ports and hospitals currently fall within the scope of the order. So my questions are, Senator Gold, why is the agricultural sector not included as critical infrastructure? Is this an oversight? And while we have been told agricultural supply chains are included under Section 2, the actual buildings used for the processing, food processing and distribution would not be. Would the government support efforts by the Senate to amend the emergency measures regulations pursuant to S613 of the Emergencies Act related to this necessary change?
Senator Gold.
Well, thank you, Senator, for the question.
Right, L33.
Look, the government of Canada knows how critical the agricultural sector is to the economic and social well-being of Canada.
A calm sounding. Am I the calm sounding Alex Jones?
As I think the
I'll take that. I'll take that as a
on
compliment.
other
If you're talking about
and
me.
in connection with this, there's no question. But the measures that are being taken under the Emergencies Act, notably the securing of our borders and trade routes, have enormous significance and benefit to the agricultural sectors.
Racist computers need to get their hard drives frozen immediately.
Out west, or a huge panoply of products that go across at Windsor and elsewhere in the country. To your question, it is true that that agricultural facilities are not defined by
the other senator. Okay.
And the regulations do not authorize that to be added to it sort of pro forma. You are also right, however, to point out that there is a mechanism where the Senate, sufficient senators are so inclined to refer that question, so to speak, to the committee to which I referred, because it is possible to amend the regulations, and that's a process. The other point that I might add is that the provisions of the regulations may, in fact, potentially apply were it to be the case that an unlawful protest activity had the effect of shutting down a facility or impeding access to a facility, because the prohibitions against such acts are not limited to those that affect critical
oxygen break.
That's under Section 2.1.
Senator Gold.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we need to pause. Our Zoom senator have lost the sound from the chamber again.
Again?
Please, I'm sorry.
Again? What is this? Do they not have a technical person there? Like what?
Legislation to expand the scope of FinTrack so that it covers the platforms and the fundraising platforms. I mean, the world has changed so dramatically, and social media has had such a dramatic impact, and not simply on how it shapes people's attitudes and inclines them and mobilizes them. But
ladies, Ray Brown is a single white American.
Cryptocurrency, which we've seen very much at play here.
You leave my
government is
crypto
taking
alone.
Steps. One of the lessons that's learned is that we need something more durable and enduring that doesn't require the invocation of these measures. Secondly, and the details escape me, but I know that
pry
there are
this
measures
crypto
being
from
considered
my
in the
cold,
Promise of
dead
Austerity,
hands.
To specify and greater powers or the use of existing powers in a more targeted way, so that they, were the
NPC
situation
glitching.
to arise, would be able to do their part to resist the returns of blockades and the like.
Oh, man.
At the end of the day, one hopes that the lessons learned,
100
ordinary measures that all legislatures and parliaments should be thinking about.
100 mass touches.
I should add one last. But
Yes.
if not, then the act remains there
We
in
made
those
it.
extraordinary last resort circumstances. But the other point that I should have made earlier, and excuse me for the order of my answer, is that even when, and we all hope it's sooner rather than later, the Emergency Act is revoked, the investigations and the prosecutions which are underway
Govern me
will
harder.
continue. Just because the act will cease to be in force at some time soon, one hopes, doesn't mean that the illegal acts that were taken while they were illegal are forgiven. So one also
Triple
hopes
clap.
that
We'll give
the
one more clap.
measures taken, and sometimes it's under the criminal code. I mean, it's not simply.
Look, that was a triple mass touch. See that?
So the charges that have been laid, the measures taken to deal with the financial, the freezing of bank accounts, and so on, one hopes will also provide some disincentive for those inclined to want to continue the project of occupying, blockading, and destabilizing our country.
Supplementary? No. Senatrice Dupuis, followed.
Senator Dupuis, followed by Senator Quinn.
Mass touches definitely is tell. I want to play poker with him.
Senatrice Dupuis.
Oui. Merci.
Senator Dupuis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Senator Gold take a supplementary question?
Question?
Oui.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, I know. The Senate's not going to vote it
Senator
down.
Gold.
I would say it's highly unlikely that they do.
In the Emergencies Act, at Section 19, there's a discretionary power that's very important that's given to the government to adopt decrees or regulations. And it says all measures that it believes necessary, and these measures can be against public assembly or other activities.
To the moon.
A bit later in Section 19, at Part 3, it talks about these decrees and these regulations and that they are applied. And under Part B, it says, in an advised way, as specifically as possible, in close consultation with
Backspace
each
is breaking
affected
down the
province. My question
statistics.
is the following, Senator Gold. the joint House and Senate committee, or rather, can you confirm to us that this joint committee will be able to study subparagraph B of Section 19? In other words, that there is discretionary power that will be enforced and that these measures will
Oh
be...
man, I gotta read this comment. What was it? Wonder Bucket says, we need Stephen Harper back. Him and his Lego Man haircut would have never put up with it. I really like the Lego Man haircut part. You know, I personally, I was all about getting Harper out. I forget what bill it was. I think it was like Bill C-45 or something. I forget what it was. But it had to do with CSIS, like our like Canada's CIA, if you will, and like their spying powers or whatever. And then we had to. That made a bunch of people mad at him and mad at the Conservative Party, and then we voted him out, and then we got Trudeau. I mean,
put into place with as close a consultation as possible with each impacted province. Will that specific part of the law be part of the Parliamentary Advisory Committee's role? Answer. Thank you for that question. It's very important. As you know, regarding the Emergencies Act, there are not many details when it comes to the mandate of that committee. And I think that, like all committees, including the committees
thank
here
you,
at
Ben
the
Franklin.
Senate,
Ben Franklin, much love to you, brother. Congratulations on the ranch. Thank you for your help.
as they are governed by the laws in place, it will be up to the committee itself to determine the subjects it studies. I see absolutely nothing in the text of the Act that would make this study of this part of the bill inappropriate, or that would prohibit a study of that part of the Act. I'm unable to give you a clearer answer because there are no such details provided in the Act outside of what is written in the text. But in my opinion...
Good night, Patricia. Yeah, we'll go to 2 a.m. here. I don't know if you can see my... it's 1:30 here right now. We'll go another half hour, and then I should call it a night, too.
Well, then
we'll come back tomorrow with more Senate.
Will decide exactly what it will study.
Sénatrice Dupuis, vous avez une supplémentaire.
Senator Dupuis, do you have a supplementary? Yes, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Senator Gold. I'll follow up on my first question on Section 19. In Section 19, it said that the discretionary powers and measures applied must be applied with as close consultation as possible with each province impacted. So can you confirm to me now something about the investigation? So this investigation that must be launched in the 60 days following the declaration of the state of emergency.
Shut out West Coast.
And the government and council is held responsible for carrying out an investigation, not only on the crisis, but also on the measures taken to tackle the crisis. Can you confirm for me that that will be the case? So it says that the government and council has to investigate the crisis and the measures. Will that also be done in as close consultation as possible with the provinces?
Roman says,
Senator
haven't seen
Gold,
such brutality
thank
since
you again for the
1989
question.
Tiananmen Square.
I will answer this question in the same way I answered the first. It is not clear. So the objective of this investigation...
Honestly, Maya Dean, I don't think really anybody watches this except for us. We're probably like the only few people watching it. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Viva's covering it too, but you know, even you look at other like House of Commons videos, like I think the House of Commons gets more views than the Senate does, but hardly anybody watches the Senate.
and the striking of this interparliamentary committee is so that we, as parliamentarians, can be present at each stage of the process to fulfill our democratic duty to analyze, report, and amend as necessary. There's no reason to believe, and there's nothing in the text that would suggest a limitation on the subjects
Comply or have your assets seized.
of that investigation. I would also add that, as you know, consultation with provinces is
Viva would be ripping
paramount
his hair out.
in the Emergencies Act. So for all of these reasons,
It's all good,
dear
Dr. K.
colleagues,
Nice
even
to
though
see
I'm
you.
unable to give you a more specific answer, there is no reason why this consultation with provinces would be excluded or would be an inappropriate subject for the committee. I
Thank
hope
you
that
so
answers
much,
the
Kay Wills.
question.
Much
Followed
love.
by Senator Tanis. Senator Quinn.
Thank you. My question is for Senator Gold. I want to reach back a little bit to Senator Patterson and Senator Marshall's questions with respect
You
to
would think
the
everyone
role of the
be
committee and the types
watching.
of information that would be made available. We know that there's ongoing hourly contact with various officials to see what the current situation is. So that type of risk assessment.
I have
is
to
introducing
shoot
new
a commercial actually for like, because I do video editing and videography and stuff like that as well. So I have to shoot a commercial tomorrow at 12 I guess PM, and then I assume I'll be doing that for a couple hours, and then I plan to come back shortly after that sometime, and then get into the Senate stuff. So that's the game plan for tomorrow.
information on an ongoing basis. Much of that information, as you've indicated, would be probably classified as confidential. Yet my understanding of the committee's work will be that the statutory instrument regulations will apply, which means that Section 15 in that particular piece of paper will tell them, will list a very, very confidential type of information. My question really comes down to, this committee is important for all parliamentarians to have confidence in the work that they're undertaking. But wouldn't the confidence of parliamentarians be enhanced knowing that they have access to confidential information that will better inform their work and in turn better inform parliamentarians?
Go.
Well, thank you for your question. There are different categories of information with different levels of protection and different levels of access. As you note in the text of the Act, the Parliamentary Review Committee is required, or every member, I should say, would be required to take an oath of secrecy, as set out in the schedule. But there is nothing in the Act that requires members to have been given a security clearance, such as, for example, members in this chamber who sit on the NCCOP are required to go through.
Well, you can see how long it is too, Audra. Like this is
access on an as-need basis, not at large. Even that is constrained to information
16 hours of video
to parliamentarians under any circumstances. So, of course, it is important to return to your question, Senator Quinn, that for the
big shout out to Roosevelt for keeping up with the mass count.
Expected to do the job that the drafters of the bill expected to do, that it needs to and will have access to all relevant information that is made available. In the case, and you alluded to it, there will be some measures, not intelligence information, I hasten to add, but certain regulations that may be promulgated. There are none that exist now, and there are none that are contemplated, as I said. But were such regulations to be promulgated that by the operation of the Statutory Instruments Act could not be, for reasons that it contains confidential information, published in the Gazette and therefore available to the public, then yes, that committee would have access in private to that information to help it inform its decision. Again, I hope that answers your question.
Senator Quinn, you have a supplementary?
Yes, and thank you for the answer. It's very difficult, having worked in emergency situations in another life, to not be able to have access to all that vital information to help the decision-making process. But nevertheless, earlier we talked about the possible, I think Senator Gaudieu had mentioned
Where are you, Ray
postmortem.
Brown?
I'm not sure if that's the right language, but this committee, as I understand it, does it have a specific life? In other words, when the emergency ends, does it have a week, 2 weeks, or will it be extended or have a life that will allow it to be part of any postmortem that may take place?
Senator Gold.
Well, again, thank you for your question. The provisions of the Act set out the mandate and roles and responsibilities of the Parliamentary Review Committee, and it certainly has a role.
Thank you, Kristen. Much love to you.
Survive the revocation.
Have a good night, Maya.
A revocation or a motion to revoke
freedom
the Emergencies Act, but it is separate and distinct. At least it appears to be separate and distinct from the inquiry that is contemplated under Section 63. Section 63, which calls for the inquiry within 60 days after the expiration or revocation of a declaration, and which also contemplates that the report must be deposited in both houses of Parliament within 365 days, does not mention that this is an inquiry or this is the task of this review committee. So I think we have to understand that there are two mechanisms. The Parliamentary Review Committee is largely, as I mentioned earlier, and was underlined by our colleague Senator Lankin, it has a reporting function to keep us apprised if this goes on longer, but also an oversight function.
Okay.
But the inquiry is separate. The inquiry is where we will do an after-the-fact assessment of everything. What led into it? Where we will put under the microscope, I expect, the actions of all levels of government, by police instances, and frankly, and learn more, I hope, about what lay at the origins and at the heart of this movement that had metastasized, as I said, into an explosion of illegal activities here and elsewhere in the country.
Senator Tanis, followed by Senator Griffin.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Steve G. Much love to you,
Senator
Ben.
Gold. First of all, let me thank you also for hastily arranging the meeting that we had last night with ministers, the informal meeting. It was helpful, and it's actually an issue that was mentioned. I can't remember if it was Minister Lametti or Minister Mendocino, but spoke to the issue of the foundation of the act and its continuance through an emergency. And whichever one it was of those ministers said that the emergency must continue to exist in order to hold everything up. And it is incumbent on the government to determine whether or not the emergency continues to exist. I suspect that's why we keep hearing this, we're in contact hourly with all kinds of people, because that is the words that give us assurance that the emergency still exists. Otherwise, the government is in a position where they must find that the emergency is over and therefore the act must be withdrawn. Nobody's been killed in this, thank God. The entire emergency, all of the activities that have gone on, not a soul has been killed. I've actually not heard of anybody in the hospital at this stage. We had a lady that was knocked over by a horse and may or may not have been injured, may or may not have gone to the hospital. In all of this, it's incredible, remarkable, and is a testimony to the civility of Canadians, even when they're hot under the collar.
The UN planes were in North Bay. Whether they were in Ottawa or not, I have no idea.
Today.
But there were UN planes in North Bay.
What emergency exists today that convinces the government, hour by hour, that this has to continue? Never mind the invocation of it. Many of us can understand that. I think there's a slim majority of Canadians that supported it. according to polls. But what emergency exists today other than some secret emergency that you can't tell anybody about, and our oversight committee won't get to know about either?
Senator Gold.
Well, first of all, thank you for acknowledging the efforts that we made to make ministers available to senators. I appreciate that, and I hope it was useful to senators. The Emergencies Act is valid constitutionally.
Yeah, she definitely was injured.
Under the Peace, Order, and Good Government Clause of the Constitution, and in the leading case, and there have been many subsequent, which said if and only if there is an emergency affecting the nation as a whole, could temporary measures be authorized. And that is, I think, at the heart of what one of the ministers, that is at the heart of the foundation for this act, as you correctly point out. I'm not going to be legalistic with you.
Yeah, maybe, Reaper.
I have been tempted to say, we're in a Section 58 debate to confirm, thumbs up or thumbs down, whether on February 14th the government had reasonable grounds to believe that an emergency, and I've made that case, and I'm not going to belabor the point. I do understand that 7 days into it, people's minds are asking different questions. And nor, colleagues, have I or will I insist on, hey, that's the wrong question. There's a Section 59 process. You know, you think it's over, line up 9 other senators, file it with the Speaker, and we're off and running on that. And indeed, I believe that happened in the House, or was attempted to happen in the House immediately upon the vote. But I'm not saying that. I understand. We're all Canadians.
It's not an emergency.
We all want this to end. So to your question, but one more comment, if I may, with respect.
We're counting mass touches.
I'm not standing up here, and I haven't stood up here, and the government hasn't stood up here and said, hey, just trust us. We know stuff you don't know. That is precisely, it is not what I said. I have shared, this is a mature chamber. Yes, we have different points of view. I respect people's right to believe that the most important thing in this country is to bring the government down. And you're entitled to your opinion. And I have always tried to answer those questions respectfully, even if at times I bristle. I've lost my thought.
The lack of oxygen's getting to him.
What I have said was, because this is a mature, thank you. You've helped me, you'll be glad to know, Senator, you've helped me remember my train of thought.
Oh my God,
this is an important
fucking
debate
hilarious.
In Parliament. We are mature, informed, sophisticated people. If you interpret me saying, listen, there are certain categories of information
we have fantastic masks
and can never be made public, has not independent of the emergency.
People love
act,
us.
If that is considered to be an inappropriate statement, I stand by it nonetheless. I have confidence in all of us, apart from whatever our differences are, to understand, some of the foundations of a free and democratic society and what it requires to remain free and democratic. To your question, the government continues to believe, based upon the advice, and the expressions are not secret but public, from our police, from law enforcement, from the chiefs of police, supported by many academic commentators as well, that the job is not yet done, that there is still a concern that time is still needed to ensure that there is not a swift and dangerous return to the situation, whether it's blockades of bridges or ports of entry or occupations of city. And it is also a matter of public record that those who are still staying not that far from here in Ottawa and elsewhere have expressed a desire, if not indeed an intention, to continue the illegal activities if they're able to. So there is public evidence that the risk is not over. The government reevaluates the situation on an ongoing basis, and as I have said, and as the government representatives elsewhere have
Today, Junior?
Revoked. We still see police enforcing the protection around the parliamentary precinct to make sure that trucks do not return, and to consolidate the success that they had over the weekend. They still believe they need the tools to keep minors away, to keep them out of harm's way. Still need the tools to compel the towing services. They still need the tools, the economic measures that are designed to limit financial support for these illegal blockades. They continue to play an important role. As I mentioned just a moment ago, it is a matter of public record that many of the blockades have assembled in places just down the highway and are promising to return. There's an ongoing need to protect our border crossings and other critical infrastructure. And this is not secret information. It's letters from the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police and the Canadian Police Association. These are clearly short-term measures. In my response to an earlier question to Senator Coyle and to others, there's no question that all levels of government are reevaluating both their responses on the ground. We hope the police here in Ottawa reconsider how they responded, and provinces and the federal government are reconsidering and considering additional legislation in order to better manage the situation. But for the moment,
yes, do it, Mike.
For the moment, it is the view of the government and the view of the police services with whom they are in constant contact, that these emergency measures remain necessary. But at such time as the police and security professionals advise otherwise, the government will be more than happy.
150.
Senator Tanner.
Thank you. I just want to ask a question and perhaps get an undertaking from you, Leader, with respect to the review committee. As you mentioned, it's legally required. But we know, many of us in this chamber know, that committees that are legally required sometimes don't happen. We have the Medical Assistance and Dying Committee, joint committee, that is many months not formed. So you mentioned that your counterpart in the House of Commons has been in discussions and so on. I don't think we've been in discussions. You haven't been in discussions. At least I'm not aware of it.
Hey, Cornflake.
You've got some work to do. I presume that will happen immediately upon this this decision, if it is to carry on. I wonder if you would commit to every sitting day that the Joint Committee is not constituted,
Mass Touch Olympics,
that you would find the ability to rise in your place
allegedly OCD,
and explain why every day after this vote until such time as it is constituted.
Sir, go.
Well, look, thank you for your question. And you know, as I said earlier, colleague, I'm going to be brief because I know so many.
No, you're not.
Oh, well, I get a break in 5 minutes, which is we all need. It's important. This is an important committee, and as I said,
allegedly
I am
legal.
In
That's good.
Discussions with the House Leader to understand the government's thinking on this and the like. I will undoubtedly require leave of the Senate because our orders don't otherwise give me an opportunity to do that. But I would certainly, if it's the will of the Senate, be happy, and with the consentment of the Senate, to give you a report.
The consentment?
To the extent that I'll give you. I'm happy to report on the state of affairs. But as I said, I will require consent, because once I sit down, I'm done.
Senator
Thank God.
Followed by Senator Wallen.
Thank you, Senator Gold. I worry about the precedent set by the invocation of the Emergencies Act. As you had mentioned earlier, there is no telling what future governments might do in light of perceived national emergency. So, Senator Gold, how will the current security thresholds be updated and clarified to ensure a reliable use of Emergencies Act by future governments?
Senator Gold.
Well, thank you for your question. Look, that's an important question, and I know it's a preoccupation of many, regardless of their particular cause or
yeah, he's going to go out for break and he'll be like, take off the mask.
It was passed after the charter was proclaimed, and was passed, as many have mentioned, indeed, as I mentioned in my speech, in response to the invocation of the War Measures Act and some of the abuses that took place, not only in my province, but indeed in Vancouver and elsewhere, when journalists and others were rounded up with their civil liberties completely suspended. I think the government, I think Canadians should be proud of the work that the Mulroney government did in 1988 to put into place a measure that is much more focused, much more temporary, much more limited, that does not purport to oust the application of the Charter, and that provides the kind of democratic accountability that I've tried to outline. Can the Act be amended and improved? Of course. We know, colleagues that were here when we debated Bill C-59.
Someone suggested super glue.
The National Defense Act. We know that there were measures that were put in place in the 80s and 70s that need to be updated, if for no other reason, and there are many reasons, because of technological changes and social changes and changes in the world that needed to be addressed. We did that with C-59. We very well need to do it with the Emergencies Act. But again,
right,
at the risk of sounding legalistic,
someone else said that earlier
today,
too. It's a good
we're
quote.
here to decide whether or not to confirm the government's decision to invoke
Staples.
the Act. And there will be time, whether it's in the inquiry or anything that we in the Senate may choose to initiate at our own initiative, to take a closer look at the Emergencies Act, the text of the Act, to see how it might be improved. Thank you for your question.
Senator Tuileja.
Thank you. So, Senator Gold, in your speech, you said that this activity was planned for weeks. In response to Senator Marshall, you said that it's not correct to assume that the government was not aware of the threats. So if the government was aware of the threats and Canadians looked to their government to keep them safe, why was nothing done? Once the protesters were on the streets, was there any action taken to defuse the situation? Were there any conversations taking place?
Senator Go.
Well, again, I hope that I didn't I understand your question, but I want to be clear about what I said and didn't say. And again, Hansard is attested that I didn't say to Senator Marshall that nothing was done.
You think he'll make it
what
to
I said
200?
or whatever I said to Senator Marshall, let me respond to you. The government was aware, and security services undoubtedly were aware of
Was she on DuckTales?
Threats potentially posed by the convoy once it was
No, this was earlier
mobilized
today, Jungle Jay.
and on the road. The federal government at that point was in communication with provincial and municipal counterparts, as well as law enforcement counterparts. And information, and the reason they were in contact was to share information. But until the Emergencies Act was enacted, and giving extra powers to law enforcement, allowing the rapid coordination of police forces, municipal, provincial, RCMP, to say nothing of provincial police forces from other jurisdictions, allowing them to be mobilized and work together without having to swear in individual officers. until such time as there were tools for the federal government to take action under the Emergencies Act and the measures to define cordoned-off areas, it did not have the jurisdiction to do that. There would be a hue and cry that rose not only in this place, but across the country, if the federal government, hearing that there were some rather extreme folks trying to encourage and mobilize and fund a convoy setting out to block bridges, ports, or occupy a city, the federal government says, oh my God, we know these things, so we're just going to take over municipal policing in Ottawa. We're going to take over the jurisdiction of the province of Ontario, which has jurisdiction over its highways, et cetera, et cetera. That's inconceivable in a federal country like Canada. So it is, with all respect, the wrong question to say, why didn't the government act? It had certain limited powers. It had a very strong and important
Let's take a poll. How many boosters do you think he's had?
By working with other levels of government and police and law enforcement, which must remain independent from government direction. And it is sad and regrettable that despite all of that, we arrived at a situation where these measures were necessary.
It is, Honourable Senator, it is now noon, and pursuant to the orders of Monday, February 21st, 2022, I'm required to lead the chair for.
You think 3 boosters Canada needs help?
And when we
37,
come back, I have on
37,
the list,
too many.
Roland, Lofreda, Jaffer, Brazo, and Thomas
53.
Have a
All
good
right.
lunch, Senator.
Well, they're taking a break. Anyways, it's just about 2 a.m. here. So I will come back tomorrow and we can watch more Senate together. Everyone, you know, what was our mass count? 171. He got to 171. Big shout out to Roosevelt on the mass count. Oh, he's going to hit 200. Oh my. Oh, do we go till 200? Do we go past the break? Let's see if he speaks after the break. If he does, if he's speaking after the break, we could maybe go till 200 and just see. Hold on, let's see here, because you know we could cut the stream at 200. Where is it? Oh, it looks like he's back. Okay, we'll try to go to 200 here if I can get this close enough without. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Yeah, a little bit further. Okay, quiet music. Okay, we'll try to make it to 200 on the mass count. I'll mute myself, go to 200. Yeah, we'll try to make it to 200, and then we can have our big celebration, and then, you know, obviously he's going to get to 200 quick if he's speaking again. So as long as it's still him speaking, we're going to make it. I'll mute myself. Mr. Gold made a very touching show. 171 touches. Diapers full. Thanks, Active. Thanks, man. Thank all of you. Honestly, I've thoroughly enjoyed myself tonight. You know, we needed that after last night's stream. Last night's stream was a bit depressing, but you know, I am thoroughly enjoying myself tonight. Even though like our state of affairs in the country has obviously gone to shit, but oh, look at her. She has a half mask.
Bank accounts, be they frozen or that there's some other impact on their economic or financial life that they could appeal to their bankers to other organizations or even to the police. But it is my understanding that this bill explicitly states that there is immunity from liability for financial institutions.
Oh. You're correct that I think it's the regulation, Senator. I think it's Article 7.
White dirty eggshell, yeah.
Regulation 2 provides an immunity to banks for civil actions taken in good faith. So that is correct.
Thank you, Tech.
In order for the banks to do the job that we need them to do, to review and report on activities.
We got into Ukraine a little bit, thinking.
It is still the case, however, and as the RCMP statement illustrates, there is close work between the RCMP and the financial institutions to work out appropriate processes to be fair to those whose accounts may have been frozen but who are no longer participating actively in illegal activity. So, and as well as I think I mentioned in my remarks, if that turns out to be unsatisfactory, and there's no reason to assume that it will be, colleagues, then, excuse me, there can be further steps that a customer might take to the, and the name now escapes me, but to the financial, the appropriate financial consumer. Thank you. The Financial Consumer Agency of Canada, I believe, is what I was searching for. And finally, though it is true, Senator, that Article 7 of these temporary
We're going to beat it 200 in no
provides
time.
this immunity, it is still the case that the courts are open for challenges based either on the constitutionality of the Act, whether the regulations themselves were properly authorized by the Act, or for charter challenges based upon breaches that allegedly infringe the charter. So I hope that's...
My best guess is the vote is on Thursday, but we've heard tomorrow, we've heard Thursday, we've heard Friday, so...
Senator Wallen, supplementary?
Yes, please. The remedies you suggest, of course, assume you have resources, which is the problem if your resources have been frozen or you don't have access to them. The other concern I have is that banks, in an attempt to comply with this legislation, which is both extraordinary and not detailed yet,
Maybe
because
he
we're going to
has
have to
no
learn from
chin.
experience, is that they are going to have to overreact in order to protect themselves so they are not seen to be exempting someone from this law or not taking tough enough measures. We've seen that in many other cases where the laws are unclear, is that people overcompensate. What strategy do you have to combat that?
Well, thank you for your question. I don't think that there's any evidence or reason to believe that banks will overreact. The text of the law is relatively clear. The banks have an obligation to review on an ongoing basis the activities of their clients that may be implicated in these illegal activities, just as they have for at least a decade been monitoring their accounts for out of concern for whether there's money laundering or terrorist financing going on. There's nothing in the Act that appears to expose the banks to liability from or prosecution, which would lead them to overreact. I think, on the contrary, banks make money because they have donors, and donors have not donors, that they have clients who have accounts. I think it's in the interest of both the banks and their clients to resolve these issues amicably, so that the banks can continue to provide service to Canadians, for which they have a right under the Bank Act, if they otherwise comply with the exigencies of the Bank Act and the regulations.
Senator Griffin. That's where I started.
Bingo.
Who's next? We didn't hear the...
Sorry,
Okay,
Senator,
thank you.
Senator Griffin.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I'm inquiring about youth. For instance, in the emergency regulations, there's a requirement that children under the age of 18 are not to be present in an unlawful assembly area or to be within a 500-meter radius, which is a full half kilometer, of course. But why the 500-meter radius, a whole half kilometer, in downtown Ottawa that catches kids simply going to the park? Why not just in the unlawful assembly area? The area itself is quite comprehensive, especially in the urban area.
It's a fair question, and I'll answer it. But before I do, I'll remind
Touch my mask.
that
5 more
for 3
times.
weeks in Ottawa, the residents of Ottawa with children were literally terrorized and afraid in so many cases to leave their homes, and that is on the public record. With regard to your question,
wow.
I believe
saw kids there.
we would all agree. I believe that we would all agree that everything should be done to prevent harm to children, minor children, to keep them out of harm's way, especially under circumstances where, when these regulations were promulgated and the act, the emergency proclaimed, there was a huge number of people, and large numbers with children, present within the area that is now considered to be off limits. And as the police, and because the Emergencies Act was proclaimed for many reasons, one of which was to allow for a more
we missed a mass touch there. I saw it though.
Concentrated and planful use of police forces to step by step warn and ultimately take steps to clear the barricade. It is all the more important that minors not be either approached or certainly be placed in harm's way. So
freeze the kids' piggy banks.
It was thought appropriate, the government thinks it remains appropriate, to create a sort of cordon sanitaire around and approaching the areas that are off limits to provide a clear
The only kids were
message
upset because they didn't get to jump in the bouncy castle, right?
Not to come. And to be sure, all of these measures, as one senator asked earlier today, provide some inconvenience to
Dude
residents.
stutters more than
just
Joe.
as it provides a measure of inconvenience for us to have to show our ID when we walk to here.
I don't even
But
hear
it
Joe
pales in
stutter. I
comparison
just think he's old.
with the risks to the children.
No offense to
were
old
they
people.
to be allowed to approach an area
won't get
on the
into
other side of the barrier, on the other side of mounted police, on the other side of police with the tools that they have. And so I think it's for that reason, out of concern for the safety of the children, that the measures were enunciated as you described.
Yeah, imagine if this was summer,
Griffin,
Mike.
Supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Senator Gold. My next question also relates to minors, but in this case, it's what I would call mature minors, the older children who sometimes want to do things on their own, whether their parents know it or not. So why would we be putting the penalty on the adult for the presence of a mature minor? Why is this not mirroring the Youth Criminal Justice Act, where the young people between the ages of 12 and 18 can be sentenced and receive penalties like adults? Because I'm sure we all know there were local young people involved in this. They weren't here from their parents in a truck or other vehicle from away. Thank you.
Senator Gold.
This is the Senate, Eric, for Canada, discussing the emergency measures.
Senator, the only,
and we're counting mass touches from this guy.
The best answer that I can provide is that
trying to make it to 200 before we end the
this
stream.
kind, with all of the factors unknown, the law has to draw a line, and it has to be a clear line. It has to be a line that leaves no interpretation to parents or to children or youth that they are or they're not mature. You draw a line, as we do in law so often. It's easy to say, well, but somebody falls on one side or the other side. What we saw in Ottawa, quite apart from some Ottawa youth who may have wanted to take part in what was going on, and I'm going to use words that are blunt, children were instrumentalized. They were used as instruments.
These people are insane,
Brandon.
Brandon.
To say that there were some, consciously or unconsciously, put their children in positions where they were the equivalent of human shields, in order to discourage or deter or slow down
This guy's disgusting,
slow
man.
down the police actions about which they had been warned more than once.
That's another thing
So for all
they're
these reasons,
redefining is human
it was a
shield.
reasonable response,
What a
however
human
blunt,
shield is.
Because the law sometimes is blunt and has to draw a line between ages.
Excuse me.
And mercifully, we hope this won't last much longer.
Senator Lafrida.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will the government representative in the Senate, Senator Gold, take a question?
Go ahead, Senator Lafrida.
My question is on strategy. In the initial planning stages, to what extent were our banks consulted, and have they shared concerns on public perception with respect to their independence? Like law enforcement, I know many Canadians expect their financial institutions to be independent and free from government intervention. And I do appreciate that these are emergency measures, that they are targeted and temporary, but they are unprecedented.
Well, thank you for your question. Look, I have been advised that there were conversations and an engagement with some banks in the course of this, but I do not have the details, Senator Lafrida, so I don't want to state more than I do know. But only to say, and of course I'm speaking
Elmer Flood
to you as someone with more experience in banking, or as much experience in banking, or as most of us in the chamber, with very few exceptions, that the banks in this particular instance, although charged with an additional responsibility to review and charged with an additional obligation to share information, are nonetheless I'm confident have both the competencies to do it and the desire to do it, to assist our efforts as a country to make sure that illegal funds do not support illegal activities.
Senator Lafrida, do you have a supplementary?
You lost sound?
Yes, I do. And thank you for your response. And we all agree that illegal funds must not support illegal activities.
Everybody else got sound?
My supplementary question was on the exit strategy, which has been discussed in detail. But Senator Gold, any further insights on new developments in the future on the exit strategy would be obviously
We're almost
welcome.
there, Roosevelt.
And I also very much welcome the following parliamentary review and inquiry on the matter. Thank you.
Senator Gold.
Well, thank you for your question. I have nothing new to report. The ongoing conversations between government, law enforcement, and the like continue. There remains an ongoing concern that we are not out of the woods yet, that there are stated plans still
Brooke.
afoot, whether they will be realized or not, let's hope not, but nonetheless to reoccupy and to continue the illegal activities. As such time as the government reaches the conclusion that the emergency is passed, of course, we will be the first to know, or amongst the first to know, and that's all I really am able to say at this juncture.
Senator Jaffer.
Oh, he did one there just as he was sitting.
Thank you, Speaker.
He snuck it in.
May I ask the Leader of the Senate if he will answer also my question?
Yes, go ahead, Senator Jaffer.
Thank you. Leader, first of all, I want to thank you for your very comprehensive speech. I know many of us will read it a number of times. Thank you. And also for answering all our questions. Senator Gold, this is a question very different from all the questions you've been asked. And, you know, we've spent a lot of time talking about the current state of Canada. We've talked about protests, blockades, trade disruptions. I'm sure everyone in the chamber would agree that the current state of affairs is very troubling. Leader, while we work to discuss where we are and where we need to go, I think we also need to, with especially this inquiry, and find further ways to look at the root causes of what got us here. And, you know, in the public inquiry and even earlier, you said that, you know, the inquiry itself will be a post-mortem. So my question to you, will this inquiry look at, not only look at why the act was invoked, but also look at what led to this situation? Specifically, will the inquiry look into how the root issues which underpin the mass occupations we have seen across Canada contributed to the creation of this situation?
Senator
Thank you,
Gold.
Yeah, I don't think that was the root cause.
And your kind words. The inquiry that's contemplated in Section 63 is or the mandate, terms of reference, if I may use that term, are fairly circumspect and fairly brief.
I think a bunch of them are trying to convince themselves.
So that I can create the framework for my further elaboration. What is contemplated is an inquiry into the circumstances that led to the declaration being issued and the measures dealing with the emergency. The inquiry, like committees in this place and in others, have broad latitude subject
They need to make a
terms
bouncy castle on Justin's
as I
head.
said earlier, to determine what issues that they want to look at, what witnesses they may want to call, what facts that they want to explore further.
This might be it.
I am confident that a fair reading of this act in the context of what the inquiry is supposed to provide is certainly broad enough.
Yeah, I think that's closer to the root there, Rick.
The events of 3 weeks ago, or what might have been brewing under the surface, but the larger social, political, demographic, cultural issues that I think underlie yours and many of our concerns. There is a problem in this country.
Yes.
That people face. There are problems that people face that are independent of the protest, that have to do with feelings of being left out of the good life, impacts of globalization. I should stop because the academic.
No, we have 5 more to go.
Sufficient to say that the inquiry is designed to throw a spotlight on what has happened, and if the commissioners and those involved with constitute the inquiry believe that it's important to explore what the underlying social causes are, there's nothing in the act that would preclude them from doing that, and I think we would all welcome that.
Senator Jaffer, did you have a supplementary?
Yes, please, Speaker.
Oh, yes, supplementary. We're getting it. This is going to be it.
As a person of African descent and a Muslim, extra police powers always really worry me, and I have firsthand experience of it. In 2001, I was in the chamber, and we passed the Terrorism Act, and my community is still suffering from the effects of what we passed in 2001. And what I want to know, has anybody thought of how to reach out to African Canadians, to Indigenous people, to people of color, so that they are not extra policed under these acts? I know many of them were not directly involved, but I can tell you I've heard from many people in the community that these will be more powers that can be used against us. Have you had any discussions with any ministers or the Prime Minister about this? Thank you.
We said we were going to make it to 200, Sabi.
Well, although
this is going to be it. You're about to witness it.
The content of conversations, let me say this. At least what we have seen on the ground in Ottawa and elsewhere, there is no evidence that the people of color, Muslims, or other vulnerable communities or marginalized communities were subject to, quote, extra policing. Rather on the contrary. Those folks such as you have described here in Ottawa, certainly, have benefited from the intervention of the police, benefited from the fact that some of the abuses to which they've been subjected, verbal, physical, and the like, are no longer taking place. Again, these are temporary measures in an extraordinary circumstance, and these are not powers that are going to last 1 minute longer than the emergency requires.
The emergency's over. He didn't even touch it. He didn't touch it that whole time. Wow, he's playing us.
My question for the leader of the government in the Senate.
Could you tell us, and this question is very specific to the illegal Ottawa occupation, and so my question is, can you tell this chamber and members of this chamber if Because let's face it, we have a chief of police in the city of Ottawa, Peter Slowly, who had to step down because of this illegal occupation. And therefore, can you tell us if the government
he was
of Canada,
counting too.
Is aware that perhaps the Ottawa police force had been compromised, or if there was an attempt at compromising the police force?
Senator Gold.
Well,
Here it is. It's got to be
thank
now.
you for your question, Senator. I have absolutely no information to that effect whatsoever.
Senator Brazo, do you have a supplementary?
Yeah, so
I
just a
did it!
quick supplemental. So if I understand the Emergencies Act correctly, obviously if
He did
passed
it.
by this chamber,
He did it, ladies and gentlemen. We made it to 2,000 mass touches. Okay. Yo, Roosevelt, thank you for the counting. Where's the celebration at? Yes, 200 mass touches. We did it. He did it. Thank you to Senator Gold for that lovely, touching speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we will come back tomorrow with more coverage of the Senate. We'll watch it live after I get back home. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in and watching. Well, the emergencies are over. So just to go back on a serious note here for a minute, because obviously this is serious. We're just trying to make some light of it because, it's, it is a bit of a down situation anyways, but there is no emergency. They're voting on whether, like he even said it there, they're voting on whether they had the right to enact the Emergencies Act on February 14th. So that's like 10 days ago now. So either way, like they should be ending the Emergencies Act now. I don't know if this is just a way of them prolonging it or whatever, but the Senate is supposed to vote either hopefully, Roosevelt, it was my honor. It was my honor to serve the Honk Army. Thank you, Roosevelt. Much power to you. Thank you, brother. You should be paying yourself for that, all that counting, man. But we will, it never was an emergency. Like, either way, it's not an emergency now. Whether it ever was one is debatable. This is an unprecedented time in Canadian history. But, we did go a little bit longer than expected. I was going to go to 2 a.m. It's now 2:20. Thank you all so much for watching the stream, and much love to you. I know we had a bunch of laughs tonight. It was a good time watching this boring ass stuff, but thank you all so much. We will come back tomorrow. Like and subscribe, hit the notification, and you'll see when we're on next. If you enjoyed it. If not, dislike. But for whatever reason, I don't get to see dislikes anyways. So, all I know is likes. So much love to you all. Thank you so much. And have a good night, or good morning, or good evening, wherever you are. Oh, thank you to the Wrench crew, too. Thank you to everyone in the Wrench crew, all our new Wrench members. Shout out to you.